Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Real Earls Break the Rules by Tina Gabrielle. Narrated by Anne Flosnick. Chapter 1. June 1815. Hampshire. Sin ran in Amelia Somerton's family. No matter how she tried to suppress it with a strong will or disguise it with a costly dress of the finest muslin, it was there, just beneath the surface. At least she'd inherited the tainted blood. Her father was the infamous forger of the ton, and of the three sisters, she was the only one who could forge priceless works of art. To her credit, only one forgery had been sold. Amelia took a sip of lemonade and leaned against the large oak tree in the magnificent Huntingdon country estate. The lemonade was just right, sweet with a touch of tart. A tinkle of laughter drew her attention to the far side of the well-tended lawn. Her older sister Eliza smiled up at her husband, the Earl of Huntingdon. A healthy blush on her cheeks, the happiness in her eyes, made Amelia's breath catch. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought her sister would become the wife of an earl, a countess. Huntingdon's mansion loomed before her. Within the white stone walls, luxury surrounded them. Magnificent crystal chandeliers held dozens of candles. White and black marble floors graced the vestibule, and room after room was decorated with Chippendale furniture, expensive silks, and oriental rugs. Amelia shivered despite the unusually warm spring day. She'd never forget the hunger, the fear, the desperation of poverty. Never again. "There you are!" A voice sounded beside her. Amelia turned to see her youngest sister Chloe approach in a flurry of skirts, her blonde curls bouncing. "We're going to play lawn bowls. Lady Sarah is joining us as well." Chloe gestured to a young lady travelling across the expansive lawn. Sarah was Huntingdon's younger sister and a friend. "It will be an uneven number." A liveried footman approached, and Amelia placed her empty lemonade glass on an outstretched tray. "I'm happy to watch and keep score." Chloe's eyes widened as she stared past Amelia's shoulder. "There's no need. We have an unexpected visitor." Amelia turned to glance in the direction of Chloe's gaze. A tall, dark-haired gentleman strolled through the garden gate and called out cheerfully to Huntingdon. Amelia immediately recognized him. Brandon Sinclair, the Earl of Vale. She'd met him once, just over a year ago, when he'd entered their print shop with Huntingdon. Her heart began to pound. He was just as she remembered, a strikingly handsome man who'd captured her attention on their first encounter. His eyes were a remarkable green that reminded her of the ferns that grew in abundance during the summer months. His hair was the colour of the rich chocolate that she enjoyed drinking each morning. He wore it slightly longer than fashionable, and it brushed his collar. The rich outline of his shoulders, straining against his tailored jacket, and his athletic physique spoke of a sinewy strength that made a lady sigh when he entered the room. He was tall, nearly as tall as Huntingdon, and Amelia had just reached his shoulder when she'd met him. She watched the two men, both earls, clap each other's backs like long-time friends. "Isn't that Lord Vale?" Chloe asked, never taking her eyes from the man. "We're to attend his house party in a few days' time to celebrate his sister's betrothal to a marquis." Amelia was more than a bit nervous about the upcoming house party. They'd be rubbing elbows with the aristocracy for an entire fortnight. She wasn't used to the rigid social rules and etiquette. She feared making a simple mistake, using the wrong fork during one of the multi-course meals, forgetting to curtsy, or stumbling over proper forms of address such as "my lord" or "your grace." She continued to watch Vale. He walked with confidence, a man who knew his place in the world. He seemed older since she'd last seen him. A silly notion, since it had only been a year. But there was a firmer strength about him, an air of command that proclaimed he was a titled, powerful gentleman of the realm. Chloe sighed. "He's very handsome." Amelia's brow furrowed. "Is that all you think about? Men?" She should be used to Chloe's fascination with a handsome face. Eliza had once said that Chloe was searching for a father figure ever since their own had abandoned them rather than face arrest for fleecing half of the ton with his art forgeries. But for some reason Chloe's comment about Vale irked Amelia. Chloe's eyes flashed. "Not all men, only the titled ones. Don't you feel the same?" "Unlike you, I don't want a lord," she snapped. It was true. Chloe may want to marry, but Amelia had no interest. Art was her passion. No husband would ever allow her the freedom to paint the subject she wanted under her true name instead of the false male name she had used to sell her work. It would be too scandalous. "I know you care not for eligible titled gentlemen or rich bachelors, but what of him? You are staring." "You're wrong. Lord Vale doesn't interest me at all," Amelia said. Chloe said, in that annoying sisterly tone that meant she didn't believe a word. Amelia dared another glimpse at Lord Vale beneath lowered lashes. She drew a swift breath. He was watching her as intently as she had him moments earlier. As their eyes met and held across the lawn, the corner of his lips pulled into a grin, and he nodded his head in greeting. Her pulse doubled. Chloe tugged Amelia by the hand. "Come, we must greet him." Lord Vale bowed as they approached. "Good day, ladies. I was passing by on the way home and decided to say hello. I'm glad I did. The scenery is lovely," he said, his eyes twinkling as he looked from Chloe to Amelia. Chloe blushed and curtsied. Amelia was slower to follow, then straightened and met his gaze. His face was bronzed by the sun, and faint lines now appeared at the corners of his eyes. She'd been right. He did appear older, but it only added to his masculine appeal. She had a sudden insane urge to paint him, to put brush to canvas and capture the chiseled features, the perfection of his face. She quickly lowered her eyes. Ladies did not go around painting titled gentlemen. More importantly, she was not a portrait painter. She'd been limited to creating landscapes and still life oils of flowers in vases and bowls of fruit that would sell at the Peacock print shop, their former establishment. But now, for the first time, watching Lord Vale's captivating face inspired her to paint him. "We were about to play lawn bowls. Will you join us?" Eliza asked. Vale's sensuous lips eased into a lazy smile. "I'd be delighted." "Wonderful," Eliza said. "Huntington and I will be a team, and Sarah and Chloe can pair off together. That leaves you and Amelia." Amelia's heart jumped in her chest. She was to partner with Lord Vale? Alarmed, she looked up and caught his gaze. His eyes were not entirely green. The flecks of gold surrounding the irises reminded her of a painting she'd seen of an exotic tiger. "Ours will be the red bowls. Let's practice before we begin the actual game," Vale said. The teams paired off with their coloured bowls on separate sections of the lawn. Amelia followed Vale to a far corner and halted beside him. He was even taller and more powerfully built than she'd remembered. "You're looking well. I've often thought of you since we met a year ago," he said. Her mind fluttered away in anxiety, and she regarded him curiously. Why should he think of her, and how often? Before she could think of a response, Vale stepped closer and handed her a red bowl. "Ladies first." She felt the weight of the bowl in her hand. It was solid, but not too heavy. She'd never played lawn bowls before. There was never time for such frivolities when they owned the print shop. She'd worked for a living. Her fingers tightened on the bowl. She rolled it, but misjudged badly, and the bowl flew past the white jack. She frowned. "It's not as simple as I had thought." "Don't be discouraged. You must roll the bowl with force, but not too much, just the right amount to get close to the jack without hitting it. Let me show you." He stepped behind her and put his arms around her. Heat from his body enveloped hers like a cloak. The masculine scent of his shaving soap and something else, something primitive and unique to him, curled around her. Her pulse leaped. It couldn't be proper. She glanced to the others. Eliza was preoccupied with Huntingdon, and Chloe and Sarah were off fetching their own bowls. No one was paying the two of them any attention. Vale's hand cupped hers as she held the bowl. Warmth seeped from his hand to hers, and her skin prickled pleasurably. For the first time she regretted not wearing her gloves. She constantly forgot them. She never wore them when she painted, and she often left them on the dining-room table after finishing a meal. She hadn't worn them in the shop, and now that she was expected to, she disliked the tightness of the leather. He wasn't wearing gloves either. Had he taken them off to play? His breath brushed her ear, and a shiver travelled down her spine. "Lord, throw just like this." He gently pulled her arm back, causing the bodice of her gown to stretch taut across her breasts. Her nipples tightened beneath the fine linen of her chemise. "Keep your eyes on the target," he instructed, as though she could concentrate on something other than him. "Now step forward with your right foot, bend your legs, and roll the bowl smoothly onto the green." She moved with him in one fluid motion. His muscular thigh pressed against her hip as she released the bowl. It rolled across the lawn and stopped within inches of the white jack. "I see now. I'd like to try on my own," she said, her voice sounding a bit breathless to her own ears. Vale dropped his arms from around her and took a step back. She immediately felt the loss of his heat and the strength of his arms. He bent to retrieve another bowl and handed it to her. Her grip felt weak. Her gaze dropped to the dip in his chin, and she wondered what it would feel like to press her lips there. His eyes sparkled, and he looked at her as if he knew her wicked thoughts and was more than capable of satisfying them in pleasurable detail. "Goodness. The truth is, I came by today to see you," he said. She blinked. "Me?" "There's a private matter I wish to discuss with you, a request that I believe we'll both find satisfying." Did he wish to court her? The notion sent a thrill down her spine. "Don't be ridiculous." She suppressed the wayward thought. He was an earl, and she possessed neither a title nor a dowry. "What type of private matter?" she asked. "I was taken with the quality of your artwork at the Peacock print shop when I visited a while back," he said. A sliver of trepidation ran down her spine. Amelia had been embroiled up to her neck in trouble when she had first met him. She had painted a forgery and sold it to an elderly viscount at an urgent time when they needed funds. For years, the forgery was in the viscount's private collection until he died. They had been in a panic. If the painting had been discovered to be a forgery, it could have been traced back to them. Fortunately, Lord Huntingdon had purchased the painting before he'd married her sister, Eliza. But for a time, Amelia feared imprisonment for her crime. Was that what Vale was referring to? "Lord Vale, I don't know what you intend, but our circumstances were different when you visited the shop a year ago. I haven't sold a painting in a long while." "You misunderstand. I'm looking to commission a couple of paintings." Her brow furrowed. "I could give you the names of London artists." He shook his head. "I'm not interested in names." "Then what?" "There is a landscape painting by the Dutch artist Albert Cuyp at Rosehill, titled Herdsman with Cows. A while back a friend, a wealthy American, visited me and now wants the painting for his private collection. I want to gift the painting to him, but I'd like a copy to remain at Rose Hill. I want you to paint me one." She stiffened. "You want me to paint a forgery?" "No, a copy. I would never ask you to paint a forgery. I plan to give my friend the original and keep the copy for myself. My motives are twofold. I may not be an art critic like Huntington, but I've grown accustomed to the painting hanging in the library and wish for a duplicate. Second, my grandmother, the Dowager, would frown upon me giving anything to an American. If an exact copy remains hanging in Rose Hill, she will never know. So you see, I need you. Your specific talent is not commonplace." A tumble of confused thoughts and feelings assailed her. She should be insulted. He'd sought her out because of her past, because her father's blood ran in her veins. But deep down a part of her was flattered. He'd come to her because he knew she had the talent to replicate the most intricate paintings. He wasn't asking her to do anything illegal. He wanted a copy, not a forgery. It made sense. Why would an Earl want a forgery? She was familiar with Albert Cuyp's 17th-century work. It wouldn't take her long to paint the piece. Goodness, was she truly considering his request? She hesitated, measuring him for a moment. "You mentioned paintings. What else?" An easy smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I'd like to commission you to paint my portrait." The bowl slipped from her fingers to thump on the lawn. "Pardon?" This second request was much more shocking in ways that alternately thrilled and frightened her. "It's simple, really. All the past Earls in my family have their portraits hanging in Rose Hill's portrait gallery. It's tradition. I want you to paint mine." Oh, to have a chance! She'd already believed he would make a stunning model, and her face heated at the thought of capturing his image on canvas. Lord Vale wasn't just a handsome man, but a complex and mysterious one. Beneath the polished veneer, she suspected there was so much more. What was she thinking? He was asking her to do something beyond her capability. She couldn't even consider it. "I'm astonished by this request, my lord." "Why?" "I understand why you sought me out for a copy of Cuyp's piece, but why would you think of me for your portrait?" "Like I said, I saw your work at the shop. Exquisite." She was finding it hard to breathe. She felt light-headed, as if her corset were laced too tight. The way he looked at her with those wicked green eyes. Was he calling her work exquisite, or her? She struggled to steady her erratic pulse. It wasn't like her to fall victim to a good-looking man, no matter how attractive or tempting the dip in his chin. "You don't understand. I am not a portrait painter, and it's not a simple task. Artists train for years to paint portraits." "I have confidence in your ability, and I'd pay for your services, of course. £100. Amelia stifled a gasp. She may be the sister-in-law of the Earl of Huntingdon and not in need of funds, but her past wasn't easily forgotten. Not long ago, that amount of money would have paid their rent and fed them for an entire winter and long into spring. "It will have to be in increments. £25 when you arrive at Rose Hill for my first portrait sitting, and additional payments as the work progresses." Her voice rose in surprise. "Your home?" "Yes. The upcoming house party offers the perfect opportunity. You can work in my study." It wasn't just a matter of ability and money. A respectable female didn't paint an Earl's portrait or work in his study painting anything. Eliza would throw a fit. How often had she talked about good marriages for both Amelia and Chloe? "I'm afraid it isn't proper. I must decline both offers." Something flickered in his eyes, something dark and disturbing, troubled even, but it was gone so quickly she wondered if she'd imagined it. She'd learned long ago to rely on her instincts. Her artistic eye focused and saw details others often missed. He leaned an inch closer, and a wild fluttering began low in her belly. "I understand your concerns, but it will be done in secret. No one but my most trusted servants enter my private study." It sounded illicit and exciting, and the impulsive artist within her wanted to leap at the offer. She'd be able to preserve her reputation and have an unforgettable artistic experience. She would get paid for her artwork, but most of all, she would have the opportunity to paint him. The strong angles of his cheekbones and jaw, and the chips of green and yellow in his eyes, his perfect lips, his muscular form. Wickedness. What was she thinking? She wouldn't be chaperoned, and she'd be alone with a bachelor, a handsome virile man for hours each night. If anyone discovered the arrangement, she'd be ruined. She was not the person she'd been in the past. Hadn't she struggled against her sinful nature and won? She hadn't painted a forgery or thought of selling one in a long time. She looked forward to a new, bright future without the taint of her father's blood. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, my lord. You will have to hire another artist. My answer is no." She was even more beautiful than Brandon remembered. Her auburn hair gleamed beneath the early afternoon sunlight, and her sapphire eyes shone bright. When he first saw Amelia at the print shop a year ago, she'd worn a faded blue dress and apron, a shopkeeper's garb. Today, fine silk hugged her curves and displayed the swell of her breasts to perfection. He would have pursued her for pleasure then, had his father, the old Earl, not died, leaving him with a pile of debt, a line of ruthless creditors, and 2 sisters and a grandmother to care for. Brandon's carefree life had come to an abrupt halt. "May I ask why you refuse?" Her brows drew downward. "I told you, it isn't proper." "No one will learn of it. You can work each night in the privacy of my study, then safely return to your bedchamber until the paintings are complete. My sisters frequently nap in the day in order to stay up later during the season, and you may do the same during the house party without arousing suspicion." He hadn't been completely truthful when he told her he wanted a copy of the Dutch painting so that he could give the original to an acquaintance. He planned on keeping the copy, but selling the original. The money would pay for his sister's upcoming wedding and buy him some time to cover his father's bills. It would also pay Amelia for her work. But he needed her to agree. "Your offer of payment is generous, but I must still decline." "Ah, I should have known. You no longer need the money." "Our circumstances changed after Eliza married Lord Huntingdon." He knew this better than anyone. Huntingdon was his best friend. "Do you still paint?" "For enjoyment only," she said. "Do you miss the satisfaction of having your work sold?" Full pink lips parted, and he knew she was tempted. He admired her, not only for her artistic talent, but also for her ambition. He'd never known a lady who'd worked. "I do, but I must consider the risk. I told the truth when I said Eliza would be distraught if she learned of an arrangement between us." "Then I must come up with another offer, something more tempting." Fascinated, he watched as her delicate throat moved as she swallowed. The creamy expanse of her skin made him think of how soft it would feel to touch her, to stroke her cheek and the curve of her neck. "There is nothing," she said simply. "Everyone has their price. What's yours?" A curious longing lit her gaze, but then she cast her eyes downward. His interest heightened. What was it he saw? What did she desire? Just then, Eliza called out for everyone to begin to play. They had several good tosses as a team, but no one was surprised when Eliza and Huntingdon won. All the players were busy gathering their bowls when Brandon approached Amelia again. "Thank you for a memorable game." Amelia raised her chin and met his gaze. "I'm sorry everything wasn't entirely to your satisfaction, my lord." She had a sense of strength about her, and wasn't a swooning female who was easily intimidated. But at the same time, she also possessed a charming aura of innocence. She was so different from the silly debutantes at Almack's or at the tedious balls he was obligated to attend. The challenge she posed was irresistible, and his body took notice. He wanted her with astonishing fierceness. He leaned down and lowered his voice. To the contrary, I found it a very pleasant afternoon. But you should be aware that I'm not one to follow rules, and when I want something, I don't like to take no for an answer. Meanwhile, if you reconsider, you have only to send me a private message. Chapter 2. You did what? Brandon looked up from the billiard table where he was preparing to shoot an ivory ball in a side pocket. Grayson Ware, Lord Huntingdon, was glaring at him with hard features. Brandon began to wonder if he'd made a mistake inviting his friend to Rose Hill for a game of billiards. I inquired if Amelia would be interested in painting my portrait, Brandon said. Why on earth would you ask her to paint you? Huntington said tersely. The Dowager wants my portrait in Rose Hill's portrait gallery. Huntington set down his cue stick. What did Amelia say? She refused. She said it wasn't proper. Damn right it isn't. Brandon scowled. Why are you so sour? Why do you think? Huntington snapped. I'm married to Eliza now. Amelia and Chloe are my sisters-in-law. I'm to look out for them. It's just a painting, not an offer for an illicit liaison. Don't treat me like an idiot. You desire her, Huntington said. Brandon didn't bother to deny it. When he'd seen Amelia again, it was like a punch to the gut. His body had grown heavy and warm, and his heart had hammered in his chest. What red-blooded male wouldn't desire her? Not for the first time, he cursed his father and the responsibilities that had kept him from pursuing Amelia Somerton. The old Earl had been a heavy drinker and gambler, but instead of having the good sense to pass out and have his servants carry him to bed, he'd allowed all sorts of disreputable charlatans to convince him to invest in risky stocks and businesses. He'd attracted every swindler within a 10-mile radius of London. As a result, Brandon had inherited a slew of failing businesses and a pile of debt. After many sleepless nights, Brandon had come up with a temporary solution for his troubles. But he needed Amelia. She was perfect for his plans. The American had offered him a good price for the Albert Cuyp landscape when he visited Rose Hill months ago, and Brandon needed the money. It was all well thought out. The copy would remain at Rose Hill. The American would return to Boston and had no plans to ever revisit Hampshire and would never see the copy hanging on Rose Hill's walls. Most importantly, the women in Brandon's household, his grandmother and his two sisters, would never discover the truth. He needn't outright lie to them about the copy of the artwork or the state of affairs of the earldom. He became aware of Huntington staring at him as he waited for Brandon's response. He felt a stab of guilt at not sharing his plans with his friend, but something held him back. Huntington's loyalties belonged to his new wife. Brandon didn't want to put him in the position of choosing between his friend and his family. And why bother? Amelia had refused. Don't worry, she said no, Brandon said. Yet something in her expression had given him a sliver of hope. He'd seen it in her eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction that someone thought her artwork worthy enough to pay for. She'd wanted to accept. He needed to find the right incentive, something she truly wanted. So what could he offer? You need a woman, Huntington said. What happened to your mistress? Bess became demanding. Brandon had parted ways with his former mistress months ago. She'd been a dancer and incredibly flexible in the bedroom. Her skills had initially intrigued him, but once she'd started discussing a more permanent relationship, he'd lost interest in and out of bed. In the past he would have quickly found a new mistress, but his work with the earldom's properties and its financial troubles had kept him preoccupied. Huntington waved a hand. Find another to replace her. Brandon ignored the comment. He chalked the end of his cue stick, then shot 2 balls into a side pocket. "I remember seeing Amelia's artwork at the print shop. She's talented." "I never said she didn't possess artistic talent," Huntington said. As a renowned art critic, Huntington would know. His only professional humiliation had been when he was duped by the forger of the ton years ago. Amelia was a mystery to Brandon. Perhaps that was part of her allure. How did she learn to paint? "She never had formal art training. I believe she was taught by her father. He never spared a coin on his daughters, not even for art lessons. I once heard Eliza say that Amelia learned by sitting beside her father as he worked. He never showed her artistic techniques and rarely bothered to speak with her. He tolerated her presence because she cleaned his brushes, scrubbed his work table, and scraped the dried paint from his palette until her fingers bled." Brandon's breath burned in his throat. He pictured her sitting beside her parent, desperate for a scrap of attention and a brief lesson. Her beautiful blue eyes watching him as he worked, and her hands, sore and stained with paint from scrubbing his brushes, folded in her lap. He wasn't only a criminal, but a selfish and delinquent father. "I won't argue the fact," Huntington scoffed. Perhaps there was something else he could offer her, something that was out of her reach, but that she'd always wanted. Huntington went to a sideboard, poured 2 tumblers of Scotch whiskey, and handed one to Brandon. "Forget Amelia. What about the Duke of Townsend's daughter?" Huntington said. Brandon took a swallow of the fine spirits. "My grandmother reminds me of her dowry every day. The Duke and his family are attending the house party. I suspect the Dowager will try to convince me to court the woman. If only I could stand her incessant talking." "I thought your finances had improved. You've had some success with the old Earl's businesses." "I have," Brandon said with a semblance of pride. But the list of his father's creditors seemed endless. An unprofitable textile mill, a coal mine that had collapsed, a dress shop that had suffered a fire, a bakery known for making several influential customers ill, and a doomed shipping company with cargo pilfered by Caribbean pirates were just a few. Brandon's head felt as if it would burst from all the tiny rows of figures in the multiple ledgers. He'd worked tirelessly, spending the better part of the year inspecting each business and trying to make them profitable. He'd salvaged those that he was able to, and he'd invested wisely in the London Stock Exchange to pay off some of the gambling debts. He was good at it, damn good. But he wasn't a miracle worker. "The truth is, the textile mill is having the most trouble right now. Instead of producing a profit, it's costing me. I'm also still paying my father's bills and gambling debts." "Does your family know?" Huntington asked. "Helen is to marry in a month. Caroline will attend her first season. I don't want to burden them with thoughts of crumbling businesses or boring ledgers, and I don't want to jeopardize the wedding by making the debts known." "Would you tell Sarah?" Brandon asked. Huntington had the good sense to cringe at the mention of his younger sister. "I wouldn't want to worry her." "I'm no different." Huntington's brows drew together. "Most of my money is in the earldom's land holdings, but I can sell a property if you need to borrow." "No," Brandon said. "I'll fix this mess on my own." He had his pride, damn it, and he wouldn't go begging to his friends for money or put them through unnecessary hardship. "Then why offer to pay Amelia for your portrait?" Once again, he felt guilty for not revealing his plans. If he convinced Amelia to agree, then he could decide whether to tell his friend in confidence. Brandon cleared his throat. "We discussed a nominal amount, and I'm not entirely without money. The Dowager insists I have a portrait to hang in Rose Hill's gallery to add to the long line of veils bearing the title." Huntington downed the contents of his glass in one swallow. "Leave her be, Brandon. Your rakish reputation is well known, and I'm responsible for my wife's sisters now. Eliza is on a crusade to see them make good marriage matches. So forget Amelia. Forget the portrait. Find someone else to paint you. Unless you propose to marry her," Huntington said. Brandon stayed silent. Huntingdon knew he wasn't in a position to make an offer for Amelia. His father had sealed his fate by gambling and investing in one bad business after another. He would marry, but it would be to a woman with a large dowry, not a former art forger, no matter how much he desired her. The Huntingdon household was filled with excitement the morning of their trip to Lord Vale's house party. Amelia and Chloe rushed about with their maid as they checked that every necessity had been packed. Gowns, petticoats, undergarments, and pelisses had been stowed in portmanteaus and trunks, while matching shoes, fans, jewellery, hair combs, and bandeaus, parasols, and feminine enhancements were checked and double-checked. Amelia had a trunk dedicated solely to her art supplies. She may not be painting the portrait of an attractive earl, but she planned on sketching the rolling hills and breathtaking scenery that surrounded the Vale estate. As Amelia descended the grand staircase, she was stunned at the amount of baggage that had been piled up in the vestibule. Eliza, with the aid of Huntingdon's butler, oversaw the baggage as it was loaded onto the carriages by footmen. Amelia had imagined the carriage ride to Rose Hill would be brief, since they only had to travel from one country estate to another. She was soon amazed by the amount of property comprising both estates. She gazed out the carriage window as they travelled mile after mile. The carriage turned onto a long, winding stone drive lined with tall oak trees. They passed well-tended hedgerows, beds of begonias between scrolls of English boxwood, and acres of lawn in the formal gardens. An ivy-lined path led to twin marble gazebos that glittered beneath the morning sunlight. Farther along the path, roses of every colour bloomed and filled the air with their heady fragrance. At once she knew where Rose Hill got its name. She could picture a lady lounging in one of the gazebos, enjoying the scent and beauty of the delicate blooms. She strained to see up ahead, when suddenly a sprawling mansion came into view. She gasped at her first sight of the manor's size and beauty. Lord Vale's home looked like a picture from a fairy tale, with gleaming white stone walls and 4 towering Corinthian columns. A fountain in the courtyard, surrounded by marble statues of Roman gods and goddesses, welcomed visitors. The carriage rolled to a stop in the circular drive. A footman lowered the step, and the ladies descended from the carriage and walked up the mansion's stone steps. The vestibule was elegant, with marble floors and pillars, and a crystal chandelier holding hundreds of candles. A chinoiserie vase sat on an end table in the centre of the vestibule. An elderly lady with grey hair pulled into a tight knot at her nape came forth to greet them, and Amelia suspected she was the dowager and the earl's grandmother. 2 young ladies walked beside her. "Welcome to Rose Hill. We've been looking forward to meeting our newest neighbours. I'm Lady Vale, and these are my granddaughters, Lady Helen and Lady Caroline." "Thank you for inviting us," Eliza said. "May I introduce my sisters, Miss Amelia and Miss Chloe, and this is Lady Sarah, Lord Huntingdon's sister." "It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Lord Vale is away attending to some matters, but he is expected to return shortly." The dowager motioned for her 2 granddaughters. "Helen will show Lady Sarah to her room, and Caroline will escort both of you," she said, gesturing to Amelia and Chloe. As soon as the dowager disappeared down the hall with the rest of the party, Lady Caroline smiled at Amelia and Chloe. "Follow me," she said, and led them up the grand staircase to the 2nd floor. Caroline was pretty, with dark hair and delicate features. She looked like her brother, but while Lord Vale had green eyes, his sisters were dark brown. "I'm excited to finally meet you both. Is it true you owned a shop near Bond Street?" Caroline asked. Amelia exchanged a concerned look with Chloe. The Beaumont looked down on anyone that worked for a living, let alone women who owned their own establishments. Was Lady Caroline one of these people? Amelia didn't spot a gleam of mockery in the young woman's wide eyes, only curiosity. "Yes, it's true." Caroline's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. "Fascinating. I've always believed women have what it takes to earn their own money." Surprise coursed through Amelia. "Truly?" Caroline paused at the top of the landing and sighed wistfully. "I'm grateful to be born into my family, but I would love to have my own business. Scandalous, I know. Women in my family don't work. But I believe there is nothing more admirable than working toward your own financial support. Don't you agree?" She did, but she wasn't comfortable voicing her opinions with the woman she had just met. She wondered if Lord Vale knew of his sister's unusual opinions. Caroline continued down the hall, Amelia and Chloe trailing behind. "I understand congratulations are in order for your sister's engagement," Chloe said. "Thank you. Helen is marrying a Marquis, Lord Newchester." Chloe placed a hand over her heart. "A Marquis! How exciting!" "I suppose. My grandmother is thrilled," Caroline said. "I'm happy for Helen because they truly care for each other. Newchester is a good fellow." Chloe's blue eyes grew even larger. "A love match, too! It's my dream!" Amelia rolled her eyes. "Please ignore my sister. Her sole goal is to marry an aristocrat." "That's untrue," Chloe snapped. "My goal is to capture the heart of a handsome, rich aristocrat. Is that so uncommon?" Lady Caroline smiled. "No, it seems to be what every debutante seeks at Almack's." Something in the lady's tone said it wasn't her goal. Amelia was intrigued. Perhaps they had a common interest. Belle's sister wasn't what she'd expected at all. Halfway down the hall, Caroline halted. She opened a door and motioned for Amelia and Chloe to step inside, then followed them. Amelia's breath caught at the lavender silk that covered the large four-poster. The walls were painted cream, the furniture elegant pearwood. A long bench seat sat before a window. Amelia wandered over to the window and parted the curtains to gaze outside. The view overlooked the rear of the mansion and a long stretch of rolling lawn. The twin marble gazebos stood like sentinels guarding the lush ivy-lined path. In the distance, sheep grazed on the rolling hills. "It's beautiful here," Amelia said. She could picture herself sitting at the bench seat and painting the peaceful country view for hours. "I'm pleased you approve." Caroline turned to Chloe. "If you would follow me, I will show you to your room." Amelia swung around. "You mean we're not sharing?" Lady Caroline hesitated. "No. The Earl left instructions that you were to have your own rooms for the duration of the house party. It's not a worry. Rose Hill has dozens of bedchambers." Belle wanted her to have her own room. Why? And why would an Earl even concern himself with the guest sleeping arrangements? Were not such choices the domain of the housekeeper or the dowager? Amelia struggled to keep her voice light. "When is Lord Vale expected to return?" A frown knit Caroline's brow. "I apologize that he wasn't here to greet you, but my brother had unexpected business arise." She wondered what business could keep him from welcoming guests to his home. 2 footmen appeared at the door carrying Amelia's trunks. "Place them there," Caroline instructed as she pointed to an empty corner in the room. The burly footman set the trunks down and departed. Lady Caroline waved on her way out. "I'm certain my brother will say hello as soon as he returns." Chloe smiled cheerily and turned to follow. Once she was alone, Amelia opened the first trunk and withdrew a partially completed canvas and a wooden box that held the small round glass jars containing her pigments. She'd begun to paint a landscape of Huntington's country estate, and she was thrilled to see that the view outside her window appeared similar. "It's beautiful." Amelia whirled the feminine voice to see Lady Helen, Vale's elder sister, standing in the doorway. Amelia's hand flew to her chest. "Goodness, you startled me." "Forgive me," Helen said. Amelia closed the lid of the wooden box. She felt a moment of unease until she glanced at Helen's face. Vale's sister was focused entirely on the canvas as she rushed forward. "I had no idea you could paint." The lady looked at the canvas, then out the window, then back at the painting. "It's lovely and reminds me of Rose Hill's expansive lawns, lush greenery, and even the flock of sheep in the distance. You are a truly talented artist." Amelia's heart fluttered in her chest at the praise. "Thank you, my lady." "Oh, no, you must call me Helen. Now please tell me, have you ever sold one of your paintings before?" Amelia was taken aback at the question. How much to reveal about her family's past? Lady Helen, like her younger sister Caroline, seemed genuine and accepting, but Helen was not only the Earl's eldest sister, she was to marry a marquis. Amelia picked up her brush. "I sold some paintings when we owned the print shop, though I was always careful to sign my artwork using false male names." "Why would you do that?" Amelia hesitated before answering. "Buyers would offer half the price if they'd known the work was completed by a woman." It had always disturbed Amelia that she couldn't sign her works with her own name. She'd watch as the print shop's customers browsed the artwork and halt by one of her paintings of a bowl of fruit, a vase of colourful flowers, or of a London sunset as they decided to make a purchase. She'd wanted to cry out that it was her own, but had to stand silent as they made their selection. Her sisters had needed the money, every shilling, to survive, and she couldn't afford to be vain or selfish. But now their lives had changed, and Amelia's dream to paint what she wanted under her own name was no longer unimaginable. She knew her ambitions may not be popular, but she longed to create paintings of the impoverished, the labouring poor and paupers that populated the London streets. After her brief stay in the Rookeries, when their father had first fled, she'd sworn that when the time came she would use her artistic gift to show the harsh conditions of those less fortunate. And she would sign each one proudly as Amelia Somerton. Lady Helen's brow furrowed. "Then they were fools. I'd like to buy this painting from you." Amelia blinked. "Buy? That's not necessary, my lady." "It's Helen, remember?" "Yes, but I'm not asking because you are our guest for a fortnight. I want the painting because it is a marvellous landscape and reminds me of my beloved country home. I want to take it with me after I marry and hang it in my new residence." "In that case, I will gift it to you," Amelia said. Helen shook her head. "Nonsense. It is your work. If I were to hire an artist to make a similar painting, I would expect to pay for it." Amelia held up a hand. "Consider it a wedding gift. I'm flattered you find my work worthy to hang in your new home." Amelia was surprised when Lady Helen hugged her. "Thank you for such a valuable gift. I will always treasure it. Now please tell me where you learned to paint so well. Did you take instruction at the Royal Academy?" Amelia sighed. "I wish that I had. I never received formal art instruction." She'd always longed for tutelage. After their father had left, there was never money to spend on fripperies like art lessons. Survival had been all-consuming. "Then how did you learn?" Helen asked. Amelia shrugged. "I taught myself by watching others. My art forger father, to be precise." Helen gaped. "Self-taught? I cannot imagine teaching myself how to accomplish this," she said, motioning to the landscape. "You should think of selling your work again. I know many people who would solicit your services." "Lord Vale already has," Amelia mused. Goodness, did she have to keep thinking of his outrageous offer? His words returned to her in a rush. "You should be aware that I'm not one to follow the rules, and when I want something, I don't like to take no for an answer." He wouldn't try again, would he? She needed to maintain her resolve and hold firm. she became aware of Lady Helen waiting for her response. "I'd like to sell my work again one day, but not yet. Perhaps in the future." She'd select her best sketches of her time in the rookeries and paint them. She'd often dreamed of having her own art exhibition where she could display those works that really mattered to her, the paintings that showed those beaten down by circumstances not in their control. Helen raised a hand to her throat. "In my excitement at seeing you work, I forgot to deliver my message. My brother Vale has returned from his business trip and has asked for your presence in the drawing-room to welcome you and your sisters." Chapter 3. Amelia's heart pounded as she stepped into the drawing-room. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the fireplace, where Vale stood leaning against the mantel. Her skirts rustled, and he turned. "Welcome to my home." Her heart lurched at his smile. Dressed in a meticulously tailored navy jacket that emphasized his broad shoulders, he looked every inch the dominant Earl. Tall boots over tan breeches that hugged muscular thighs added to his masculine appeal. A damp, unruly lock that brushed his forehead was a shade darker than if it were dry. He must have returned from his business, ordered a bath, and headed straight for the drawing-room. An image of his muscular frame in a marble bathtub came to mind, warm water cascading over his naked body, his head leaning on the rim of the tub, his arms resting along the sides. Her insides quivered at the image. Heavens, she would have to guard her reactions as well as her thoughts. He walked forward and stopped before her. "Your home is lovely," she said, glancing around nervously to see if either of her sisters were present. The room was empty. Were her sisters delayed, or had he summoned only her? Her fingers curled in the folds of her skirts. "I was told you had unexpected business to attend." "Yes, but the trip was successful, and I believe it will prove advantageous." What an odd thing to say, she thought. His smooth smile was back in place. "Are your accommodations satisfactory?" "My bedchamber is lovely and spacious. Too spacious, in fact, not to share with my sister. Chloe and I would be happy to—"
"That wouldn't work at all."
A flicker of predatory interest lightened the emerald in his eyes. Her misgivings increased. What on earth did he mean? A sudden unpleasant thought occurred to her. She'd been propositioned before by men who thought a shopkeeper easy prey for unwanted amorous advances. Lord Vale had already suggested she paint him in secret. Did he believe she would welcome his attentions now that she was under his roof? She swallowed hard, squared her shoulders. "I was told you wanted me to have my own room. If you think I would welcome you or another into my chamber one night during the house party, then you are sorely mistaken." His expression stilled.
"You think I would attempt such a thing?"
"What else am I to think?"
"I assure you, that's not my reason."
"Then why?"
"I'll show you."
He offered his arm.
"Will you accompany me?"
She eyed him with uncertainty, but whatever unease she felt was pushed aside by curiosity. She placed her hand on his sleeve. As he escorted her out of the drawing-room and into the hall, she caught a hint of shaving soap and a clean masculine essence that belonged to him. She felt the strength of his forearm even through the fabric of his sleeve, and the power that coiled within him as he walked. Beneath lowered lashes, she glimpsed his strong profile. She forced her gaze to the carpet-runner as he turned right, then left, then escorted her down a long hall and halted outside a closed door. He opened the door, and she swept into the room. She froze. Dozens of gilt-framed portraits glared down at her in grim-faced silence. Judging by their costume, many generations hung on the cream-coloured walls. Starched white neck ruffs, velvet doublets, and embroidered waistcoats embellished the paintings. Some stood beside hunting dogs, others were mounted on prized horseflesh, and others sat stiffly. The men's expressions were similar, haughty and aristocratic. Vale joined her side. "This is Rose Hill's portrait gallery. The Earls of Vale go back many generations. This one," he said, pointing to the most recent portrait on the wall, "was my father." The man in the portrait had dark hair and green eyes similar to his son's. He was handsome, with bold, commanding features, yet somehow he was different from the Lord Vale standing beside her. "Well, what do you think?" "You have your father's looks, but it's difficult to tell a person's true essence from a portrait. I've found that artists paint those that commission them in a more favourable light. For instance, your father looks serious, sombre even." "You're right. The artist may have captured his likeness, but ignored his personality. My father, the old Earl, spent his time at his clubs and with his whiskey." "Truly, he looks rather respectable," she said. "He was a drunkard. The portrait appears the way it does because my grandmother instructed the artist." Amelia blinked at the harshness in his tone. It was clear he had strong feelings about his father. Most of them were not of a positive father-son relationship. "Why did you bring me here? If you thought to inspire me to accept your offer to paint your portrait, then I'm afraid my position has not changed," she said. "I brought you here because I'm curious of your opinion. I already have my own thoughts about my father's portrait, but what do you think of the others?" He wanted her opinion. Amelia turned back to the paintings on the wall. "They all seem very Earlish." "Earlish? They were all Earls," he said. "What I mean to say is that they have a similar feel, cold, haughty, and inapproachable." Vale frowned as he looked at the wall. "You're right." She swung to him. "I'm not agreeing to paint you, but these portraits are boring and pompous, unlike you. That's not how I see you, or how I would paint you." He stilled. "Then you must." She sighed. "We've already discussed this. My answer is no. I won't paint you or a copy of the Kuyp landscape." "Ah, but I didn't offer the proper incentive last time." "Incentive?" He seemed very pleased with himself, and Amelia eyed him warily. "I was foolish to offer monetary payment. You are Huntington's sister-in-law. I know my friend well enough to understand, but he will always ensure you and Chloe are cared for." He clasped his hands behind his back, and a gleam lit his eyes. "I was away for a certain reason, to obtain something you want rather than need." He'd travelled for her? Amelia's curiosity was piqued. "I'm not certain there's anything Have you ever heard of Samuel Sterling?" She looked at him in surprise. "Sterling from the Royal Academy, the master painter?" He was not only an artistic genius, but Amelia had been enamoured of his work for years. He'd experimented with pigments and often used cadmium, vermilion, and cinnabar to produce brilliant colours for his landscapes. Vale took a step closer and nodded. "Yes, the painter and member of the Royal Academy." "What does he have to do with me?" She scanned the portraits on the wall. Most were too old to be his work. "Did he paint one of these? Your father's?" "No. Sterling is a long-time family friend. The Dowager had commissioned one of his first works when he was a struggling artist and helped launch his career, and he feels indebted to the Vale family. He's an incredibly busy artist, but when I described your talent, he agreed to offer a series of instruction." Amelia's heart was pounding so loudly in her chest that she was surprised Vale couldn't hear it. "He agreed to instruct me?" "You must paint my portrait. In exchange, the lessons are yours when you return to London," Vale said. Her breath caught in her lungs. She struggled to comprehend the enormity of what he offered. She understood why he'd want her to paint a copy of the Kuyp landscape. Her unique ability to forge paintings was rare. But his second request was baffling. "Why me? I know why you sought me out to replicate the Kuyp painting, but why not hire Sterling himself for your portrait?" Vale's eyes darkened to a deep moss. "Sterling no longer paints portraits,
but I wouldn't commission him even if he did. The true reason I want you to paint me is because I don't want to look like them," he said, flicking his thumb at the portraits on the walls. "I don't want to look Earlish."
A single thought crossed her mind. Vale looked nothing like them. The comparison was as foolish as the tingle of excitement she experienced every time he looked at her, and she suppressed the urge to press her hand to her pounding heart. There was so much male beauty that she longed to capture on canvas. The risks were high. She could get caught alone with him at night while she worked. She could ruin her reputation and her chances at a future marital match. Eliza would be devastated. She would spend hours alone with Vale, watching him, studying him for as long and as freely as she wanted as she painted. It was sinful, wicked, and entirely improper. When had that ever stopped her in the past? She looked into his eyes and saw the flash of victory before she uttered the words, "I'll do it." A thrill of primitive satisfaction coursed through Brandon. She'd agreed. He imagined standing still as Amelia worked, her eyes intently studying him feature by feature as she painted. Christ, it was enough to make him grow hard in his breeches and his skin sizzle. She looked lovely in an azure gown that emphasized the color of her eyes, a deep blue. Her skin was as flawless as porcelain, and her glossy hair a unique blend of browns and reds. His fingers itched to remove the pins in her hair and discover if the locks reached past her shoulder blades. As if she read his thoughts, a spark of annoyance flared from beneath her thick lashes. "It will be a strictly business arrangement." "Yes, of course. You will act the perfect gentleman." It would take every ounce of willpower he possessed, but he wouldn't pounce on her. "I will." He may fantasize about her in his bed, but he would not act upon his desires. He wasn't a complete scoundrel. He did not want to ruin her reputation, and he could never offer her marriage. He was an earl with a responsibility to his title, his family, and all those dependent upon him, and he needed to marry a wealthy woman. And as his best friend's sister-in-law, Amelia was not mistress material. But he could take pleasure in watching her as she worked. There was passion beneath her surface. He was sure of it. She freely expressed it in her artwork, in the swirling texture and strokes of her brush. If Amelia's layers of respectability were peeled away to reveal her true essence, he had no doubt that she was a fiery, passionate woman. What if after spending hours alone with him in the intimacy of his study as she worked, she would come to want him? God's teeth, his control wouldn't last. A hint of hesitation crossed her face. "You must understand why I'm concerned. I'm not like most women. We may have owned a respectable print shop, but that did not stop men from asking if more than the artwork in the establishment was for sale." A streak of unexpected fury struck Brandon. 3 women proprietors, especially 3 beautiful ones, would be considered fair game among men. But he didn't like the thought of any man making advances toward Amelia. Bloody hell! What was wrong with him? He'd never been possessive of a woman before. Courtesans, widows, and mistresses had come and gone in his life without regret or thought. So why did it bother him now? His gaze travelled over her face and searched her eyes. "You can trust me." Chapter 4. Amelia presented an ease she didn't feel as she looked up at Lord Vale. Could she truly trust him? Now that she'd agreed to his offer, doubts had crept in. She wanted tutelage from the master artist, but how on earth was she going to paint Vale without anyone in the house knowing? "How will we keep it secret?" she asked. "Don't worry. There are hidden passageways in the house that no one knows of but myself and my trusted butler. You can travel through one at night after everyone has retired and paint in my study," he said. "Secret passageways?" "Yes." Her brow creased. How long had he been thinking of this? You've planned this all in advance, haven't you?
I would be remiss if I had not.
She scowled at his arrogance. You were so sure I would agree to paint you?
The corner of his lips pulled into a grin. I was hopeful.
She didn't know what to make of him. He was arrogant one moment and charming the next. Show me, then, before anyone notices my absence. Despite the risks, excitement hummed through Amelia's veins. The wicked part of her was thrilled at the scandalous agreement. She'd known she could be tempted by sin, but now she understood how easily she could be enticed to thrust caution and reason aside. Her father, the infamous forger, had been bribed by money. The income he'd earned from his first forgery had been enough to tempt him into permanent immoral behavior. She was no different. She was tempted, not by money, but by a different form of payment, private lessons from a master painter. She still couldn't believe her good fortune. Samuel Sterling's artwork graced the ballrooms of royalty. Many artists would sell their souls to spend an afternoon with him. Vale escorted her from the portrait gallery up the grand staircase and halted outside her bedchamber door. He glanced both ways to ensure they were alone and lowered his voice. There is a hidden door in the paneling of your room that leads to a passageway. You must take a candle with you, because it's dim. If you follow the passage, it will lead you directly to my private study. Does each guest chamber have a secret door? She asked. No, yours is the only one with access to the passage. No wonder Vale had insisted she occupy this room alone. He'd known he could convince her to accept his offer. He was attractive and unscrupulous enough to tempt any woman. He had stepped close to her, and although they weren't touching, she was highly conscious of the solidity and size of him. If she turned from the door, she'd be pressed against him. Footsteps sounded on the landing down the hall. Amelia sucked in a breath. Someone's coming. I will show you another time when it's safe. Meanwhile, make a list of the supplies you will need and hand it to my butler. He turned to leave. Wait, she whispered as loudly as she dare. My paints and brushes. All will be delivered. Leave it to me. That evening, dinner was an exercise in frustration. Amelia was seated between Lord Vale's sisters, Caroline and Helen. Vale occupied the head of the table, and the Dowager was seated to his right. The rest of the house party guests were expected to arrive later in the week, including the Marquis, Lady Helen's betrothed, and the Duke of Townsend's family. Amelia stole glimpses at Vale. He looked exceptionally handsome with a royal blue jacket, a cream-coloured brocade waistcoat, and a snowy cravat. She should have had her fill of excitement after selling her soul forgery years ago. The threat of discovery and imprisonment should have been enough stimulation and danger to last a lady a lifetime. But she must not be an ordinary woman. She was brimming with anticipation to begin painting him. Vale motioned for dinner service to commence, and half a dozen footmen began serving the meal. The food was plentiful and delicious, the wine smooth and expensive. Lady Helen sipped her wine and set down her glass. Amelia has graciously gifted me one of her beautiful landscape paintings. The Dowager looked at Amelia. I didn't know you painted. Amelia swallowed a spoonful of her first course, a delicious turtle soup. I enjoy painting as a pastime, my lady. She fought the urge to squirm in her seat beneath the Dowager's shrewd eyes. Eliza had mentioned that Lord Vale's grandmother was a formidable woman, and from her stiff posture and shrewd stare, Amelia could understand why. The painting isn't finished yet, and it's already a masterpiece, in my opinion, Helen said. Truly, Vale said, drawing attention to him at the head of the table. I'd like to see it when it's finished. His lazy smile caused the air to leave her lungs. She set down her spoon. A footman immediately stepped forward to take her bowl. The Dowager cleared her throat from across the table and drew Amelia's attention.
Painting, needlework, and the pianoforte are all encouraging activities for young ladies."
"I think it's a lovely engagement gift. I wish I had such talent," Caroline said.
Eliza smiled. "Amelia is the only one of us who can paint. She's gifted."
Chloe spoke up. "It's true. She works wonders with her oils and brushes. I often tease her that she will have to teach me some day."
Huntington nodded. "As an art critic, I wholeheartedly agree." Amelia met her brother-in-law's amused grin. Thank goodness he didn't mention how he'd first learned of her artistic talent. Her forgery had been so meticulous it had almost fooled him. "Your reputation as an art critic is renowned, Lord Huntington," the Dowager said. "Perhaps you can recommend a portrait painter to capture my grandson's image to add to Rose Hill's gallery. I've been asking him for over a year to have his portrait completed." "There are many fine artists to pick from in London," Huntington said. "The Royal Academy has a list of accomplished portrait painters." Huntington shot Vale a dark look that made Amelia squirm in her seat. She was quite certain her brother-in-law didn't know of her agreement with Vale. The Dowager turned to Vale. "You should take Huntington's advice." Amelia's heart pounded so strongly it was a wonder the Dowager didn't hear it across the table. Vale raised his glass. "Never fear. I'm working on it." Late that night, Amelia was curled in an armchair studying the pages of her sketchbook. The older scenes were from her window during their brief stay in St. Giles. The images were disturbing and deeply affecting. One in particular always tugged at her heart. A young mother begging on the corner, her face gaunt from sacrificing too many meals to feed her young children. Amelia often wondered what had become of her. Was she alive? Had her children survived? The sketch was one that Amelia had vowed to paint and display for a future exhibition. She scrawled her name on the bottom of the sketch in bold black letters, just as she planned to sign it after she'd painted it. Amelia Somerton. Not Henry Crowley, or Evan Townsend, or Donald Marshall, or any of the other names she'd used in the past. She turned to the end of the book, and a single candle illuminated her most recent work, a rough sketch of Lord Vale's handsome face. She'd captured a knowing glint in his eyes, a lazily seductive glance that had upset her balance more than once. A soft knock on her bedchamber door startled her. She set her sketchbook aside, donned her night rail over her nightgown, and cracked the door to find the flesh-and-blood model of her sketch standing in the hall. "I saw the candlelight beneath the door. I'm glad you're awake," he said. Her brow furrowed, and she peeked around him. "Is something amiss with Chloe?" "No." "Then why are you here?" "I thought to show you the secret passageway," he said. "Now? It's well past midnight." "All the guests are asleep. It's the perfect time." Perfect for him. He was fully dressed, from jacket and waistcoat to shined hessians. He looked like he was ready for a ride in the country. Amelia was dressed in her night-clothes. Even though the fabric covered every inch of her skin, from the high neckline and long sleeves to her slippered feet, she still felt exposed. "I'm not sure this is the best time to—" "There's no better opportunity." He stepped inside and closed the door. "Your sister watches you like a hawk. My grandmother misses nothing." Amelia backed up a step. "You're not afraid, are you?" he asked. Now that he was inside her bedchamber with candlelight flickering across his face, she had second thoughts. Could she do this? Could she be alone with the man for hours each night and paint him? She didn't fear physical harm from him. Her instincts told her she would be safe with him. But there were other disconcerting factors. A fluttering at the back of her neck and the wild beating of her pulse when he looked at her. And the way her heart seemed to rush to the spot on her hand or arm every time he briefly touched her. "Let me show you the passageway. If you have second thoughts, you can back out of our arrangement. I'll send a message straight away to Stirling at the Royal Academy, but I am no longer in need of his services," he said.
At the mention of the master painter, Amelia shook her head. "No, show me." Art lessons were a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she couldn't let propriety or discomfort get in her way, no matter how highly attractive she found her subject. A second passed, then two, before Vale nodded. He carried his candle to a chest of drawers and held the light close to the panelled wall. Amelia bent to look where he was indicating. "I don't see anything." "Look close. Here." He pointed to the moulding at the base of the wall. She saw it then, a small crack that was nearly invisible with the paint. "If you press the lever by the moulding, you will hear a click and the door will open," he instructed. Amelia ran her fingers across the moulding until she felt a small lever. She pressed down and felt a latch release at the same time she heard a click. A door opened in the panelling, and darkness met her eyes. Vale held up his candle, and the glow lit a passageway. "The passage leads directly to my study. Follow me." Amelia reached for her own candle and followed behind him. Candlelight flickered off the corridor's walls, and the hair on her nape stood on end. "How far is it?" she whispered. "We're almost there." She'd never liked small spaces, and the corridor was dim and cramped. A trickle of sweat beaded between her breasts. Reaching out, she pressed a hand against his jacket between his shoulder blades. His strength and warmth beneath her palm kept any panic at bay. "We're here." He lowered the candle to show her another lever to press. A door sprang open, and she followed him into a room. She took a deep breath and blinked as her eyes adjusted from the dimness in the corridor to the brightly lit room. 3 rows of bookshelves lined with supple leather volumes graced one wall. A large pear wood desk occupied the wall opposite a stone fireplace with a coal grate. The desk was covered with papers, and a wooden globe rested on an end table. But it was the 2 canvases on easels in the corner that caught her eye. A smaller canvas was for the Albert Kuyp landscape. The larger one, measuring 5 feet tall and 3 feet wide, was the exact dimensions for a portrait that she'd scrawled on a note and handed to his butler. Her wooden box of art supplies rested on an end table close by the canvas. "Are they acceptable?" he asked. "Yes." "You can work here each night after the guests retire. No one but my butler and most trusted staff enter here. I often work late at night, and they are used to my unconventional work habits." In the brightly lit room, Amelia's concerns vanished. She could easily paint here for hours without threat of discovery. "I have one question," she said. "What was the secret passageway used for? Were the past Earls of Vale involved in espionage on behalf of the Crown?" His lips twitched in amusement. "Hardly such a noble cause. My great-grandfather was profligate, and his mistresses often visited Rose Hill. The secret passageway was a convenient means for his lovers to come to him. I'm certain the tales have been exaggerated, but the corridor speaks for itself. Only a handful of people have ever known of its existence." She hadn't expected such an explanation. She'd imagined spies and noble self-sacrificing men taking risks on behalf of their country, not the illicit affairs of an old earl. She motioned toward the door hidden in the panelling. "Then why does the passage lead to the study and not the master bedchamber?" His smile turned up a notch. "Because my great-grandmother, the Countess, would have heard everything." "Oh!" Amelia's face grew warm. Whatever answer she had expected, it wasn't that. A sudden thought occurred to her, and she eyed him with newfound knowledge. "You won't be making any visits through the passage into my bedchamber?" He placed his hand across his heart. "My vow as a gentleman. I'd never visit a lady's bedchamber unless I'm invited." Heavens, the way he said it suggested he was often invited. Amelia felt a rush of heat across her skin. She hadn't even started to paint him, and she was thinking scandalous thoughts. She needed to maintain all boundaries. Arching an eyebrow, she glared at him. "Since that will never happen, I will begin working tomorrow night, my lord." After Amelia departed through the secret passageway to return to her bedchamber, Brandon remained in his study. He poured himself a glass of brandy and propped his booted feet upon his desk. Papers, ledgers, and reports littered the surface, reminding him of all his duties and responsibilities. He didn't want to think of the work he had yet to accomplish at the textile mill. He'd rather think of pleasurable things. He closed his eyes, savouring the fine alcohol as images of Amelia in her nightclothes flashed through his mind. The wholesome white linen had covered every inch of her skin, from its high neckline to its embroidered sleeves and hem, but a woman had never looked more tempting to him. He'd experienced his share of females, widows and courtesans, but none had attracted him as strongly as Amelia Somerton. He imagined untying the bow of her nightgown at her neck and revealing the smallest amount of creamy flesh. He felt himself harden just thinking about removing the pristine cloth. When she stepped before the candlelight, he could make out the shape of a slender leg through the material. Holy hell! He should be thrilled she'd agreed to copy the Kuyp landscape. He was counting on the money from the sale of the original painting, but he was surprised at how much he was looking forward to sitting for his portrait. He'd have a chance to watch her as she studied him and worked. Her blue eyes would travel over his body inch by inch as she painted. The thought was enough to heat his skin and harden him further. It would be a tantalizing escape. He wouldn't have to think of his troubles, only the pleasure of spending time alone with a beautiful woman he desired. She claimed she had no interest in an illicit liaison, but he had caught her sidelong glances when they were in her bedchamber and later in his study. She had watched his lips move, had glanced at his shoulders, his chest. On some deeply buried level, Amelia Somerton desired him. The thought heightened his lust. Brandon had been challenged by many things lately. His father's bad business decisions, the running of the earldom and its estates, his inherited pile of debt, and keeping all the financial problems from the females in his family. But it had been a long time since he'd been challenged by a woman. He could never act on his desires. No matter how badly he wanted Amelia, she wasn't an experienced widow or courtesan. She was Huntington's sister-in-law, for Christ's sake. She deserved to be properly courted by a gentleman. Ah, but therein lies the rub. He wasn't that gentleman. He needed a woman, but the right kind of woman. The sale of the Kuyp landscape would pay for his sister's wedding and buy him some time with the creditors. But if he couldn't turn the textile mill into a profitable factory, then his choices were limited. The fastest and most efficient way to solve all his financial problems and repair the damage from his father was to marry a woman of fortune, a lady with a large dowry, like the Duke of Townsend's daughter. Chapter 5. The following morning, Brandon returned to his study and surveyed the Morning Post with dread. Bills. Nothing but bills. He began sorting the stack by largest amount due to the smallest when his butler Smithson cleared his throat from the open doorway. "This just arrived for you, my lord." A knot formed in Brandon's gut as he took the note on the silver salver. He broke the seal and read, "Blast! Not another problem with the machines." His butler arched a brow. "My lord?" Brandon sighed and dropped the fool's cap on the desk. "The textile mill has had problems with the power looms." Of all the businesses his father purchased, the textile mill had looked the most promising on paper. At first glance, Brandon had been relieved to see the potential profitability of the mill. The power looms were newer technology, and one could easily expect an increase in the production of cloth than had been seen from a dozen hand looms. But Brandon's hopefulness had died soon after the mill began suffering repeated breakdowns of the steam-powered looms which had slowed production. "What was my father thinking when he purchased the mill?" Brandon muttered. "Pardon my insubordinance, my lord,
but the old Earl rarely thought. Brandon shot his long-time butler a scalding look. "Thank you for your observations, Smithson." The butler nodded, then disappeared down the hall. Brandon sank into his chair, running his fingers through his hair, pulling it in agitation. There had to be a solution to the looms. He'd meet with the factory manager and demand an accounting of the repairs. Footsteps sounded outside his study door. "You will soon be bored, just like your father, if you keep tugging on your hair." He looked up to see his paternal grandmother, the Dowager Countess of Vale, standing in the doorway. Damn! If Smithson had shut the study door, then even the Dowager would not have dared intrude. Only 5 feet in height, his grandmother made up for it with a regal bearing and spine of steel. Many people feared her, but he was closer to her than he had been to his own mother. "Good morning. Is that what you came to tell me?" "Madame Marguerite is coming for Helen's trousseau." His lips thinned. "Are both my sisters seeing the French dressmaker?" "Of course. She is coming to Rose Hill because we have guests and cannot travel." Brandon grimaced. Helen, Caroline, and his grandmother were all seeing the modiste? The bill would be exorbitant. "Is there a problem?" she asked. "Not at all. Have a lovely time." How could he tell them? A gentleman didn't discuss finances with the ladies of his household, and his sisters needed dresses and ball gowns befitting their station for the upcoming wedding. Helen was the oldest, and the upcoming house party was to celebrate her engagement to the Marquis of Newchester. The party was another expense, but the Dowager had made the arrangements as soon as the betrothal had taken place, and Brandon wouldn't deny his sister her happy occasion. Caroline was only 2 years younger than Helen, and she had an eye for the latest Parisian fashions. He loved them all. It was his responsibility to provide everything they needed. His grandmother stepped into the room. "By your expression, I can only assume the coffers of the earldom are not as padded as you would like me to believe." She was a keen observer, and consequently his father had always avoided her. The old Earl had once said she was adept at reading his mind, and he'd never appreciated the intrusion. She studied him, her green eyes the exact shade of his own. "There's no sense denying it. I knew my son's weakness." His father had more than one, but Brandon held his tongue. "Helen and Caroline do not need to know." "I agree," she said, "but you are aware that there is a way out of this predicament." Brandon's muscles tensed. He knew what was coming. "The Duke of Townsend's daughter," she said, "Lady Minerva, is accompanying the Duke and Duchess here." Of course she would. Brandon suspected it was part of his grandmother's master plan. Celebrate Helen's betrothal to the Marquis and arrange for Brandon's to the Duke's daughter. Years ago, his father and the Duke had made a drunken promise to marry off their son and daughter when they became of age. No contract had been signed. It wasn't enforceable in a court. Brandon had been a toddler, and Lady Minerva had been a newborn. No one had mentioned it for years, and Brandon had never paid it attention and thought no one else would either. Until now. "I was in leading strings, and she was a suckling babe. It was never formal," he said. "No matter. It can easily be made so." The Duke's daughter, Lady Minerva, was a pale blonde with an ample bosom. She was not beautiful, but it wasn't her looks that made her unattractive to Brandon. The lady was lacking in intelligence, and she had an annoying tendency to speak incessantly on mundane topics. On the few instances he danced with her at a ball or conversed with her at a garden party, he'd ended up with an aching head. Brandon was well aware of his duty. Minerva may be as intelligent as a turnip and chatter about inconsequential matters, but her enormous dowry could save the earldom. "I don't wish to discuss the Duke's daughter right now," he said. "When?" He waved a hand. "Go meet the dressmakers. Please enjoy yourself." "Your father married your mother for her dowry?"
the Dowager pointed out, and they despised each other. The thought of entering a marriage similar to his own parents made his gut clench. His parents didn't have heated arguments or screaming matches. Theirs was a cold marriage filled with narrowed eyes, pursed lips, and ill-disguised hatred. Not an ounce of love could be found in the pile of stone of his family's London mansion for the Earl and Countess's children. "It's done all the time. You have no choice," his grandmother said. Brandon took a deep breath. "No, I can't believe it. If I can manage to turn around another business, we will have more than enough. For heaven's sake, Brandon, there is no other way." She stepped closer to his desk. "You must do my duty." "Yes." Brandon's jaw tightened. At his silence, her face fell slightly, and she touched his hand. "Listen, my dear boy, doing your duty doesn't mean the end of all enjoyment in your life." He knew exactly what she meant. Do your duty and take your pleasure elsewhere. Now think of what I've said. Meanwhile, your sisters are waiting outside. I promise to limit their selections." "No, don't restrict them. I can afford to buy them dresses and pelisses," he said. He couldn't deny them, and he most definitely didn't want the Dowager to think the estate was that bad off. She'd arranged for the reading of the banns tomorrow. Not when there was a chance he could fix the power looms and make the mill profitable. "All right." She turned to leave, then suddenly halted and looked back at Brandon. "I know you are preoccupied with estate matters, but what about your portrait? You know I have been asking you to have it painted. As the newest Earl of Vale, your portrait should be proudly displayed alongside all the prior earls in the portrait gallery." "You keep telling me," he said. "It's upsetting that it won't be displayed for the house party, but it must be completed for future social gatherings. Only several weeks from now, it's my turn to host the Hampshire Ladies' Garden and Literary Society, and those opinionated women will pass through the gallery and undoubtedly inquire about my grandson's image. If it's money that's preventing you from hiring an artist, then I will pay." "There are more than sufficient funds for a portrait," he countered, careful to maintain eye contact and keep his tone level. "Good. It's tradition," she insisted. "It's on my list." She nodded, then shut the door behind her. Brandon leaned back in his seat and conjured up a woman's image, not of the Duke's daughter, but one of a lady wearing a kerchief over her auburn hair and a paint-stained apron. Her sapphire eyes were as brilliant as a flawless blue sky. His blood pounded through his veins like an avalanche. Take your pleasure elsewhere. If all went according to plan, he would. After all, he never was one to follow the rules. Chapter 6. "I can't believe I'm doing this." The passageway door closed behind Amelia as she stepped into Lord Vale's study that night. He was seated behind his desk, sifting through papers when he saw her. He stood, and his full lips curved in a smile. He was meticulously dressed in buff breeches, a navy jacket, striped waistcoat, and a ruby pin in his snowy cravat. She had dressed in a plain blue gown, one she often wore when she painted. She'd purposely chosen the dress to remind her of why she was here. This wasn't a lover's tryst, but work. "I've been waiting," he said. "I feared you had changed your mind. I wanted to be certain everyone in the house was asleep." The mantel clock in her room read close to midnight before she dared venture out. She was still nervous of discovery. What if Chloe woke and came to her room? It was unlikely, but they'd shared a bedchamber since they were very young, and sometimes her sister had nightmares, times when she'd been ill and had dreamed of their father. It had been a while, but what if? "I left lit torches in the passageway," he said. "Yes, thank you, my lord." The secret corridor had been brightly lit, unlike the first time he'd shown her the way to his study. She hadn't experienced any anxiety, only nervousness at being alone with him.
"It's Brandon," he said.
"Pardon?
"If you are to paint me, you must call me Brandon."
"It's horribly improper."
"In this room, then. I insist upon it. Elsewhere you may my lord me to your heart's content."
"All right," she agreed hesitantly.
"Say it."
Their eyes met, and his steady gaze bore into her in silent expectation. She felt a lurch of excitement and felt her cheeks warm. "Brandon." The name flowed smoothly from her lips as if she were powerless to resist his charm.
He smiled. "See? It's so simple."
That was the problem. Using his Christian name was a level of intimacy she wasn't sure they should share.
"Please sit."
He motioned to a pair of armchairs before the fireplace.
"Let's talk first."
She chose one of the leather chairs. He occupied the one opposite and stretched out his long legs. She dared a look at his muscular thighs before shifting in her seat and meeting his amused gaze. Her blood pounded and her face grew warm. Had he caught her looking at him? She forced herself to breathe and composed her features.
"Smithson delivered the rest of your supplies. You needn't worry about discovery. I trust Smithson, and he's good at keeping what I require secret from my family," Brandon said.
"Why would you need to keep secrets from them?" She was getting to know his sisters, and Helen and Caroline seemed like wonderful progressive women to her. The Dowager, on the other hand, intimidated Amelia. She might be 4 inches shorter than Amelia, but Amelia felt like a child being scolded whenever the woman glanced in her direction. Brandon arched a dark eyebrow. She realized her question regarding his family sounded ridiculous. "Pardon, I didn't mean to pry." Of course he wanted to keep things hidden. From what she'd heard during her years at the print shop, all gentlemen of the ton kept mistresses. Hadn't Bale's own great-grandfather installed the very passageway she just walked through for that reason?
"It's not what you're thinking,"
he said.
"Smithson doesn't help me keep courtesans or wild orgies secret, but rather my business dealings that the females in my family wouldn't be interested in anyway."
"I see," she said, even though she didn't believe him. Why would he need to keep his business dealings secret? Amelia recalled Lady Caroline's fascination with the print shop they had owned for 5 years. Perhaps Caroline would be able to help her brother, not hinder him.
"Let's settle our own business first."
He reached into his coat pocket, withdrew a letter, and handed it to her. Amelia unfolded the foolscap and read, "It's from Samuel Sterling himself. He's agreed to 5 sessions upon my return to London." Her hand trembled with excitement as she stared at the letter in her hand. Sterling's messy handwriting only added to her excitement. Her eyes lowered to his signature, and she recognized the distinctive swooping S from when he signed his own artwork. She was still awed by his offer to teach her.
"Just as I promised," Brandon said.
She looked up and bit her bottom lip. His gaze lowered to her mouth. She felt an immediate sweeping pull low in her stomach. The excitement of the letter, combined with the virility of the man sitting before her, made her breath catch. "It's what I've always desired," she breathed. His eyes darkened a shade to a deep moss. She looked away. This wouldn't do at all. She hadn't drawn a single charcoal line, and already she was craving the forbidden. She cleared her throat and stood. "I often work on more than one painting at a time, and plan on painting the Kuyp landscape and your portrait simultaneously. I thought to start with your portrait tonight. Have you given any thought of how you would like to pose?"
He rose to his feet. "What is your professional opinion as an artist?"
A reproduction of Michelangelo's statue of David she had once seen in a museum rose in her mind. Magnificent in its naked splendor, the statue's muscles and sinew had portrayed a beautiful male form. Her pulse beat in her throat, and she tried to assume an ease she didn't feel as she faced him. She had been raised unconventionally in an artist's household. Her father's studio contained all types of art, including nude drawings and sketches, and she had studied them in order to sketch realistic people in her works. The print shop also had a vast variety of prints and paintings for sale, some of nudes or half-dressed subjects. She shouldn't be thinking of that artwork now, not when the strikingly handsome Earl of Vale was staring at her and waiting for her response. Her hands, hidden from sight, twisted nervously in her skirts. "Do you prefer any of the portraits of the prior Earls of Vale you had shown me?" "I thought I discussed not wanting to look like them." "Oh, you could never look like them. Not if she was the artist." She was distracted when he reached up to unbutton and remove his jacket, then drape it across the armchair. Next, he shed his waistcoat and tossed it to join the jacket. Broad shoulders strained against the fabric of his shirt. She could make out muscles and a narrow waist where his shirt tucked into his breeches. "What are you doing?" she asked, alarmed. "All my ancestors are dressed formally. I don't want to be remembered as Earlish, remember?" Had she ever used that term to describe him? He looked about the room. Now, how should I pose?" Her gaze lifted to his, and she searched for some hint that he knew her reaction to his state of undress. All she found was a guiltless concentration, like he was struggling to decide how best to pose for her study. Heat rushed to her cheeks. She racked her mind for something to say to distract her from his masculinity. "You said you are in your study every evening. What do you spend most of your time doing here?" she asked. "That's easy." He motioned to the large desk and the piles of paper upon its surface. "I work." "Every night?" "Long into every night." She chewed her lip. She thought that most of the gentlemen of the Beaumont spent their nights at their London clubs, or, if in the country, drinking with their friends. A house party offered ample opportunity for him to be in the billiard-room with Lord Huntingdon. Once the other gentlemen arrived, she imagined they would all drink and play billiards. "What do you work on?" she asked. "This and that. The old Earl died a year ago. I'm sorting through his affairs." It was a vague answer, to be sure. It was also none of her concern. He was hiring her to paint him, not delve into his affairs. He may not be paying her in banknotes, but the sterling letter in her skirt pocket was as good as gold, in Amelia's opinion. "I have an idea," she blurted out. "Since you spend so much time at your desk, I'd like to paint you there." "Behind the desk?" "No, in front of it." She pointed where she wanted him to stand in front of the massive pale wood desk. "Lean back against the desk and place a hand on either side of you for support." She took one of his hands and showed him. His hand was much larger than hers, the fingers long, tapered and strong. He wore no gloves, and she'd left hers in her room. No sense wearing them when she painted. The simple act of touching his hands was intimate and made her cheeks flush. He leaned back, his hands on either side as she'd requested. She looked up and met his gaze. They were close, too close. For a heart-stopping moment she read longing in his eyes, pure and undisguised. She froze. He wasn't as guiltless or unaffected as she'd thought. Her heart pounded in her chest, beating so hard and loud that she feared he could hear. "Anything else?" he asked. "Cross your feet at the ankles." She walked to the center of the room, turned and looked at him. The firelight from the cold brazier accented the burnished copper in his brown locks and made his eyes appear a deep hazel. She suspected a bevy of desperate painters would fight for the opportunity to paint Lord Vale's face. Her own fingers twitched with the need to sketch and paint. "Perfect," she found herself saying. "Not stuffy or earlish at all. I'm not leaning on a Corinthian column or sitting stiffly on an uncomfortable stool, or petting a hunting dog, or sitting astride an Arabian. I like it." She moved to one of the armchairs, flipped open her sketchbook, and picked up her charcoal. "I need to draw you first to get all the details just right before I paint." His lips twitched.
Just as I thought. You do know what you're doing.
She gave him her sternest glare. This is my first official portrait, my lord. His voice was smooth but insistent.
It's Brandon, remember?
I remember, she said. There was something lazily seductive in his look. She tried to relax and return to her sketch, but he held her eyes. Her fingers clutched the charcoal.
I look forward to the sittings, Amelia.
Sweet heaven, she did too. Chapter 7. Early the following morning, Amelia gathered her sketchbook and charcoal and headed out across the lawn. It promised to be a beautiful day, with a blue sky and a cool breeze. She breathed the fresh air deeply into her lungs. Brandon. The name was as intimate as his pose in his study. A brisk morning walk was what she needed to clear her head of the image of him dressed in shirt-sleeves and breeches as he leaned against the desk. She was halfway past Rose Hill's prized flowering rose bushes when she heard her name. Amelia. She whirled to see Lord Vale behind her. He was astride a black stallion and dressed in a dark coat and hessians. He rode close and halted before her. Their gazes meshed, and it was suddenly hard to breathe. He leaped off the horse and gathered the reins in one hand.
Shouldn't you still be abed? Pardon? You were up late last night sketching in my study. All the ladies are still sleeping.
You were up late too, she pointed out.
I'm used to keeping late hours and rising early. Are you?
The truth was, she wasn't. When they'd owned the shop, they rose early, but they retired early as well. There was always work to be done, whether it was dusting the counter or the dozens of frames and bric-a-brac items. As working women, there was rarely an idle moment. Afterward, when she'd moved to a Mayfair townhouse with Chloe, they didn't need to rise early, but Amelia had kept to her schedule. She knew it would change once they left the country and returned to London and began attending balls that went far into the night. She glanced at the sky. It's a beautiful day. Artists must seize the moment. He eyed the sketchbook under her arm.
I would think you'd be tired of drawing.
She shook her head. No, I worked every day when we owned the shop. I switch subjects. It keeps my mind fresh. I never tire of it.
What's your inspiration this morning?
The tenant farmers. I can't imagine them lying about until the afternoon.
He looked surprised. You want to sketch Rose Hill's tenant farmers?
I do. I'm fascinated by all types of working people, and I've never had an opportunity to see those that live in the country and farm the land. I'm curious. Are their lives any different?
I expect it depends on the demands of the landholder. Some can be cruel, others more generous, he said.
What type are you?
A spark of amusement lit his eyes. I'm on my way to inspect the land. Shall we ride together?
It was early enough that her sisters and other occupants of the house would remain in bed for a while. No one would see them. She nodded. I'd like that. He led her to the stables and instructed a groom to ready a speckled mare and pack Amelia's sketchbook and charcoal in a saddle-bag. Brandon's large hands encircled her waist as he lifted her onto a side saddle. Her fingers briefly brushed the strong tendons in the back of his neck, and she swallowed tightly at the tingle of excitement inside her. They rode side by side as they left the well-tended lawns and soon came to fields of crops. He raised a forefinger and pointed. All the land you see belongs to Rose Hill. She cupped her hand over her eyebrows to shield the sun from her eyes. I suspected Rose Hill was large from our drive here, but I didn't realize the estate was so vast.
15,000 acres.
Her mouth gaped as she turned to him. 15,000 acres? She couldn't fathom one person owning that much land.
Almost all of it has been in my family for generations. My grandfather purchased an additional parcel of land, a little over 500 acres, in his lifetime to add to the estate.
She was reminded once again of his responsibility to his family, and to everyone who depended on him for their livelihood. The earldom brought great benefits and luxury, but burden as well. They continued onward toward the tenant farms. The land was beautiful in the early morning light. The fresh grass was sprinkled with delicate wildflowers of every color. Birds chirped and insects buzzed. They passed pastures of grazing horses, sheep with their lambs, and acres of orchards, where pear, peach, and apple trees were beginning to flower and would produce sweet fruit later in the summer and during the fall. He stopped beside an apple tree and rested a hand on the trunk. "I used to climb these trees as a boy. My nursemaid would scream for me to get down. I loved tormenting her." Her lips curved in a smile. She could picture him as a precocious child standing on one of the tree limbs, then moving swiftly as he climbed farther and farther up. "You must have given your mother and nursemaid a head of grey hair." A shadow crossed his features. "Never my mother. My parents hated each other. The Earl was always at his clubs and disliked the country. The Countess preferred entertaining and avoided her children." Amelia's smile faded. "I'm sorry." He shrugged. "Don't be. Our needs were seen to." Still, his childhood must have been desolate without love and affection. She could tell that he loved his sisters, Helen and Caroline, by the way he treated them. Had he always cared for them in an effort to make up for his parents' failures? They continued riding for several more minutes until they reached a grassy hill. "We're here," he said, drawing her attention to an area beyond the hill. Amelia spotted the thatched roofs of the tenants' cottages. As they came closer, she saw children running and playing with a ball. A scruffy dog barked and joined the game. The children loped forward, shouting and waving in greeting. "Lord Vale!" Brandon reached down and ruffled the hair of a red-haired, freckle-faced lad. "Where's your father, Daniel?" "He's inside, my lord." "Will you fetch him for me?" The child nodded and flashed a gap-toothed smile, then ran toward one of the cottages and called out his father's name. Brandon helped Amelia dismount from her horse just as families came out of the dwellings to greet them. To her astonishment, Brandon knew all their names and recalled a personal detail about each man, woman, and child. The birth of a babe, the death of a distant relative, and the dates of upcoming weddings and baptisms were all discussed between master and tenants. Lord Vale must regularly patrol his property, and it was clear that he took a keen interest in the people working the land. Looking into the eyes of these hard-working families, she saw their respect and admiration for their master. "You know them all?" she asked. "It took me a while after inheriting the title, but yes, I know them all." Several wives approached and bobbed curtsies. They chatted excitedly about the upcoming village fair. "Everyone is invited to attend," Brandon explained. "The tenants of both my estate as well as Huntingdon's attend. It's the one day a year everyone can be seen mingling together." A burly farmer with calloused hands, a bronzed complexion, and red hair approached. Amelia realized he was Daniel's father. The farmer began discussing the fallow fields that Amelia and Brandon had passed, and he suggested rye and barley be planted on the land set aside for next spring. Brandon agreed and recommended potatoes, carrots, and cabbage be planted as well. When the men started to converse about the livestock, Amelia wandered off to sit in the shade beneath a large tree and flipped open her sketchbook. Her older drawings of London poverty were grim. In comparison, the tenant farmers and their children appeared well-fed and content. She began to sketch the cottages and the people. She paid particular attention to the children scurrying about and the women who'd gathered near one of the cottages and talked as they hung freshly laundered clothing on a line to dry. After Brandon finished with his tenants, he joined her by the tree. "The sketch is remarkably good. You've captured the children playing, the men and women working, and even the dog. It's much more peaceful and pleasant than I thought." "How so?" "Everyone has their place," she explained. "It's not the overcrowded city streets, and lacks the constant noise of brewers' carts, hacks, and the cries of hawkers selling their wares, and the ever-present stench of too many bodies packed in too close a space. True, but don't be fooled. These people toil hard each day. He held out his hand, and she allowed him to help her to her feet. Are you ready to go back? She nodded, and they began to ride back to the manor. Amelia enjoyed the breeze, the warmth of the sun on her cheeks, and the fragrant scent of wild flowers. Let's stop a moment, he said. She followed him into the forest, where it was cooler and the sunlight was sparse under the canopy of trees. A stream bubbled welcomingly, and he led the horses to the water to drink. It's lovely here, she said as she stretched her legs. This is part of the additional land that was purchased by my grandfather years ago. The stream was my favorite spot as a child, and I spent hours here skipping stones. Past the trees are more tenant cottages. Once again, she was amazed by the enormity of the estate. They both depended upon each other, landowner and tenant living in harmony. So, what do you think of your tour? She tilted her head to the side and regarded him. I think Rose Hill's tenants are fortunate because you are a good landowner. I suspect there are others who are more concerned with the profit from the land than the well-being of their tenants. You are not that type of man and have more honor. He stilled. For a heart-stopping moment, she feared she shouldn't have spoken her thoughts. The fresh morning air grew heavier, warm, and thick with awareness. She licked her lips. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and his eyes darkened. Goodness! He looked like he was going to kiss her. Her heart pounded against her rib cage. She should have stepped back in protest. Instead, she stood still as he lowered his head, inch by inch, until his lips grazed hers, once, twice, before fully claiming her mouth. Cradling her face with his hand, he touched her nowhere else. Yet she was aware of his heat inches away. His kiss was as tender and light as a summer breeze, and she sighed in delight. He shifted, and she felt the tip of his tongue trace her full bottom lip, then slide inside her mouth. She gasped as he leisurely tasted her with skillful mastery. Emboldened, she touched her tongue to his and shivered at the contact. Her hands, which had fisted her gown at her sides, lifted to slide up his forearms and grasp his shoulders. She longed to remove the layers of broadcloth and linen and feel his flesh. In her dreams, she never thought a kiss could be this delightful, this scandalously arousing. She knew the rush of pleasure was dangerous, but she was powerless to stop it. Rather than push him away, her fingers dug into his shoulders, and she swayed closer. He growled deep in his throat and pulled her fully against him. Her soft curves molded against his hard chest, and her nipples hardened beneath the fabric of her gown. She was fully aware of the hardness of his thigh brushing against hers and the tantalizing heat of his body. Her breath caught. Her eyelids fluttered closed. The harsh, uneven rhythm of her breathing echoed in her ears. She resisted the temptation to arch into him. Slowly his hand moved downward until he cupped her breast, and his thumb grazed across her hardened nipple. Pleasure spiraled from her breast and settled into a hidden, pulsing core between her legs. The sensations were shocking. She came to her senses and pressed against him. He released her and took a deep breath. His eyes were dark with unmistakable desire. I promised myself I wouldn't touch you, he said hoarsely. Backing away, she raised trembling fingers to her lips. Why did you, then? His stare was bold and sizzling. My manners seem to go up in smoke when I'm near you. The sound of his hoarse voice made her knees quiver. She desperately needed to put distance between them before she made a complete fool of herself. She took another step back. Our arrangement won't work if— No, you can trust me. Trust him? It was the second time he'd said those words to her. She didn't know if she could trust herself around him. What on earth had possessed her to allow his kiss? "Please take me back, my lord." He looked like he was going to correct her from using his title, but stayed silent and offered his arm instead. She was afraid to touch him, afraid her traitorous body would tremble and show how deeply she was affected by his kiss. She placed the tips of her fingers on his sleeve as he led her and the horses away from the copse of trees onto the main path back to the house. She was careful not to brush his shoulders as he helped her upon the side saddle, yet she still felt the undeniable pull of attraction as he encircled her waist and lifted her. They rode in silence. She didn't dare mention the kiss, and she breathed in and out to try to ease her nerves. She attempted to focus on the sunshine, the blue sky, the shimmering fields, anything but the man riding beside her. It was no use. All she could think about was the velvet warmth of his lips and his large hand on her breast. How much farther was the house? At last the white stone mansion came into view, and a groom came out to take the horses. Rather than escort her to the door, Brandon led Amelia to the twin gazebos in the gardens. "We should return separately. I'll wait a while after you enter the house before I return," he said. She understood. Everyone should still be in their bedchambers, but he didn't want to take a chance that they would be seen together. She turned to go when he called out, "Wait, you'll come back tonight," he said. She glanced back. "I gave my word." A fleeting expression of relief crossed his face before the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Did he think she'd renege on their arrangement so easily? "Good, you needn't worry. I possess control," he said. She didn't answer, but headed for the house. Once inside, she hurried to her room and locked the door. Sitting at her nightstand, she looked into the mirror. A tumult of confused emotions raced through her. She touched her lips and remembered the feel and taste of his kiss. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from something far more dangerous. Desire. She'd stood in the shelter of the trees with him, and she'd known he would kiss her. Instead of censuring him, desire had washed over her in an overwhelming wave. She'd heard about women who'd succumbed to passion. She'd always thought them foolish, but now she understood just how dangerous an attractive man could be to a woman. If she were to go ahead with their arrangement, she would need to be very careful. After Amelia entered the house, Brandon returned to the stables. He dismissed the groom and cared for the horses himself. His thoughts were filled with the taste and feel of Amelia. Christ, what had he been thinking to kiss her? He needed her to paint the Albert Kuyp copy so he could sell the original. He needed her to paint his portrait for Rose Hill's art gallery. He had sufficient trouble in his life without adding another complication, the innocent sister-in-law of his best friend, no matter how tempting the lady. But the problem was he couldn't stop thinking of her. In all his 30 years, he'd been with many women, but never had a simple kiss affected him so strongly. And when she touched her tongue with his, the pleasure was as pure and explosive as the soldering heat that joins metals. His control, which he'd always prided himself upon, had slipped in a heartbeat. He'd want to crush her softness against him and ravage her on the soft grass by the stream. If she hadn't pushed him away, he would have done just that. Madness. The consequences to both of them would have been devastating. He'd best not forget it. Chapter 8. After a quick breakfast, Brandon left Rose Hill. The textile mill was located in the heart of Hampshire, and the factory was an enormous building 3 stories high. As soon as Brandon entered the building, he was met with a wall of heat 20 degrees hotter than the already warm afternoon. Large machinery loomed in the factory, and workers rushed about in a blur of activity. A robust man with a balding pate that glistened with sweat came hurrying up to Brandon.
"The factory is not open to the public. May I help you, sir?" he asked, a note of impatience in his voice. "Since I'm not the public, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm Lord Vale, the new owner of this mill."
A flash of panic crossed the man's face before he bowed.
"Pardon, my lord. I'm Mr. Higgins, the factory supervisor. If your lordship had sent a note in advance informing me of your visit, as was the custom of your father, I would have been sure to welcome you most properly."
Brandon's lips thinned in irritation.
"I'm not my father, Mr. Higgins. A pleasant factory tour is not the point of my visit." "You wish to inspect the place, my lord?" "I do." "The shifts are changing. Perhaps another time would be more productive." Higgins shifted from foot to foot.
The man was clearly uneasy at his surprise visit. Did Higgins think he was a complete idiot?
Of course he does, Brandon thought. He's dealt with my father in the past. "Now is fine," Brandon retorted. Higgins swallowed, his Adam's apple bouncing up and down above his cravat. "As you wish, my lord."
Brandon stepped into the factory. The gargantuan space was filled with rows and rows of operating machinery, and the thunderous noise was deafening. The smell of oil that lubricated the machines, the sweat of the workers, and the tiny bits of fiber that hung in the air were overpowering and suffocating. He spotted spinning machines, combing equipment, and power looms in the distance. He cupped his hand over his mouth and spoke loudly to be heard above the din.
"There have been problems with the power looms breaking down, correct?"
Mr. Higgins motioned with his hand toward one of the machines.
"Nothing that we cannot handle. As you see, the mill is running smoothly today." "Show me the looms that are not working," Brandon said.
Brandon followed Higgins farther into the bowels of the factory. Rows and rows of spinning jennies operated at impressive speed and allowed a single worker to spin many separate yarns simultaneously. Each spinning jenny contained at least 50 whirling bobbins. The heat level rose the farther they ventured. Brandon loosened his cravat. Along with the heat, the noise level in the factory was ear-splitting. Several male workers shouted at each other to be heard. Others gestured wildly in order to communicate. Large windows illuminated the factory, but each casement was sealed closed. The hot, steamy air was filled with dust and lint that soon covered Brandon's hessians and clothing and made it difficult to breathe.
"The air is stifling. Why aren't the windows open?" "The heat and moisture keep the cotton threads from breaking. You grow accustomed to it, my lord."
Brandon doubted that. Sweat rolled off his brow as he followed the factory supervisor up a wooden staircase to the second floor of the factory.
"Here we are," Higgins said. "This is one of the power looms that's giving us difficulty." "What's wrong with it?" "The shuttle gets stuck and stops working." "Can't it be fixed?" "We've tried. Each time the repairs are made, another part malfunctions," Higgins said. "Others have had similar problems, but thankfully only one at a time." Brandon frowned. It didn't make sense to him. Why would parts keep breaking randomly? He already knew the numbers from studying the reports. Even with only one power loom inoperable, productivity suffered. "I want a report on all the broken-down equipment and the names of the workers completing the repairs," Brandon said. "There have been many repair efforts. I want it by the end of the week." "Yes, my lord." Brandon turned away and studied the factory floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a child working, a young barefoot boy climbing high upon a spinning machine to replace bobbins. He looked about more closely, not at the machines this time, but at the workers. His workers now. He spotted girls walking up and down long aisles, brushing lint from the machines. Others watched the whirling spools for breaks in cotton threads. One girl, who looked to be close to 10 summers, mended a break in the thread by quickly tying the ends together as the machine kept spinning dangerously close to her fingers. All the tasks were hazardous, and he imagined it required the children to be on their feet for hours at a time.
Brandon's brows drew together. He knew child labour was a frequent practice in English factories, but that didn't mean he was comfortable with it in his own mill. He walked the rows, aware of Higgins trailing behind. More workers rushed around busily, seeing to other equipment and tasks. Men, women, and more children. Some looked as young as 7 years old. Others appeared in their early teens. All had one physical trait in common: grey complexions from working long hours in the mill without ever seeing the sun.
"You use child labour?" Brandon asked.
The supervisor's chest puffed with self-importance.
"The families are happy for the extra income. Our productivity speaks for itself."
Clearly Higgins believed Brandon was pleased.
"Why so many children?" "We're teaching them a trade. They're happy to be here."
From the looks on their faces, they appeared far from happy.
"Most are from the local orphanage and are apprenticed for 7 years."
Brandon spun to face the man.
"Apprenticed? You mean we don't pay them?"
"Pay?" Higgins' brow drew downward in confusion.
"They're learning a trade for free."
Brandon's eyes narrowed. The work was dirty and dangerous. If he had a child, he'd cut off a limb before allowing him or her to work in such a place. But that was the difference, wasn't it? No matter how much money he needed, his life was luxurious next to these people.
"I want a second report on the number of children that are employed in the mill. Children of the families or from the orphanages?" "Both," Brandon snapped.
A young boy darted past him and scrambled under a power loom. Brandon jumped forward.
"What's he doing? He's going to get crushed."
Higgins placed a hand on Brandon's arm.
"It's fine, my lord. We need the children to crawl under the machines to clear up the fallen cotton thread. She does this all the time."
She? The dirty scrap of humanity was a girl. Brandon's heart squeezed uncomfortably until he spotted her begin to crawl back out from beneath the thunderous machine. Each of her tiny fists clenched piles of thread.
"If the bits of discarded thread aren't removed, the loom gets clogged and ceases working," Higgins explained. "I've seen enough, Mr. Higgins," Brandon said tersely.
Just then one of the gears snagged the child's shirt, and she jerked backward. A glazed look of panic lit her blue eyes as they met Brandon's. A split second later, her scream pierced the air. Brandon sprang into action. Several factory workers rushed forward, but Brandon was there first. Dropping to his knees, he reached as far as he could beneath the steel machine, aware of the menacing, swiftly moving steel inches from his face and head. The heat of the machine rushed across his cheek. He spotted the child crouched low, wide panicked blue eyes and a dirty face. In the distance, he heard shouting and Higgins's voice. Brandon ignored them all and stretched farther.
"Grab my hand, child."
She stretched, but her shirt was caught in the machine.
"Come on, reach."
She reached, and her fingers brushed his. The machine was a blur above him. He stretched an inch farther until he grasped her hand and pulled. He prayed his grasp was strong enough and she remained low. He felt resistance, and he knew her shirt held her imprisoned. He pulled with all his might. His shoulders screamed with strain. Sweat beaded off his brow and ran into his eyes. Suddenly she jerked forward, and he dragged her from beneath the machine to safety. Her shirt had ripped. Only a scrap of one sleeve and part of a shirt front remained. Had the fabric not been so threadbare, Brandon realized, it wouldn't have torn, and she would have suffered a torturous death from the relentless, unforgiving steel. He stood and cradled the child in his arms. She clung to him, and a solitary tear ran down her dirt-streaked face. "Thank ye." Her voice was barely audible, but the words sounded as loud as a trumpet blast to Brandon. An older woman wearing a kerchief came forward and took the girl from his arms. Brandon's hands trembled as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Good God! A child almost died right before his eyes. He turned to find Higgins staring at him, his eyes wide in his fleshy face.
"Mr. Higgins," Brandon said tersely. "Yes, my lord?" You're fired."
Chapter 9. "They're here." Amelia looked up from her seat on the terrace overlooking the front gardens where the ladies had been enjoying afternoon tea. Lady Helen pushed back her chair and strained to see in the distance. An expression of pure joy lit her face. "It's Lord Newchester's coach, and is that the Duke of Townsend's crested carriage close behind?" Amelia spotted 2 coaches travelling the winding gravel drive toward Rose Hill. Each was driven by a team of 4 well-matched bays. The dowager rose and clapped her hands at the 2 footmen standing nearby. "Ready the stop, and notify Lord Vale that the rest of our guests have arrived." The coaches rolled to a stop in front of the house, and the horses' coats glistened in the bright afternoon sunlight. A footman stepped down to open the door of the first coach. A handsome dark-haired man stepped down, followed by 2 similarly-looking, well-dressed gentlemen. "Lord Newchester!" Helen smiled brilliantly as she stepped forward and bobbed a curtsy to greet her betrothed. Newchester grinned and bowed, his gaze travelling over Helen's features.
"You are a sight for sore eyes, my lady."
Brandon emerged from the doorway.
"Newchester, good to see you."
The Marquis motioned to the 2 men behind him.
"You're acquainted with my brothers, Lord Weston and Lord Emmet. Welcome," Brandon said.
One by one the ladies were introduced. Amelia was last to greet Newchester and his brothers. She thought Newchester looked friendly, with kind blue eyes. He was clearly enamoured of Helen by the way he smiled whenever he looked at her, like a man who'd been separated from his heart's desire for too long a time. The Marquis's brothers, however, gave her different impressions. Both were of medium height and build, in their late 20s, with thick heads of dark hair, but something about the way they carried themselves led her to believe that their personalities were as different as their physical appearances were similar. The younger brother, Lord Emmet, raked Amelia's form with an appraising gaze, then grinned and kissed the back of her hand. The middle brother, Lord Weston, stared at her behind gold-rimmed spectacles for several moments, as if she were an interesting artifact in a curiosity cabinet, before offering a tentative smile. Both were handsome men, but she couldn't help but compare them to Brandon and find them both lacking. She inwardly admonished herself. Why on earth was she comparing every bachelor at the house party to Vale? A rustle of skirts by her side drew her attention. Chloe stood staring at the 2 brothers with a distinctive glint of eagerness in her eyes. Oh, no! Amelia would have to keep vigil over her sister. Chloe was more interested in men than any young lady should be. The second carriage pulled forward, and the Duke of Townsend and his family stepped out. Amelia had learned that the Duke was a close family friend to the Dowager and had known the Dowager's husband. The Duke was short and stocky, but what he lacked in height he made up for in power and aristocratic confidence. Amelia had dealt with a few nobles during their ownership of the print shop, although none as high in rank as a duke. Her instinct, combined with the Duke's bearing and the gleam of intelligence in his eyes, told her one thing: he was not a man to be trifled with. His wife, the Duchess, was the Duke's 3rd wife and half his age. Diamonds glittered on her fingers, neck, and ear bobs. Their union had resulted in 1 daughter. The Duke had never had a son and heir. The daughter, Lady Minerva, had blonde curls and brown eyes. She didn't wear jewels like her mother, but the cut of her dress, with its low embroidered neckline and high-waisted sash, emphasized her large breasts. Her face had too many sharp angles to be considered beautiful, but her voluptuous figure would draw many men's eyes. The Duchess smiled up at Brandon. "You remember my daughter, Lady Minerva, don't you?" "Of course. Welcome to Rose Hill, my lady," Brandon said politely. Minerva turned a shade of pink as she looked up at him. "I saw you at the Drury Lane Theatre's production of Hamlet months ago. You waved from your box in the balcony." A tiny crease formed between Brandon's eyebrows.
I recall the play, but I'm afraid I don't remember seeing you there.
Oh, but I was, and you saw me. I'm quite sure of it, Minerva insisted.
He arched an eyebrow, looking at her uncertainly. I apologize. Did you enjoy the performance? He asked. Her hands fluttered before her.
I find all the Shakespearean plays dreadfully boring.
Boring? Amelia had read many of Shakespeare's works and would love the opportunity to see a play of Hamlet. The Duchess cleared her throat. Our family has been looking forward to the house party, my lord. I know Minerva has been especially excited to see an estate as lovely as Rose Hill. Amelia glanced at Brandon, but saw no sign that he was eager to have Minerva and the Duchess as guests. He merely smiled politely. Caroline stepped forward to touch Minerva's arm.
You must be parched from the journey. Would you like to come inside and join several of us for tea? The Duchess and the others can join my grandmother.
Minerva looked to her mother for approval, then nodded.
Tea sounds wonderful.
She followed Caroline into the house. Amelia and Chloe trailed behind. The young ladies arranged themselves on sofas in the sitting-room, and a maid delivered tea and pastries.
"How is London?" Caroline asked.
Minerva sighed.
"The same. I've been to half a dozen appointments with the modiste in preparation for upcoming soirees, balls, and garden parties of the season. It's been tedious."
Amelia stared. Not long ago, all three Somerton sisters had worn used serviceable dresses without a scrap of lace or ribbon, and had taken nothing for granted. In contrast, Minerva seemed spoiled and ungrateful.
"I've been anticipating my visit to the country and look forward to a pleasant change of scenery," Minerva said.
Caroline sat forward in her seat and perched her teacup on her saucer.
"Now that everyone has arrived, we have many fun activities planned. Archery, a fox hunt, bird watching, a picnic, even a village fair that comes once a year."
Minerva's brow furrowed.
"A village fair? It's the one day a year everyone at Rose Hill can enjoy. It's a tradition for as long as I can remember. The entertainments are wonderful, too. Wheelbarrow races, bobbing for apples, and foot races. Even travelling merchants arrive to sell their wares," Caroline said.
Minerva lowered her teacup.
"Mother says we shouldn't mingle with the servants."
There was a brief silence as all heads turned to Caroline.
"Perhaps you can make an exception." "Will your brother, Lord Vale, attend?" Minerva asked.
"He goes every year," Caroline said. "We all do."
"Will he participate in all the other planned activities you've mentioned as well?" Minerva asked.
Caroline shrugged.
"I suppose so, although he finds bird-watching tedious."
For a moment, Minerva looked off into the distance, and Amelia wondered if she was cataloguing which activities to attend at the house party based on Lord Vale's preferences.
"What do you think of Lord Weston and Lord Emmet?" Chloe blurted out.
Amelia shot her sister a disapproving glare. The men had only been in the house for 10 minutes. Did Chloe have to be so obvious?
Minerva sipped her tea. "One brother is a rapscallion, and the other quite serious. I haven't given them much thought. Now Lord Vale—"
"Which one?" Chloe interrupted.
Minerva blinked. "Pardon? Which one is the rapscallion?"
"The youngest one, Lord Emmet," Caroline answered.
"Helen says he likes the gaming tables even more than the ladies." "I'm not surprised," Minerva said, setting down her teacup with a chink. "Mamma says ladies should avoid men of such calibre."
Amelia wondered if Lady Minerva repeated all of her mother's lectures. Did she have any of her own thoughts?
"What about the other brother, Lord Weston?" Chloe asked. "He's the opposite, and quite serious about political issues and events in Parliament. I find him tedious at best. My head spins after 10 minutes in his company," Minerva said.
Lord Weston sounded like an intelligent gentleman to Amelia,
but clearly that was not the type of man who could hold Minerva's interest. Minerva leaned close and lowered her voice. "I have a secret. I hope to steal time alone with Lord Vale during the house party." Amelia resisted the urge to roll her eyes. It was clear Lady Minerva had designs on Lord Vale. What wasn't clear was how he felt about the Duke's daughter. From what Amelia had experienced, Minerva was pretentious, spoiled, and not highly intelligent. Caroline smiled mischievously and looked at Amelia and Chloe. "Ooh, a secret meeting of sorts. I approve. Nothing illicit ever happens at Rose Hill." Amelia sucked in a breath, then forced herself to breathe. "If only you knew." Later that evening, Brandon adjusted his cravat and looked into the drawing-room. The Duke of Townsend stood by the fireplace mantel and sipped his drink. "You have fine spirits, Vale," the Duke said. "The whiskey was my father's favourite." Brandon poured his own glass from a crystal decanter on a nearby sideboard. Of all his father's faults, stocking Rose Hill with fine liquor was not one of them. The wine cellar contained dozens of bottles of fine wine, expensive brandy, and whiskey. The Duke raised his glass. "To the old Earl." Brandon sipped his drink. His father and the Duke had been friends since attending Eton as boys. Brandon had heard stories of their youthful antics for years, but the stories had ended upon both men inheriting their titles. Thereafter, the Duke had matured and discovered a head for business, whereas his father had not. "It's good to be here. I've always preferred the country to the city. Never did like the crowded and overheated ballrooms or the endless parties and soirees of the season." The Duke glanced toward his wife in the corner of the drawing-room. "Unlike the Duchess." "Ah, she didn't want to attend the house party." The Duke snorted. "Hardly. This was one trip to the country she was eager to make." The Duke's thin lips curled at the corners, the closest thing Brandon had ever seen resemble a smile on the man's weathered face. "My daughter Minerva has something to do with the Duchess's eagerness, of course." Brandon raised his glass and swallowed. He didn't need to bring up the loose agreement between his father and the Duke. The fact that his grandmother kept badgering Brandon to act upon it by proposing marriage to Lady Minerva was bad enough. The Duke was a shrewd man, and he must suspect Brandon's money troubles. Yet he still wasn't opposed to the match. The Duke had more money than he could spend in a lifetime, and he knew Brandon wasn't a spendthrift like his father. He also knew his daughter was not a beauty. Brandon hadn't seen the Duke's daughter for months, and he'd hoped he'd feel differently about her when she arrived at Rose Hill. But he hadn't. True, she wasn't very attractive, but that could be overlooked. It was her annoying tendency to gaze up at him like he was the sun and the stars, not to mention her lack of intelligence. He understood that someone may not like all of Shakespeare's works, but to find everyone dreadfully boring. And Hamlet happened to be his favourite. The drawing-room door opened, and the remaining ladies entered the room. Caroline and Helen looked lovely in pale pink and violet gowns. Lady Minerva was dressed in a cream gown with layers of silver tissue and a rounded bodice that emphasized her large breasts. But it was the last lady to walk into the drawing-room who captured Brandon's gaze. Amelia turned heads in a simple gown of emerald silk. Unlike the dress she'd worn to his study the first night, the fine-quality silk hugged her curves. From the first moment he'd seen her over a year ago at the Peacock print shop, she had enchanted him. He'd wondered for a long while if his interest would wane when he saw her again, but it was stronger than before. Before he knew what he was doing, he started walking away. "Pardon me, Your Grace." He strode to Amelia's side. She was standing in the corner talking to Caroline, Minerva, and Huntingdon's sister, Lady Sarah. He bowed deeply. "Good evening, ladies. You all look lovely." His gaze lingered on Amelia, and he envisioned her in her work gown as she'd sketched him with charcoals the previous evening. She'd appeared beautiful to him then, but tonight she looked exquisite, with her hair in an elegant coiffure with loose curls surrounding her heart-shaped face. Tendrils of red glinted in the strands from the dozens of candles in the chandeliers. Minerva stepped between the two. "I've seen some of Rose Hill, my lord. Is it true it has 20 guest suites and 4 wings, and that it has a half-dozen working fountains?" Dragging his gaze away from Amelia, he forced himself to smile. His head spun as he focused on Minerva's lips. The last time he'd seen her, she'd spoken too rapidly and too much. Matters were unchanged. He decided to answer the last question first. "Counting the one by the twin gazebos, Rose Hill has 10 working fountains," he said. "Will you show them all to me?" Minerva asked eagerly. A tour of the gardens with the Duke's daughter was not a task he relished. At least not with her. He'd love to walk Amelia around the gardens and show her the unique trees and plants and decorative fountains on Rose Hill's grounds. He was saved from answering when his butler Smithson finally entered and announced that dinner was served. Brandon was relieved to escort his sisters into the dining room. Minerva and the Duchess were escorted by the Duke, but Brandon's relief was short-lived when Newchester's younger brother, Lord Emmet, offered Amelia his arm. Rules of etiquette had to be followed. His grandmother, the Dowager, sat closest to Brandon, along with the Duke and Duchess and Lady Minerva. Then came the rest of the titled guests, which left Amelia and Chloe seated farthest away from the head of the table. Brandon knew the Marquis of Newchester's younger brothers from both White's and Brooke's. Brandon liked Newchester and approved of the match between the Marquis and his sister Helen. As for the Marquis's brothers, he had mixed feelings. Weston was studious and serious and always spoke of upcoming bills sponsored in Parliament. Emmet was an ass who gambled and drank far too much. He reminded Brandon of his own father. He'd never minded either man in the past. He'd talked politics with Weston and drunk with Emmet. But it was the way Emmet was staring at Amelia, like it would take a great effort to tear his gaze from her, that made Brandon's blood boil. Sandwiched between the Duchess and the Dowager, he struggled to fake interest in the never-ending stream of mundane topics they discussed. His gaze kept straying to the far end of the table. Blast! Emmet leaned close to Amelia as he spoke, his hand brushing her arm below her sleeve. "As I was saying, my lord, Minerva has taken to the pianoforte." "Pardon?" Brandon turned his attention to the Duchess. "Her music instructor raves she is one of his fastest-learning students." "Is that so?" he said, hoping he sounded more interested than he was. "She's also an accomplished singer," the Duchess continued, "and her embroidery is to be admired." What was the woman prattling on about? Singing embroidery? Brandon's eye caught a glimpse of emerald silk and auburn hair at the far end of the table. "Impressive, isn't it?" his grandmother said, glaring at him. Brandon stiffened and turned to the Dowager. "Yes, of course." "She can play for you sometime," the Duchess offered, "or even sing." Minerva said little, but gazed at Brandon with a hopeful expression. It made him want to escape through the French doors and ride hell for leather through the country. The meal dragged on as he stole glimpses of Amelia. Not only was Emmet engaging her in conversation, but his brother Weston was as well. Weston said something to her that made her laugh and gifted him with a genuine smile. Damnation! Brandon's fist clenched the stem of his wineglass. He was beginning to regret inviting Newchester's entire family to the house party. But how could he celebrate Helen's betrothal to the Marquis without inviting the man's 2 unmarried brothers? By the end of the 6th course, Brandon had drunk far too much. He ignored the Dowager's disapproving glare and motioned for a footman to top off his wineglass. He was restless in the dining room, surrounded by people he wanted to escape. All he could think of was the evening. Amelia would slip through the passageway and into his study, and he'd have her to himself at last. He couldn't wait until tonight. The meal was lasting forever. Amelia had lost count of all the courses. Her eyes kept straying to the head of the table where Brandon sat. He was an unwelcome distraction. She'd become accustomed to formal dinners since Eliza had married Huntingdon, but this meal at the house party was different. She struggled to remember which utensil to use for each course. So many watchful eyes from the newly arrived guests, not to mention the footman stationed behind the chairs. Thank goodness for Caroline and Huntingdon's sister Sarah nearby. They helped put her at ease, whereas the bachelors seated closest to her were a different matter. Amelia wasn't sure what to make of the Marquis's two brothers, Lord Weston and Lord Emmet. Emmet was the younger of the two, with his dark hair and twinkling blue eyes. He was quick with a smile and a joke, and he was clearly comfortable around the women. He was also fond of the wine in Vale's cellar, from the way he repeatedly motioned for the closest footman to refill his glass. Weston, on the other hand, had similar colouring, but sharp blue eyes behind his gold-rimmed spectacles. He was more serious than his younger brother, but decidedly more intelligent. He was also less soused. "I'm thrilled that Vale has invited such lovely guests," Emmet said at her elbow. "Chloe and I are Lord Huntingdon's sisters-in-law," Amelia said. "Huntingdon is fortunate, and Vale is more so, since he and Huntingdon own adjoining country estates." Emmet leaned forward, brushing his sleeve against her bare arm for the second time that evening. "If I lived this close to you, I'd find any excuse to visit." He winked. "A country walk, a ride, even afternoon tea." Amelia was annoyed by his forwardness. Did he always behave this way with women he'd just met? Or was it because he was clearly foxed? Either way, she knew men like him needed to be put in their place. "From what I've heard, you prefer London life," she said. One dark eyebrow shot upward. "Who told you that?" "Your reputation precedes you, my lord." His mouth quirked with humour. "Pray tell me, what are the rumours?" Amelia smoothed the napkin on her lap. "That you are a regular at the gentlemen's clubs and enjoy placing outrageous wagers in White's betting book." He blinked, and she feared she had gravely insulted him, but then he threw back his head and laughed loudly, drawing attention from the guests near the head of the table. "I cannot deny any of it, and your truthfulness is a refreshing change." She glanced up and caught Brandon's gaze. For a brief instant his eyes darkened and his jaw tensed. He looked angry. A frisson of unease skittered down her spine, and she turned away. Was he upset with her or Lord Emmet? Lady Minerva stared at her quizzically, while the Duchess looked at her as if she had dripped sauce on her bodice. Amelia wanted to push back her chair and flee from the room. Surprisingly, it was Weston who came to her rescue. "Ignore my brother," Weston said, shooting Emmet a warning look. "He gets carried away by fine food and spirits, and often forgets his manners." For the first time that evening, Emmet was silent as he sipped from his wine-glass with an expression that could only be described as brooding. Caroline cleared her throat and drew their attention. "Sarah and I have been talking. We'd both love to learn how to paint." She looked at Amelia. "Will you teach us one afternoon?" Amelia blinked at her in surprise. "I suppose so. Although I've never given art lessons before." Caroline waved a dismissive hand. "We don't expect to be as good as you after 1 or 2 lessons. We just want to learn the basics. It will be fun. Please say yes." How could she refuse? "Of course, I'd be delighted to teach you. We can start with oil painting, then move on to watercolours." Caroline clapped her hands and turned to Sarah. "See, I told you she'd agree." "I'd like to learn as well." Lord Emmet spoke up. Weston glared at his brother. "You've never mentioned an interest in art before." "So?
I don't tell you everything,"
Emmett shot back.
Weston adjusted his spectacles. "Fine. Why don't we both participate in the first lesson? No need to waste the ladies' time for a second session if art doesn't arouse either of our interests. Agreed?" "Only the next bill in Parliament arouses you," Emmett snapped. "Unlike you, I'm particular about what entices me," Weston shot back.
Emmett hesitated, then nodded.
"Fine. We'll both attend the first class."
Amelia forced herself to smile. Were they still talking about artwork, or was there more to Lord Weston's words? Either way, she had no interest in involving herself in sibling rivalry. She looked up to find Brandon watching the exchange. A swift shadow of anger swept across his face before he raised his wineglass and drank. Chapter 10. The charcoal felt light as air in Amelia's hand. Dozens of candles lit the room as she sat on a wooden stool in the centre of the study. Her subject, Lord Vale, was in his shirt-sleeves once again, his jacket and waistcoat draped across the armchair. He was in his desired pose, leaning against the desk. Amelia's curious eyes examined him as she worked. He shifted, and the muscles in his shoulders were clearly discernible beneath the fine linen. Her mouth went dry, remembering their shared kiss by the stream. Even though he'd worn his jacket that day, when she'd clenched his shoulders, she could still feel the sinewy strength beneath the layers of cloth. She pulled her drifting thoughts together and forced herself to focus on her task. Once she had the charcoal sketch complete with the proper proportions, she'd start with the oils on the canvas. She studied his right hand. Light lines soon distinguished his fingers, tapered and strong, as they curled around the edge of the desk. A few more lines and muscle beneath the skin appeared. A fine white scar marred his thumb from just above his fingernail to the second joint. "How did you get the scar?" she asked, then felt her face grow warm as she realized she had spoken the question aloud. It was turning out to be a pleasurable arrangement. He posed, and she had permission to openly study him. She'd been so engrossed in her drawing that she'd been working for over an hour in silence. Brandon rubbed his scarred thumb with his forefinger. "It happened in the boxing ring." "Boxing?" "At Gentleman Jackson's salon, to be precise." "Jackson gave you the scar?" she asked. "Nothing so glamorous. I tripped getting out of the ring and sliced my thumb on the side of a cracked water pitcher." She chuckled as she envisioned the accident. He seemed too graceful to trip, let alone fall, as he climbed out of a boxing ring to land on a pitcher. The corners of his lips twitched in amusement. "It was quite humiliating, I assure you. My first pugilist lesson with the great prize fighter, and I fell flat on my face." "At least you have a good story to tell," she said. "I do, don't I?" "Now hold still. I'm not finished with the sketch." Her fingers gripped the charcoal as she focused on his face. The keen intelligence in his eyes was as distracting as his physical appearance. She suddenly felt overly warm in the study. Had a servant accidentally lit the coal in the brazier on this pleasant night, or was something else causing the rush of heat across her skin? She continued to draw, her thoughts turning to the colors she would choose for his complexion and the enigmatic shades of green in his eyes. She studied the depths of his gaze, and her mind struggled to continue. "I was thinking of my tour of the estate," she blurted out. "The vastness of Rose Hill astounds me, and the number of tenants. How does it sustain itself?" "I need the tenants as much as they need me. The rents from the farmland help." "I cannot fathom how much is needed to support an estate of this size," she said. His expression tightened. For an instant, gone was the pleasant, relaxed gentleman she'd spent the evening with, and in its place was a troubled Earl. She didn't know what had caused the change, but the uneasy flash in his eyes was gone as quickly as it had appeared, and she wondered if it was a trick of the candlelight. Instinct told her it wasn't. So why was he troubled? And why should she care? her inner voice warned. He had hired her to paint his portrait and copy a landscape, not heal the depths of his soul. "I'm almost finished for the night," she said. "So quickly? I'll start with oils tomorrow evening. You need not fear, my lord. Your portrait will be completed before the end of the house party. I've already started the Kype copy," she said, motioning to the canvas in the corner of the study. The corners of his lips curled into a grin. "I'm not worried. I have faith in you." She was aware of him watching her pack her art supplies in the wood box. Rushing to complete her task, she dropped a piece of charcoal on the oriental carpet. It bounced once and came to rest beside his booted foot. She knelt to retrieve it, but he was there first, and their heads collided. "Oh!" she cried out, rubbing her temple. Brandon touched his head and met her gaze before they simultaneously burst out laughing. "Are you all right?" "Yes." He knelt beside her and was so close she had to tip her head to look up at him. The air crackled with tension, like lightning before a summer storm. "Oh, my!" His laughter ceased and his expression shifted. Her heartbeat slowed, and she felt a sudden heightened awareness of him. He reached out to trace a finger across her bottom lip. Her breath caught. His gaze was intense. "I have a confession to make. I didn't like the way Lord Emmet was looking at you at dinner." Truly? The notion that he was jealous should have her scrambling to her feet and running out the door. Instead, she was incapable of moving her limbs. "I think he looks at all the ladies he meets that way." Brandon shook his head. "I don't think so. It was because of you. Although I didn't like it, I couldn't blame him for it either. There's something about you, Amelia, something irresistible, like fine art that draws the eye and makes it impossible for a man to tear his gaze away." She sucked in a breath at his words, and his gaze dropped to her mouth. "I swore not to kiss you, but I'm going to break that promise if you don't stop me." His voice was deep and hoarse. Heady anticipation coursed through her veins, just like the first time she was powerless to protest or move. Her knees grew weak at the desire written in his eyes. Every fiber in her being wanted to feel his lips on hers. Now that she knew what pleasure could be found in just one kiss, she was insatiable for more. She longed to wrap her arms around him, stroke the strong tendons of his neck, and touch the softness of his hair that curled at his collar. She wanted to press her body to his, feel his heat, and inhale the scent of his shaving soap. She wanted him to kiss her. She rested her palm on his chest, but rather than push him away, she kneaded the solid muscle beneath his shirt. "Amelia," he groaned. She tilted her face to his. It was all the invitation he needed. He lowered his head, and their breath mingled before his mouth brushed across hers. The touch of his lips was a delicious sensation, soft and seductive. His tongue traced her full bottom lip before sucking on the soft flesh as if he were taking a ripe cherry into his mouth. Desire leaped between them. His lips recaptured hers, more demanding this time. With a murmur of pleasure, her fingers slid up his back, her hands exploring the warmth of his solid flesh through his shirt as she yielded to his soul-drenching kiss. He leisurely explored the recesses of her mouth, and her own tongue boldly met his and learned the feel and taste of him. Tearing his mouth from hers, his lips blazed a wicked path of heat to the pulsing hollow at the base of her throat, then lowered to the swell of her breasts above her bodice. Tremors ran down her spine, and her nipples tightened beneath her gown. She remembered the shocking surge of pleasure when his thumb had grazed her tender flesh, and she couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like without the barrier of clothing. Deep spirals of need formed inside her. She moaned and gripped his hair and pressed her breasts against his chest. With a harsh groan, he raised his head and pulled back. "I regret that I do not possess artistic talent." She blinked, slow to come to her senses. Art. He wanted to talk of art while she was combusting in his arms. Why? He rubbed a lock of her hair between his thumb and forefinger. Because I would find great pleasure in drawing you. She stared up at him like an infatuated girl. They were still on their knees facing each other, the piece of charcoal forgotten between them. He stood and offered her his hand. She slid her hand inside his, and he helped her to her feet. She smoothed her skirts, suddenly embarrassed by her behavior. What if he hadn't stopped kissing her? "I'll expect you tomorrow night, then," he said. This was getting dangerous. She knew she could be impulsive, sinful even. Eliza had always been the level-headed sister, not Amelia. Agreeing to paint Lord Vale's portrait was reckless and dangerous. She thought art instructions were worth the risk, but now she wasn't so certain. Everything would be lost if she fell in love with her model. Chapter 11. Amelia pulled back her bow and focused on the straw target across the lawn. "I see 2 bullseyes." "It helps if you close one eye," Caroline said at her side. Amelia obeyed, and like magic the 2 red spots combined into one target. The muscles in her arms strained from pulling back the bow. "Now let the arrow fly," Sarah instructed from where she stood on Amelia's other side. Whack! The arrow hit the straw target just below the bullseye. Caroline clapped. "Good, you're already better at archery than I am." Amelia beamed. Sarah and Caroline had invited her along with them this morning to try her hand at archery. Striking the straw target was much harder than it looked. It was also invigorating, and she was enjoying the companionship of the ladies as well as the activity. "I would envision someone's face on the target, someone I don't like." The 3 women turned toward the feminine voice. Lady Minerva sat on a blanket spread out beneath the shade of a large tree watching them. For a while, Amelia had forgotten she was present. "It's just for fun," Sarah said. "Mother says we should consider all our competitions seriously," Minerva said. The Duchess was at least 20 years younger than the Duke, and from what Amelia had seen, she was ambitious. Minerva also had an annoying tendency to prattle on and on about her mother's advice and admonishments. "By competition, do you mean affairs of the heart?" Sarah asked. Minerva nodded curtly. "Mother says a potential marriage match is fierce competition." "I prefer to marry for love," Sarah said. Amelia lowered her bow. "My sister Eliza married Huntingdon for love." She witnessed their love match every day. Eliza doted on the Earl, and he was clearly infatuated with his wife. "I agree with the 2 of you regarding love," Caroline said, "but Minerva has a point when it comes to archery. If you want to hit the target, it can't hurt to imagine someone you dislike. Whose head would you envision?" she asked Amelia. For a brief moment, Amelia thought of her father, who had abandoned his 3 daughters without a shilling after his forgeries had been discovered. Over the years, the pain of betrayal had ebbed, but it was present just beneath the surface and would arise at inopportune moments. She'd learned not to let resentment consume her. She was grateful for her life now, and she knew it would not have turned out the same if her father was still in their lives. The women were waiting for her answer. Amelia managed to shrug and say offhandedly, "I can't think of a single soul at the moment." "You are too kind," Caroline said. Amelia withdrew another arrow from the quiver and pulled back her bow. She closed one eye and let go. This time the arrow whizzed through the air and hit the bullseye dead center. The ladies cheered. "A perfect hit," Sarah said. "Look who has come to join the festivities," Caroline said. Amelia lowered her bow and turned to see Vale walking across the lawn. The sun was behind him, and the morning rays illuminated the gold in his chestnut hair and the rich outline of his shoulders against his jacket. He looked devilishly handsome, and he carried himself with a commanding air of self-confidence. Amelia's heartbeat accelerated as the memory of last night returned in a rush. The velvet warmth of his kiss, the caress of his fingers on her cheek, the trail of his lips across the pulsing hollow at the base of her throat to the swell of her breasts had left her wanting. Heat skittered down her spine just thinking about it. She'd wanted their kiss to continue. She'd wanted more. He'd pulled away. She took a step forward, then stopped as Lady Minerva grasped her skirts and rushed forward to greet him with a welcoming smile. "I've heard you are exceptional with the bow and arrow, my lord. Can you spare a moment to give a lady a lesson?" Minerva asked. Amelia fought the urge to roll her eyes. He couldn't possibly fall for her ridiculous praise, could he? Brandon looked past Minerva and met Amelia's eyes. For a heart-stopping moment, a flash of desire leaped between them. Minerva picked up a bow and pulled an arrow from a quiver on the lawn. "Will you show me the best way to hold the bow?" Brandon frowned and turned his attention to Minerva. "Of course," he said. Amelia understood that he was the host of the house party, and he couldn't refuse the lady's request. Nonetheless, her foolish heart skittered as he stood behind Minerva and put his arms around her. His left hand rested just below Minerva's ample bosom as he showed her how to notch and align the arrow before pulling back the bow. Amelia could not help but think about when Brandon had put his arms around her and instructed her how to play lawn bowls. The heat of his body had spread to her limbs. His touch had upset her balance, and she'd been consumed with a strange inner excitement. Did Minerva feel the same? Glancing at her flushed face, Amelia was certain she did as well. The lady's eyes were wide, her lips parted, and she gazed up at the Earl like an infatuated girl. "Close one eye and keep your hand steady. That's it," he instructed. A second later the arrow whizzed by and missed the target entirely to land in the trees beyond. "Oh my, that wasn't very good, was it? Show me once more," Minerva said, her voice a little breathless. Amelia felt a helpless, unaccustomed pain in her breast. It couldn't be jealousy, could it? The second arrow hit the target just off-center. Brandon stepped away and smiled at Minerva. "You did it," he praised. Minerva's face was flushed with eagerness. "You are an exceptional teacher, my lord." Caroline and Sarah clapped. Amelia's cheering was weak at best. "I'll fetch the arrows." Amelia desperately needed a distraction. She felt suddenly overwhelmed by everything that had occurred over the past few days. Since arriving at Rose Hill, she'd begun secretly painting a portrait, copying a priceless painting, and kissing the master of the house. She hurried across the lawn and started pulling arrows from the straw target. Some were deeply embedded, and she yanked with force. "Let me help." She whirled at the sound of Brandon's voice. He stood too close, and a warning voice whispered in her head. How could he have followed her so quickly without her hearing his footsteps in the grass? For a large man, he could move silently. He stepped around her and plucked the embedded arrows from the target with ease. She didn't want his help and desired to be far away from him at the moment. Logic escaped her when he was near, and her thoughts were a tumble of confused emotions. She stepped back. "One's lost in the trees. I'll get it." She strode away, but to her dismay he followed. "Wait." The stray arrow was behind a group of tall trees and a thick bush. The trees shaded them from the bright morning sun, and the temperature was cooler than on the archery field. They were also out of sight of the women. The scent of evergreens and flowering shrubs surrounded them. They spotted the lost arrow at the same time and bent down to retrieve it. Amelia was careful to avoid the sort of calamity they'd experienced the evening before. Vale reached the arrow first and handed it to her. She wanted to take it, but he held on to the end. Her eyes rose to his. "I keep thinking about our kiss." His voice was deep and husky, sending a wave of awareness through her. Her pulse beat in her throat. It was a mistake. His gaze was intense.
It didn't feel like a mistake to me. The taste of your lips kept me up late last night.
She glanced nervously about. They were well hidden from view, but for how long? Surely the women would come investigate. She could just picture Lady Minerva's expression. What had she said about competition? "You were right to stop," she said. "We must maintain a professional relationship. You've retained my artistic services for 2 paintings, nothing more."
You think I wanted to stop?
"Why did you, then?" She bit her lip the moment she'd blurted out the question.
"I promised not to take advantage of you, damn it. But the truth is I can't stop thinking of you. I want to kiss you again."
She shook her head. "We shouldn't."
"Look me in the eye and tell me you haven't thought of it."
She couldn't. Deep down she thought of little else but the feel of his lips on hers, the scrape of his stubble across her cheek, the first tangling of their tongues. Her heart hammered against her ribs. He was looking at her like he wanted to kiss her again. Here, now. He cupped her chin and passed his thumb across her bottom lip. She nervously licked her lips, and he growled. She felt the sound deep in the marrow of her bones. His eyes darkened with unmistakable desire. Her knees felt weak. "Brandon," she whispered, "we could get caught."
"To hell with it,"
he hissed as he wrapped his hand around her waist and pulled her close. He lowered his head, his mouth covering hers. She quivered at the tender velvet warmth of his kiss. She kissed him back, lingering, savoring every moment. It was sweet and gentle, and in the solace beneath the shelter of the trees and the cover of the bushes, worth every risk. "Amelia!" She started and pulled back in alarm. "That was Caroline. We have to go back." He sighed deeply, helped her to her feet, and handed her the arrow. She was aware of his footsteps behind her as she marched out from behind the trees and onto the lawn. She held up the arrow. "Lord Vale was kind enough to help me find it." Minerva waved her bow. "Good. I'd like to try again, my lord. Will you watch my technique?" Brandon hesitated, casting Amelia a sidelong glance before looking at Minerva.
"I'm afraid I must depart. The men are waiting for me to go hunting."
Minerva pouted. "You promised me a tour of the gardens later."
A muscle ticked at his jaw. "I promised all the ladies a tour, and I'd be delighted to take everyone later."
It was late afternoon by the time Brandon began studying the ledgers from 3 of his father's investments. He sat at the large desk in his study and sifted through the numbers. He was tired and distracted. He kept thinking of Amelia when he should be focused on his work. He'd ventured to the archery field to see her, but he'd been waylaid by Lady Minerva instead, and he'd been obligated to help her with her archery. Frustration had churned his gut until he'd seen an opportunity to get Amelia alone. He hadn't expected her reaction. She'd looked hurt when she'd pointed out that he'd been the one to end their kiss in his study last night. It was not for lack of wanting. He'd lost control again and had succumbed to the emotion in her blue eyes and kissed her. If they only had a few stolen moments in the protection of the trees, then he'd been determined not to waste a second. He'd promised himself not to seduce her, but now that he'd made that vow, it was as if all he wanted was her. He was driving himself mad. The feelings were foreign and uncomfortable for a man who had never needed to entice women into his bed and had parted easily from them without a backward glance. He knew he couldn't control his hunger for much longer, not when she gazed up at him with a woman's awakened desire, not when she'd looked confused and hurt as to why he'd pulled away. Christ! He was supposed to be flirting with Minerva, not longing for another. Marrying the Duke's daughter and obtaining her dowry would be a solid source of income that he could use to solve his financial problems. If only he wanted Minerva. If only he could stand her presence for more than 5 minutes and stomach her eager looks. He needed Amelia's special talents more than ever. The sale of the Dutch landscape would cover several of his bills and buy him time until he could write things at the mill and turn a profit. His plan was working so far. Amelia was painting in his study at night and napping in her bedchamber in the day. His sisters frequently napped in the afternoon as well, in order to stay up later in the evening. So far no one suspected anything. A knock on his study door drew his attention. "Enter." Brandon looked up from his desk to see his butler in the doorway. "There's a Mr. Begley waiting to see you, my lord." Brandon put the ledgers aside. "Please see him here, Smithson." He'd almost forgotten about his appointment with the new textile mill manager. He'd hired the man the day after his upsetting tour of the factory when he'd fired Mr. Higgins. Moments later, a man with deep-set wrinkles around his eyes and mouth walked into the study. He appeared to be 50, but the darkness of his hair and his athletic build suggested he was closer to a decade younger. Brandon stood and held out his hand. "It's good to see you again, Begley." The new manager was turning out to be much more efficient and competent than his predecessor. Brandon had spoken to several of the mill's long-time workers and settled on Mr. Begley as the best choice for the job. Begley took a seat in one of the armchairs across from Brandon's desk. "Have you had a chance to review the reports I sent, my lord?" Begley asked. "I have." The 2 reports had been delivered yesterday, and Brandon had studied them in depth. The first report dealt with the labour at the mill and reported the number of children employed, their ages, weekly hours, and pay. It was a distressing report. According to this report, many of the children are under 13 and a dozen under 8 years. They work up to 12 hours per day with little food and 2 short breaks, Brandon said. The prior mill manager had set the system, Begley said. Brandon frowned. "Most of the children have parents who work at the mill, while others are from the local orphanage. We pay the children little, and those from the orphanage nothing." This fact had upset Brandon more than the others. Begley shifted in his seat. They are considered apprentices. I don't agree with it. They aren't trained in any specific trade, but work menial jobs. I suspected as much." "What do you want me to do?" Begley asked. "Stop it." Begley blinked. "Pardon?" "Stop all of it." Brandon's voice was cold and exact. "Are you telling me to stop all the child labour at the mill?" Begley asked incredulously. "I am." "You understand that means we have to pay more for the adult labour," Begley pointed out. Brandon understood full well what this would cost, but he also needed to sleep at night. The memory of the little girl who was almost maimed, or, heaven forbid, killed, while he'd visited the mill still haunted him. He'd have to stretch the money from the sale of the kite painting, but it would be well worth any sacrifice. "Do it," Brandon ordered. "Yes, my lord." Brandon shuffled the papers on his desk and pulled out a second report. This one dealt with the troubling equipment. "What's the update on the broken-down power looms?" His goal was simple. As soon as everything was repaired, production would increase and the mill would soon turn a tidy profit. "All are repaired and running properly. Production is at an all-time high," Begley said. Brandon nodded and leaned back in his chair. "Good. See that it stays that way. I'll do what I can, but you should know things may not go smoothly with your decision to eliminate all the child labour." "Meaning?" "The families depend on the extra income. Even though they need their jobs to survive, some may complain." Brandon's voice was firm. "It's a chance I'm willing to take." Chapter 12. Later that evening, the gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing-room after dinner. Amelia sat on a sofa beside Chloe when the dowager clapped her hands to gain everyone's attention. "We have special entertainment for tonight," the dowager said, turning to where Lady Minerva and her mother stood in the corner. The Duchess was dressed in costly silk and jewels. Minerva's pink gown had layers of lace at the bodice, sleeves, and hem that reminded Amelia of an oversized frosted wedding cake. "My daughter will sing for everyone," the Duchess said. A pair of footmen opened the side drawing-room doors that connected to the music room. At the Dowager's urging, the guests shuffled inside. It was a large music room, and 3 rows of chairs had been arranged for the guests. Amelia's eyes were drawn to a shiny Broadwood grand pianoforte. The beautiful instrument was a symbol of wealth that she'd only seen in Huntingdon's London residence. Other instruments rested on stands: a harp, several violins, a cello, and a flute. Amelia chose a chair in the 3rd row. "May I sit beside you?" She looked up to see Lord Weston standing above her, somberly dressed in a dark jacket of navy superfine with a loosely tied cravat. His bright blue eyes studied her intently. "Of course," she said. He sat beside her, and she was relieved it wasn't his brother, Lord Emmet. She found Weston quite interesting. He was a quiet, brooding man. She'd heard more about him since he'd arrived at Rose Hill. Huntingdon had mentioned in passing that Weston supported a bill in Parliament to compensate the widows of the soldiers lost at Waterloo. During her brief stay in an undesirable part of London, Amelia had witnessed her fair share of the widows and young children of deceased soldiers. Their plight had tugged at her heart, and she'd sketched more than one family. It wasn't just the soldiers who'd lost their lives in battle that were a tragedy of war, but their young widows and children who'd been left behind to suffer poverty. It seemed an admirable bill to Amelia. Weston settled on a seat beside her.
"I'm not certain this is going to go well."
She turned to look at him. "What do you mean?"
"Lady Minerva doesn't sound pleasant when she speaks. I cannot imagine her voice will miraculously improve when she sings."
Amelia blinked, then burst out laughing at his honesty. Several people turned to look at them. Eliza raised an eyebrow. The Dowager, who stood by the doorway, frowned at her unladylike outburst. Amelia lowered her voice. "I didn't know you had such a strong sense of humor, my lord." A wry glint lit his eyes.
"Sometimes the unvarnished truth is the most humorous."
Amelia spotted Brandon as he escorted his grandmother to the front row. A restless energy about his movements implied he did not want to be here, but he had no choice. She sympathized. Brandon sat, and the Duchess and Dowager occupied chairs beside him. Helen walked to the pianoforte, spread her voluminous skirts on the bench, and began to play. Amelia recognized the song as Chastity, Thou Cherub Bright, by Handel. Minerva stood next to the pianist, hands folded demurely in front of her, and opened her mouth to sing. It wasn't a horrible voice, but neither was it particularly fine. Weston shifted in his seat.
"How many songs do you think she'll sing?"
"I don't believe they said." As this was her first country house party, she had no idea. Was one song enough? Perhaps 2?
"This past winter I was obliged to attend Lord Holloway's daughter's musicale. It lasted 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours? Her voice rose an octave. Once again the Dowager spun around to glare at her. The woman scowled, then turned rigidly in her seat. "Goodness," Amelia whispered. "I had no idea one person could sing for that long."
Weston smiled. "That's why I always choose a seat in the back row. I can make a quick escape, and no one is the wiser."
His eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. He had a better sense of humor than she'd initially thought. He wasn't brooding or quiet, just someone who needed to feel at ease before revealing his true personality. She found herself enjoying his company. "Do you escape to discuss politics?" she asked.
"No, I find evening strolls more pleasant."
An evening stroll sounded wonderful to Amelia, but then again, anything other than sitting through a lengthy performance by Lady Minerva sounded better to her at the moment.
"I'd love for you to join me, but from the look of the Dowager shooting you glares and your sister's presence, I don't suppose you would be able to escape unnoticed." Amelia's lips twitched. "I don't suppose so." "Then I will gladly stay. I'd never leave a damsel in distress, especially one as lovely as you," Weston said. He was flirting with her, but for some reason she didn't mind his attentions. His behaviour was far from his drunken and roguish brother's, Lord Emmet. She hadn't witnessed Weston engage any of the other young ladies at the house party, whereas Emmet flirted with everyone in a skirt. If Weston took after his older brother, the Marquis, then Amelia understood why Helen was so enamoured with her betrothed. 35 minutes later, they had endured 4 more songs. Amelia stifled a yawn. If this went on much longer, she would be too exhausted to venture through the secret passageway to paint tonight. She glanced at Brandon, seated in the front row. He looked as tired as she felt, and she experienced a pang of sympathy. Seated between his grandmother and the Duchess, he couldn't yawn outright, and he had to look as if he were enjoying the lengthy performance. The current song ended, and the occupants in the room simultaneously held their breath, hoping, wishing she was finished. But then the piano music began again. This time the song was one by Mozart, Voi che sapete. Minerva's voice cracked. Amelia cringed. The song was clearly out of the lady's range. Weston rolled his eyes. Good God! The music began to grate on Amelia's ear until at last the performance was over. The guests clapped, and Brandon, as Earl and head of the family, went over and raised Minerva's hand to his lips. Minerva smiled gaily, oblivious to the pain and suffering that the occupants of the room had endured. Amelia stood. Her back ached from sitting in the wood chair. Weston turned to her and offered Amelia the same gesture Brandon had just extended to Lady Minerva. He raised her fingers and brushed his lips across her hand. "If I had to experience such a musical debacle, I'm fortunate to have sat next to you," he said softly as he studied her face. She smiled up at him. "Likewise, my lord." It was the truth. His humour had helped the evening go by much faster than if she had sat beside anyone else at Rose Hill, anyone other than Brandon. She inwardly admonished herself. Why was she still comparing everyone to him? She needed to think of Lord Vale as a means to an end. She wanted the art lessons from a master. He'd hired her for her particular talents. She must stop thinking of him in any other way, and was determined not to allow any more kisses. She'd finished the portrait and the landscape. The house party would end, and all would return to normal. Nothing else could come of it. As Amelia left the music room, her arm was grasped from behind, and she was pulled into an empty corridor. Strong arms held her firmly, and her back was pressed into a hard chest. "I've been waiting all evening to get you alone." Brandon's scent, his voice, his touch, was now intimately familiar. The brush of his breath against her ear sent a warming shiver through her. His closeness was so male, so bracing. Her emotions whirled and skidded. She turned in his arms and stepped back. The glow from the fireplace illuminated his handsome features. "Did you enjoy the singing?" she asked. His mouth curved into a grin. "As much as a physician's leech." She stifled a laugh. "I wondered how you didn't yawn." "It took great effort on my part." His gaze travelled her face. "You look tired." It was late, and she was exhausted. But his observation wasn't the most flattering. "So do you," she pointed out. "Will you come tonight?" he asked. The scent of him, sandalwood and cloves, made her heart pound in uncomfortably heavy beats. What was it about this man that made her feel this way? Why had she not experienced the same surge of excitement with Lord Weston? She admired Weston and had enjoyed his company, but the slightest touch on her hand didn't send her heartbeat skyrocketing. At her long hesitation, Brandon nodded. "It's been a long evening. I understand if you want to forego tonight."
Something in his tone made her gaze lift to his again. Faint lines appeared at the corner of his eyes. Once again she had the feeling he was troubled, not just about Lady Minerva, the Duchess, or his grandmother, but something else. She wanted to ask, but stopped herself. She could not allow herself to get too close, too attached. The extent of her feelings for this man already frightened her. The sooner she completed her hired work, the better. "No," she said, "I'll come tonight. The session may not be as long as usual, but I will be there." Chapter 13. That night, Amelia waited until the guests were in their bedchambers before lighting a candle and walking to the panel in the wall. Crouching low, her fingers felt for the hidden latch when her bedchamber door flew open. "Amelia?" Amelia shot to her feet to see Eliza standing in the doorway. Light from a candelabrum she held high illuminated her face. Amelia's heartbeat thundered in her chest. A second later, and Eliza would have discovered her gone. Or worse, her sister could have seen the open panel leading to a secret passage to Brandon's study. How on earth would Amelia explain that? "Eliza, is anything amiss?" she asked. It didn't make sense for her sister to be here so late. She should be in bed with Huntingdon. Did Chloe have a nightmare and seek out Eliza instead of Amelia? Or had something else happened? Eliza walked into the room and shut the door. No, everything is fine. I'm sorry to startle you. I couldn't sleep and saw the light from under your door. I thought to talk." "Talk?" Amelia took a deep breath. Is that all Eliza wanted? Her sister held up the candelabrum and frowned in confusion. "You're still in your gown. Didn't you summon a maid to help you with your stays?" Nervousness slipped back to grip Amelia. "I've been reading. I didn't see the need to bother a maid. I can manage on my own." It was a bad excuse, and she knew it, but it was the best she could think of on short notice. Eliza gave her a penetrating look of disapproval. "We're no longer proprietors of the print shop. You should use the services of the maids." Amelia understood. A day did not go by that she wasn't grateful for their new position in society. All of it was due to Eliza's marriage to her Earl. "Is that what you came to discuss?" Amelia said. Eliza stopped short in dismay. "Forgive me, I'm the one intruding." Amelia felt immediate shame. If it wasn't for Eliza's sacrifice and business acumen, they'd still be in the rookeries. "No, please forgive my rudeness. I'm feeling overwhelmed by the house party." She sat on the four-poster and patted the mattress for Eliza to join her. The sisters sat in silence for a while. "This reminds me of the nights we spent at our living quarters above the Peacock print shop. We haven't had time alone like this to talk since you've been married," Amelia said. Eliza sighed. "I miss it too." "But you wouldn't give up Huntingdon, would you?" Eliza's lips curved in a smile. "No, I've become quite attached to him." She smoothed a lock of hair away from Amelia's cheek. "What do you think of Lord Weston?" Amelia picked at a piece of imaginary lint on her skirt. "Why would you ask me about Weston?" "There are a limited number of eligible bachelors at the house party. It's no secret Lord Emmet is a rogue and enjoys his liquor. The ladies consider Weston a bore, but you are not like most ladies and can see through his exterior. I noticed the way he looked at you in the music room tonight. The man is clearly enamored." "I know you want us to marry, but marriage is not as important to me. I want to paint, remember? And I want to do it using my name. What gentleman of the aristocracy would choose such a wife?" "I understand your concerns, but I want the best for you and Chloe. The past is too fresh in my mind to ignore.
"I don't want you worrying about your survival," Eliza said. Amelia sighed. She knew she wouldn't be able to change Eliza's mind. "Have you asked Chloe about him?" "Weston isn't for Chloe." "Why? Because he discusses politics?" Eliza shook her head. "No, because he is the second brother, and Chloe insists upon a title. How many times have we heard her say that she wants a duke? An outsider would call her shallow, but we know the truth. She's petrified of being abandoned with no money, and is convinced only a title will ensure her future." Amelia had often thought of their father's abandonment, but his betrayal had resulted in different scars. She feared she was too much like him. The forger, the criminal without a stitch of guilt. After she'd sold her sole forgery, Amelia had experienced a thrill of excitement. Not an ounce of regret or guilt had pierced her conscience. She'd inherited the worst from her father. She desperately wanted to exorcise him from her veins, whereas Chloe had always longed for him to return. "Do not change the subject from you to Chloe. So what do you think of Lord Weston?" Eliza said. "I like him. I enjoy his company, but he's not the one," Eliza finished for her. Amelia felt a twinge of disappointment. How she wished it weren't true. It would be so easy to encourage Weston's attentions. If only I could stop thinking about another. She couldn't deny the truth any longer. She was infatuated with her model. "How was it with you and Huntingdon?" Amelia asked. Eliza chuckled. "I hated him at first." "Hated him?" Amelia asked incredulously. "I didn't trust him. I despised his position of power." Amelia recalled the sparks between Eliza and Huntingdon. It hadn't mattered that Huntingdon had been searching for their father for selling him a forgery 5 years before. That swindle had humiliated Huntingdon and almost ruined his reputation as a respectable art critic. Huntingdon had been out for justice and wanted their father arrested and tried for his crimes. He had purchased Amelia's forgery at an estate sale and used it to blackmail Eliza into helping him find their father. "What changed between you?" Amelia asked. "Whenever we were together, there was sizzle, like an undeniable magnetism. I couldn't resist him." Sweet Lord! It sounded like what she'd felt when Brandon kissed her. Eliza sighed. "The only other bachelor at the house party is Lord Vale." Amelia shifted on the mattress. Guilt pierced her chest. She should tell Eliza about her clandestine visits to paint Brandon's portrait and a copy of the Kuyp landscape. She'd never lied to her sister before. They'd been comrades in deception for years after their father had left. 3 young, unmarried women would have faced tremendous prejudice as proprietors of a business. In order to survive, Eliza had reinvented herself as a widow. It had been ingenious and courageous. So how could she keep her nighttime activities secret from Eliza now? Because she wouldn't understand. Eliza was a businesswoman at heart. She wasn't an artist. She'd never experienced the creative thrill of the brushstroke or the magic of watercolors or oils on canvas. She'd never spent hours laboring over a painting, overwhelmed by hard work, but refusing to rest until her vision was complete. She'd never been obsessed with every stroke, which could feel as difficult as lifting a mountain or as thrilling as floating on wispy clouds. It was joy. It was agony. It was art. Amelia could simply tell Eliza that she missed painting, but her sister knew that Amelia continued to paint for herself. The truth was she missed painting for a purpose. For years she'd sold her work at their print shop. Granted, she'd used false names when she'd signed her paintings, and the people who'd purchased her work had believed the artist was male. But she'd sold her artwork. The validation meant her art was worth something, and not just a female's passing fancy or hobby.
And most importantly, she'd helped the family put food on the table and coal in the grate. It had all been one step closer to having her own art exhibition and displaying her artwork of London's poor. Marriage would cripple her dreams. Only as a spinster could she keep her freedom and pursue her heart's desire. After tonight's musical debacle, I believe the Dowager and Duchess seek a match between Lord Vale and Lady Minerva, Eliza said. Amelia looked at her sister in surprise. She wasn't expecting the news. She knew Minerva was enamoured of Lord Vale, but she didn't realize both families wanted a match. "I see," Amelia muttered. Eliza kissed Amelia's cheek and went to the door. "Don't fret, Amelia. All is not lost. There will be plenty of available gentlemen when we return to London." Amelia stared at the door after her sister departed, her thoughts turning in her mind. Eliza's statement didn't make sense. The Duchess and Dowager may seek a match, but Brandon didn't seem overly interested in Lady Minerva. If anything, he'd looked annoyed by her constant attention on the archery field. He hadn't jumped at her request for a private garden tour. Instead, he'd offered to take all the ladies. The only female he'd shown interest in was Amelia herself. Was she mistaken? Nothing could come of it. She was his guest during the day and his employee at night. If she was smart, she would wish him and Lady Minerva well. She needed to think of her future, her art and her goals, not about a troubled earl with enigmatic green eyes. Chapter 14. Amelia stood before her easel and pretended to paint, while her thoughts warred between attraction and resistance. "Is something amiss?" Brandon asked her as he held his usual pose against the desk. She set down her brush, which hadn't been doing her much good this evening, and bit her lower lip. "I came close to having my sister discover our arrangement tonight." "Chloe?" "No, Eliza. She walked into my bedchamber just as I reached for the latch to open the passageway." Brandon frowned. "Huntington would have my head if he knew." "He still doesn't know." The Earls were close friends, and she'd assumed they had talked by now, and Huntington knew she was painting in secret. "He knows that my grandmother wants my portrait painted to add to Rose Hill's portrait gallery. When I'd mentioned hiring you, he protested quite vehemently. I can't say I blame him. After all, he's your brother-in-law, and he wants to please his countess." Amelia rolled her eyes. "Eliza is determined that Chloe and I find good marital matches. She's wanted it for some time, but now that she's married and we're no longer consumed with running the print shop, it has become her mission." His stare was intense. "Is that what you want?" She shrugged and looked away. "Marriage has never been important to me, but I don't want to upset my sister." "You'd mislead your sister just to please her." She straightened and turned back to him. "You misunderstand. I love my sister. I also owe her more than I can ever repay. If not for her quick thinking and clever business dealings, Chloe and I would be in the gutter. You're aware of our father's crimes. He was a master liar, an impeccable forger. Any deception Eliza and I have performed in the past was to survive, but I've never lied to her." He pushed away from the desk and stood before her. His steady gaze bore into her in silent expectation. "I'm sorry. I should have considered your loyalty to your sister. Do you regret our arrangement, then?" She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I want to do this. I enjoy my work." She had initially told herself it was because she desired art lessons, but deep down there was another reason. She wanted to paint him, had wanted to capture his image on canvas the first time she'd seen him stroll across Huntington's gardens. "You paint on your own. My sister Helen was thrilled with your picturesque landscape." Amelia had completed the painting and given it to Helen. "The painting was a gift. I only paint for myself now. I no longer need to sell my work to buy food and pay the rent."
"Huntington told me you never signed your work with your real name."
"It's true. I used false male names. Works from unknown female artists were difficult to sell, and when they did sell, they went for much less than those from their male counterparts."
He grinned. "You want to be acknowledged."
"Is that so surprising? I have always longed to be acknowledged by having my own art exhibition, but I'd display very different pieces than what you've seen in the print shop."
"Such as?"
"The still-life paintings and landscapes you saw at the print shop were what our customers desired to purchase for their parlors and sitting rooms. I didn't mind catering to their fancies to make a sale, but it's not my true calling as an artist." She hesitated, taking a deep breath and gathering the courage to reveal her dreams. "I want to paint the neglected people of London, the struggling labourer and the impoverished, those who have no voice, no justice, and little hope for a better future."
"Why? Tell me."
The command was soft but firm. The pit of her stomach churned as memories returned in force. "We lived in St. Giles for 4 months after our father left. I'd often watch them through the small window of our lodgings with a sketchbook in my lap. The lucky ones would head to work at dawn and toil until well past sunset. Others were a nameless, faceless mass, and each day was a struggle to survive. I'd see an old blind man with a battlefield of wrinkles on the street corner begging for a shilling a day, or a gaunt mother who sacrificed too many meals to feed her young children. I watched their faces, and I captured them with charcoal on paper. We didn't spend much time there, but all the while I was thankful we escaped. But for the grace of God, it could have been us." He stood stock still as she spoke, an unreadable expression on his face. "It took me a while to determine my life's purpose. I often asked myself why I was given this talent. Then one day, as I was looking out the dirt street window to the street below, it struck me. I must use my art to show the plight of the poor, to use my God-given gift to give them a voice."
"Fascinating. I think it's a very admirable goal."
Her breath seemed to have solidified in her throat. She hadn't been certain of his reaction, and had been more tense than she'd realized. Most members of the beau monde would be repulsed to learn she'd spent time in the slums. Others would give her and her sisters the cut direct, a sure sign of social transgression. But not Brandon. He thought her goals admirable.
"You must favor your mother,"
he said. She understood. Her father had no sympathy for the deprived. He had been greedy and cold-hearted, and had only cared about the weight of gold in his pockets. "My mother died of pneumonia when I was 5. I don't want to be known as the daughter of the forger of the ton. I want to be known as Miss Amelia Somerton, an artist in my own right."
"I have no problem buying a piece of art legitimately signed by you," he said.
A warm glow flowed through her. His admission meant more to her than praise from any art critic. Could he be different? He motioned to his desk.
"Shall I return to my pose?"
She glanced at the canvas, then up at him. "It's not necessary. I'm painting the background for now." She picked up her brush and returned to her work. She tried to concentrate, but found it difficult. Her thoughts kept returning to Brandon and how he hadn't shunned her goals, or poked fun at her, or thought she was cracked. He'd understood. She stared at the painting before her and tried to focus. She needed to complete this section of canvas tonight to stay on schedule. Her only consolation was that he appeared as distracted as she did. He walked to the fire and studied the ormolu mantel clock. He picked up her sketchbook from the floor and placed it on an end table. Moving to his desk, he shuffled stacks of papers into small piles, his brow furrowed. "Something is on your mind," she said. He dropped the papers and looked up. "It's nothing." "You asked me a question, and I was truthful. Something flickered in the depths of his eyes, something deep and tormented, but it was gone so quickly she thought it a quirk of the candlelight. He was silent for several heartbeats, and she thought he wouldn't answer. She'd suspected he was troubled the last time she had worked in his study. She hadn't asked him about it then, but he'd kissed her and all rational thought had fled. She stood poised with her brush in her hand, unsure whether to return to her work when he finally spoke.
My father was a drunkard.
His voice was low and troubled. Pardon? It was not the answer she'd expected.
Your father wasn't the only disappointment. Mine was a sodden fool and a terrible businessman. An idiot businessman, to be precise.
Oh, my. He didn't abandon you, did he? Brandon's eyes glinted green fire.
No, but we would have been better off if he had.
He came from around the desk and folded his arms across his chest.
The old Earl drank, but instead of coming home and collapsing in his valet's care, like any self-respecting gentleman, he purchased businesses. Bad businesses. Economic failures. He purchased failing mines for coal, copper, and tin, a dress shop that had suffered a fire, resulting in every garment and bolt of cloth stinking of smoke, and invested heavily in a doomed shipping company with ships that had been attacked by pirates in the Caribbean. There are half a dozen more. Then there are his gambling debts. He lost thousands of pounds at the gambling hells. Over the course of the past year, I've worked hard to salvage the businesses I could, pay off his loans, and satisfy his creditors.
I'm sorry. That sounds like quite a burden. You should be proud of your accomplishments. Most men would call them all losses and lick their financial wounds by asking rich relatives for aid. She tilted her head to the side and regarded him. But there's more, isn't there? Something else is troubling you. His eyes narrowed.
You have an uncanny ability to see beneath the surface. I don't know if I admire it or fear it.
She lifted her chin. I'm an artist. I know how to look beneath the veneer to find my true subject. If you've reinvigorated those businesses, then what else is troubling you? He sighed and went to a sideboard and poured himself a drink.
I'm afraid I don't have wine in my study, only stronger spirits. Would you like a drink?
Yes, thank you. He poured out 2 fingers and handed her the glass. She took a sip. The potent alcohol burned her throat all the way down, and she sputtered and coughed. What is this?
Good Scotch whiskey. My father's favourite stash. He may have been mindless in business, but he had expensive taste when it came to his liquor.
He took a swallow, and candlelight glinted off the cut crystal.
You're right. I am troubled. There's one more business, a large textile mill that's done nothing but cause me headaches.
She lowered her glass. Go on, she urged.
It makes no sense, really. On paper, the mill should be a successful and profitable business, something even I would invest in.
But all is not well?
He took another sip. The mill is an economic disaster. Equipment keeps breaking down unexpectedly, and the previous manager was incompetent. I was also appalled to discover the enterprise dependent on child labor. I resolved the management problem immediately, as well as the child labor issue, but the faulty equipment remains a thorn in my side.
Amelia was well aware that many factories employed children. During their stay in St. Giles, and even after, when they ran the print shop on Bruton Street, she'd witnessed firsthand the droves of children dressed in worn corduroy jackets and threadbare dresses, their complexions sickly from the unhealthy factory air, heading to work each morning. "How did you deal with the child labor?" she asked.
I hired a new manager and told him to eliminate it.
To stop the children from working in the mill completely?
Yes.
It was an admirable goal that she respected, but she also suspected that it would not go over very well. poor families depended on every member working in order to survive. She didn't like it, but she understood it. "Tell me about the failing equipment." "It makes no sense," he said, his voice low and troubled. "Some wear and tear is expected with power looms and spinning jennies, but for certain equipment to have repeated failures is troubling." "I'd like to see the mill." It was a chance to observe the daily working conditions of factory workers, something she'd never had the opportunity to see in the past. She'd study every detail so that she could paint the scenes afterward. His expression darkened. "A textile mill is no place for a lady." She wondered why he objected so fiercely. Was he shocked by the mill's conditions? He needn't worry. She wasn't a fragile female. She'd worked for years. "You forget, but I'm made of sterner stuff than the ladies you are accustomed to. I've observed much worse, remember?" she said. "Forgive me. You're right. It's just that my visit did not go as pleasantly as I would have liked." He ran his hand through his hair. She watched, fascinated, as the dark strands combed through his fingers. "Well, there you have it. I inherited the title along with a pile of debt. It's enough to make anyone tense." She was struck by the extent of his troubles. He may be fortunate enough to inherit an earldom and all the benefits that came along with the title, but many people depended on him for their livelihood. His family, the multitude of servants at his London mansion and his country estate, his tenants who farmed the land, and now all the employees of his businesses, including the families that worked at the mill. It was overwhelming. "Are your sisters and the Dowager aware of the state of things?" she asked. "They know my father was a drunken entrepreneur, but they have no idea of the debt he left behind. Only my grandmother suspects. The old Earl was her son." "You should take them into your confidence. Caroline has shown an interest in business. She was fascinated when I told her about the print shop." "Gentlemen don't discuss business with ladies," he argued. She scowled at him. "You're discussing it with me." He arched a dark eyebrow. "I suppose I am. The truth is I feel relieved to talk about it." She had a ridiculous urge to smooth his brow. She sipped her drink instead. The potent whiskey went down easier now and warmed her blood. "There's an easy solution to your dilemma," she said. "You are not the only gentleman to inherit debt. You need both to gain capital and to sire an heir to the earldom. Wouldn't a wealthy heiress solve the two problems together?" She spoke half in jest and half in earnest. He shook his head regretfully. She watched the play of emotions on his face, guilt and remorse, before he looked away. A heaviness centered in her chest. Her words of advice may have escaped unthinkingly, but it was clear that he'd already considered the idea. Eliza's words came back to her. "I believe the Dowager and Duchess seek a match between Lord Vale and Lady Minerva." Amelia felt an instant squeezing hurt. "Don't be foolish. He's an earl, and you are a forger's daughter." He had promised her nothing but lessons from an art master in exchange for her work. She wasn't a duke's daughter. She didn't have a large dowry or impeccable breeding to offer. Only her heart and passion on canvas. The trouble was that by sharing his burdens she felt closer to him and more emotionally connected when she instead should have been protecting her heart. She kept her features deceptively composed. "I'm almost finished with what I want to accomplish tonight." "Of course." She picked up her brush and went back to her task. She worked quickly now, her brushstrokes light and purposeful. He sat behind his desk and read his papers as she painted. Nearly an hour passed in silence, save for the tick of the mantel clock. A sheet of paper fell from the desk and fluttered to the oriental carpet. She looked up to see that Brandon had stopped studying his papers and was watching her. Warmth rushed over her skin, a heightened awareness that she'd felt before when she'd caught him openly studying her. She felt her pulse beat in her throat and a sweeping pull in her stomach. Her grip tightened on her brush, and her hand cramped painfully. The brush dropped to the pallet with a thud. His gaze lowered to where she clasped her hand, and his brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" "A cramp," she said, opening her right hand and stretching her fingers. "Sometimes when I paint for hours, the muscles in my hand twist and tighten. It's nothing to be concerned about. It will pass. Father used to stretch his hands and ice them after a long day." He pushed back his chair and approached. "Give me your hand." She shook her head. "It's fine." "Let me try something," he insisted. She stiffened as he took her hand in his. The feel of his strong fingers holding her hand made her pulse skitter as he ran his thumb deliciously up and down her palm. The pressure was light at first, then firmer as he kneaded the soft flesh and relaxed the cramped muscles. She sighed at the blissful relief. He explored the soft lines of her hand, his touch innocent and intimate at once. "Ice would be helpful, but a massage is best to ease a spasm," he said. No one had ever taken such care of her. The smooth, bold strokes of his thumb were a purely sensual experience. The heat of his touch sank into her skin. She longed to lean into him and rest her head on his shoulder, to absorb his strength and have his masculine scent coil around her. If the touch of his fingertips on her palm felt so good, what would it feel like to have him massage her shoulders, her neck, or, heaven forbid, elsewhere? The erotic image made her cheeks grow warm. She needed to reach deep and summon her resistance, to battle the drowning attraction she felt for him. "I can feel the muscles relaxing," he said. "Thank you. My hand feels much better now." She attempted to pull her hand from his, but he resisted. His fingers twined with hers and held her close. "Amelia," he said hoarsely. She tingled all over as he said her name. Her gaze met his, and his eyes shone with desire and the promise of pleasure. The tight muscles in her hand had eased, only to have the muscles throughout her body taut and aching, fighting to maintain a semblance of self-control. He wasn't for her, couldn't be for her. His title and situation demanded he look elsewhere. "I know what you're thinking. You suspect I plan to pursue Lady Minerva after her musical ensemble, but you're mistaken. The thought of spending a lifetime shackled to her fills me with dread. I'll find another way out of my debt. I know I can make the mill a success, and I'll do it without any lady's dowry," he insisted. Her breath caught at his admission and the firm determination in his voice. She felt a thrill of satisfaction that he didn't want Lady Minerva. She knew it was an unwise emotion. She had no right to him either. If the Duke's daughter didn't appeal to him, he could easily find another heiress in London, one he was attracted to. Myriad confused thoughts tumbled in her mind. Uncomfortable with her emotions, she turned back to the unfinished portrait to avoid his eye. "No more work. Not tonight," he said softly. He studied her face unhurriedly, feature by feature. "I've never told anyone the extent of my burdens, not even Huntingdon. I seem to break all the rules with you." She stared up at him, a little breathless. "All of them?" "I'm about to break another one." "Which one?" He pulled her into his arms and drew her body flush against his solid, muscular chest. "My vow not to seduce you." Chapter 15. Brandon's mouth swooped down to cover Amelia's so hungrily her will dissolved beneath his urgent kiss. She opened to him like a delicate flower unfurling beneath the sunlight. Her lips eagerly parted, and his tongue swept inside, exploring deep. She met him equally, pressing her open mouth against his. A groan of male satisfaction tore from his throat as she leaned into his embrace and pressed closer. Lifting his head, he traced a sensuous path down her neck to the sensitive lobe of her ear. His hot breath lingered, and she shivered in anticipation until he sucked the delicate shell into his mouth. Amelia's breath caught at the heady sensations that coursed through her. She grasped his shoulders, his muscles hard slabs beneath his shirt. Succumbing to an overwhelming impulse to touch him elsewhere, her fingers grazed over the tightly coiled power in his arms. Her roaming hands moved to his chest, and she reveled in the strength and warmth of his flesh and the pounding of his heart through the linen fabric. A sense of urgency pierced her haze of desire. She turned her mouth to his, desperately seeking his kiss. She heard rapid breathing and was surprised to realize it was her own. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she sank her fingers into his hair. He groaned. His mouth possessed her deeply, and he pulled her close. Her heart fluttered wildly and pumped blood fiercely through her veins. She arched toward him, wanting to feel more of his heat and strength. She was vaguely aware of his hands caressing their way up her back, and his nimble fingers working the hooks of her gown. The top hook came undone. Any thought of protest melted beneath the onslaught of his passionate kisses. Another 2 hooks followed. The satin bodice gaped, and her breast swelled above her chemise. He lifted his head to gaze at his handiwork. One finger traced the edge of her chemise and followed the tiny row of embroidered rosebuds on the edge. Her nipples tightened into hard peaks beneath the fine muslin. He paused, his eyes seeking hers, and she inhaled at the raw desire written there. Your breasts are beautiful, full, soft, and pale in the moonlight. I've dreamed of them, of touching them, tasting them. His dark head lowered, and he pressed hot kisses to her left breast, then to the other. Deep spirals of pleasure made her gasp, and his fingers continued to work at her gown. More hooks followed, and with a tug, the top half of her gown slid across her shoulders and down her arms to her waist. Her breathing became labored in her laced corset. He cupped her breasts and pressed them together through the fabric of her chemise. She whimpered at the stroke of his thumbs across her sensitive nipples. Then he lowered his head an inch farther to lick and suck the tip of her breast in his hot mouth. Molten fire ran from the tip of her captured breast and plunged downward into her belly. The pleasure moved even lower to a pulsing need between her legs, and her knees weakened. Look at yourself. Do you see how beautiful you are? He rasped. Unable to resist, she glanced down. Her hardened nipples were visible through the wet chemise, molded to the fine muslin like second skin. The image should be shocking. Instead, it heightened her arousal to a fevered pitch. He made quick work of the rest of the fastenings, and her gown slid down to pool at her feet. He untied the corset laces, and it soon followed. She stepped out of the mound of clothing and turned to face him dressed only in her shift, stockings, and garters. He gazed at her with fierce hunger, then recaptured her mouth for a searing kiss. She was aware of his pulsing hardness against her stomach, and she wanted to see him, to touch him the way he'd explored her. She reached down and cupped him, then traced his length with her fingers. Sweet Lord! She never imagined he could grow so large. She felt the pulsing heat through the fall of his trousers. Her grasp instinctively tightened. He jerked and ground his pelvis into her palm. She experienced a thrill of female satisfaction that she could affect him this way. Her fingers stroked up and down, and he closed his eyes and groaned low in his throat. She watched in fascination and wondered what it would feel like to have him inside her, filling her. She knew what transpired between a man and a woman, but she hadn't wanted it, hadn't craved it until now. She lowered her lids and memorized the feel of his shape and size. He placed his hand over hers, arresting her movements, and his hot breath brushed her temple.
"Stop. It's too easy for me to lose control with you,"
he groaned, his jaw clenched tight. She didn't want to stop. She longed to see and feel him without the barrier of clothing. He cupped her face in his hands.
"I thought kisses would be enough, but the feel of you, the taste, it's intoxicating."
She felt the throb of her pulse in her throat. "I don't want to stop," she whispered.
"Christ, Huntington would kill me," he muttered.
Huntington? He was worried about her brother-in-law? Amelia could hardly think through the haze of passion. The ache between her thighs was begging for a release that she instinctively knew only he could give her. She was wildly curious and wanted to remove his shirt, to run her hands up and down his powerful arms and chest, to memorize him by sight and touch so she could capture his naked glory on paper in the privacy of her own chamber.
"You have to go before I lose all control and ravage you on my desk."
Her breath caught at the darkness in his voice and the image his erotic words evoked. Could a man and woman make love on a desk? The thought should have frightened her. Instead, the scandalous image aroused her. Marriage to Brandon might be impossible, but that didn't mean she couldn't experience him. She knew with certainty that she would compare any man in her future with Brandon, and they would fall short. Days remained of the house party. Did she want to waste their remaining time together, or seize the moment? Taking a deep breath, she looked into his eyes. "What if I told you I want this? I want to be with you, here, tonight."
"No, you don't know what you're saying." His voice was gruff.
"I do."
"I can give you pleasure, delicious pleasure without risk. Do you trust me?" he asked hoarsely.
Her heart beat wildly. Desire caressed every inch of her skin and left her body crying out for his touch. She did trust him. He'd opened up to her tonight, and she saw through the surface to the real man. He was no longer just a handsome earl, but an honorable man who felt great responsibility for all those who depended on him. "Yes," she said, "I trust you." Satisfaction glinted in his green gaze. One hand gripped her buttocks, lifting her to the tips of her toes and pressing her flush against him. She felt his hardness against her stomach, shocking and arousing at once. He took 2 steps to his desk, and she felt his every move pressed against him. Liquid warmth heated her thighs and settled deep within her legs. All the while he kissed her leisurely. With an outstretched hand, he cleared the surface of the desk, a stack of paper falling to the carpet with a thud. He placed her bottom on the desk, nudging her legs apart with his thigh and stepping between her skirts. Lifting the hem of her chemise, he trailed his fingers up her silk stocking and halted at the lace of her garter. Her muscles tightened in anticipation as his hand skimmed the back of her knee and moved up her thigh. She squirmed as his fingers brushed the tight curls between her legs.
"I've dreamed of this,"
he murmured against her throat. A quiver of anticipation surged through her veins. Every nerve ending was focused on the tip of his finger as he gently circled her woman's flesh. He knew just where to apply pressure, just how long to pause, before rubbing against the aching spot between her legs. Then he began to pump in and out of her body at a deliciously leisurely pace, until she was gasping and arching in need to meet his skillful fingers.
"Just one taste,"
he murmured against her lips. She puzzled at his meaning until he dropped to his knees and his head lowered between her legs. She stiffened as she felt his hot breath at her moist center. Clutching his hair in confusion, she gasped, "Brandon!" He began to kiss her. Firm hands clutched her thighs, his fingers opening her legs to his lips and tongue. She was shocked, but when his tongue sought the sensitive bud at the apex of her sex, her inhibitions melted away in a haze of pleasure, so intense it stole her breath. It was erotic, lustful, sinful. He worked his magic until her head fell back, her eyelids closed, and her lips parted as her body exploded into a shuddering bliss. She opened her eyes to find him watching her, with a mix of male satisfaction and a hunger so fierce it made her entire body tense. I've never seen any woman as beautiful in passion. What she'd experienced was cataclysmic. She didn't want to think of any other woman sharing that with him. She looked at him through heavily lidded eyes. He was fully clothed, and she was spread across his desk with her chemise bunched to her waist and wearing only her silk stockings. She raised herself up on elbows, and her gaze roved his body to rest on the prominent bulge in his trousers. "What about your needs?" she whispered. "Tonight isn't about me. I've already been greedy." She frowned up at him. He was thinking of his promise to keep her virtue intact. He was being honorable, but it had already gone too far. She'd been exposed to him, not only every inch of her body, but deeper in her soul. He'd awakened her, and she'd never be the same again. He was not only a man she was wildly attracted to, but a man she admired and who tugged at her heart. "I know there's more between a man and a woman. I want to experience everything," she said. His expression was fierce. "You're innocent. You deserve a wedding ring and a soft bed. I won't take that from you or your future husband." "Marriage never concerned me. I'm an artist. We're known to be impulsive, and I refuse to live a life without color. I want to experience you." Amelia reached for the fall of Brandon's trousers, and he was helpless to stop her. His body tightened in anticipation as she undid the closures, and her fingers slipped inside to slide along his engorged cock. Lust ripped through him with the force of a shot. Sweet Jesus! His hips jerked, and he clenched his teeth. Her tentative exploration would drive him wild. "You're so much bigger than I'd imagined." "It's because of you," he ground out. "Tell me what to do." Reaching down, he showed her how to hold him. When her fingers brushed the tip of his engorged head, he swelled even further. She was a fast learner, and her fingers gripped him tight, and her hand pumped up and down. He was burning with desire, his chest heaving and straining. The sight of her small fist wrapped around his swollen cock threatened to push him over the edge. "Stop! I can't take much more." His body craved release and possession, a dangerous combination. He wanted to take her, to thrust deep and possess her. She looked into his eyes. "I want this." Reaching up, she lifted her chemise over her head and let it fall to the floor. He stared at her as she sat on his desk without a stitch of clothing except for her stockings and garters. The pins in her hair had loosened, and long auburn hair cascaded across her shoulders and trailed down her pale breasts. It was the most erotic image he'd ever seen. Savage hunger rose and flared in him. Only a thread of control kept him in check. She was innocent, a virgin. "Are you sure, Amelia? There's no going back," he said. Clear blue eyes met his, and she smiled seductively. "Yes." Good God, she was made for love. She tugged his shirt from the waistband of his trousers, and he helped her lift it over his head. Her palms ran across his shoulders, then her fingers trailed the line of hair down his chest and dipped beneath his waistband. Her gaze met his. "Take off your clothes." He was happy to oblige her. He kicked off his boots and slid out of his trousers and stood naked before her. "Last chance." His voice was hoarse. She gave him a knowing smile, then reached for him. It was all the encouragement he needed. He stepped between her legs and spread her thighs, pulling her close and pressing his hardness against her heat. She was wet, and his muscles tightened to keep control. He needed this to be good for her.
This position will allow you to pull back if there's pain." He slid the tip of his engorged cock inside her and grit his teeth at the slick heat of her body. From this angle they could both watch as he entered her body. She gasped, her nails digging into his shoulder. He eased in another inch. She looked at him with big blue eyes full of trust. His chest tightened with emotion as his body craved complete possession. He entered her slowly until he felt a barrier. "I'm sorry," he moaned against her throat a moment before he thrust deep and embedded himself to the hilt. She cried out. He stilled. "Are you all right?" She managed a weak nod. She was so incredibly tight and wet. He'd never felt anything so good. "I have to move, love." He began to move, thrusting in and out. He reached between their bodies and found the sensitive bud between the crest of her sex. She arched her hips, seeking more. Intense pleasure built at the base of his spine. He tried to hold off, tried to make it last, but the need was consuming. He plunged deep, and a moan of ecstasy slipped to her lips as she threw her head back and reached her climax. With a hoarse groan, he pulled free from her body, and his hot seed spurt across her soft belly. He stood panting above her, gasping for breath. Never in his life had he experienced such intense sexual satisfaction. She slowly opened her eyes, stared into his soul, and smiled. He felt it again, an uncomfortable tug in the center of his chest. He kissed her long and deep. Helping her rise, he fetched a handkerchief from his jacket pocket and cleaned from her the evidence of their love-making. She turned to look at the mantel clock. "I must return to my chamber." For the first time, he had a ridiculous urge to hold a woman through the night. He'd never look at his desk the same way again. Suddenly, the mountain of paperwork and ledgers waiting for him didn't matter. All that mattered was the next time he could hold her, kiss her, and possess her. He helped her dress. Things had changed between them. She may not realize it, but he did, and he prayed she wouldn't have second thoughts tomorrow. He brushed his lips across her forehead. "Thank you, Amelia. It was a gift I'll treasure." She opened the hidden panel, but just before she slipped inside, she glanced back at him. "I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. I don't regret it." Chapter 16. The following afternoon, the guests gathered in the vestibule to wait for the carriages to be brought around to transport them to the village fair. Chloe, Helen, and Caroline, along with Huntington's sister Sarah, chatted beside the fountain in the gravelled drive. The first carriage was occupied with the Duke, the Marquis, and his brothers, Weston and Emmet. As soon as Brandon stepped outside, he immediately spotted Amelia standing by a rose bush. She looked beautiful, with her upswept auburn hair and gown of pale yellow muslin. As long as he lived, he'd never forget the image of her beautiful body spread across his desk as she reached her first orgasm, or the feel of her slick heat as he thrust inside her. Christ, she was sensual enough to make any man lose control. He desperately wanted to see her this morning, but she'd been with the other women, and there was no opportunity to steal a moment alone. Had she dreamed of him? Now that she was within reach, he wanted to stride to her, take her into his arms, and kiss her with every fibre of his being. For the first time, he noticed that Eliza was speaking with Amelia. He approached the pair and bowed. "Miss Somerton, will you do me the pleasure of riding in my carriage to the fair?" He looked at her sister. "With Lady Huntingdon as chaperone, of course." Amelia's eyes widened at the request. He knew it was forward and could easily be misconstrued. A bachelor didn't invite young unmarried females into his carriage without causing tongues to wag and gossip to ensue, but he didn't care. Logic fled when she was in his presence. Brandon waited for her answer. Her lips parted, but before she could respond, Eliza interrupted.
"I'm sorry, my lord, but we are riding with the Duchess and her daughter." A swish of skirts alerted him to the presence of another. Brandon glanced to the side to see the Duchess approach. Lady Minerva followed, a wide smile on her face as soon as she spotted him. Minerva was dressed in a gown of cream satin with rows and rows of bows. No doubt the Duchess wanted her daughter to appear innocent, but the dress was inappropriate for a simple country fair. He wondered how she didn't perspire in the warm weather. "You must join us in our carriage," the Duchess said to him. It was far from what he'd planned. The thought of spending time in the company of the Duchess and Lady Minerva made his skin itch. But it was a request he could not easily refuse. He bowed, "Of course." He wanted Amelia to himself. He wanted assurance that she felt well after last night. It was her first time, and despite his best intentions, he had not been gentle. Most of all, he wanted to kiss her again. He glanced at Amelia. Her complexion had paled a shade, and he knew she wasn't pleased with the seating arrangements. Theirs was the second carriage in line to leave the manor for the fair. At the last minute, Huntingdon called out for his wife to join him, and Eliza made her excuses and left for her husband's carriage. Brandon was forcibly placed beside Minerva, and her mother sat across from him. Amelia had no choice but to settle in the corner. "How many years has the fair taken place?" Minerva asked. "For as long as I can remember," Brandon said. "Even from the time when I was a young boy, I have fond memories of the fair. Peddlers travel from all over Hampshire to sell their goods alongside the local villagers and tenants from both Rosehill's and Huntingdon's estate." Minerva's eyes widened. "Travelling peddlers? I dare say, is it safe?" "Very safe. I wouldn't allow my guests to attend otherwise," he said. The Duchess wrinkled her nose as if she smelled a bad odour. "I believe it's better to mingle with people from our own station than to spend time with the working class, who are only as intelligent as the sheep they shear." "I find that intelligence is influenced by family history, not whether or not someone has inherited a title," Amelia said. Brandon's lips twitched with humour. The Duchess didn't look amused. No doubt she was thinking of her own daughter. "They are hard-working people, Your Grace," Brandon said. "Rosehill wouldn't survive without the rents paid by its tenants." "I know the income is important. I just find consorting with those who come from the common classes distasteful," the Duchess said, her eyes resting on Amelia a second too long. Amelia sat straight. "The fair sounds wonderful to me. Is it true there are jugglers and tumblers?" Brandon nodded. "There are." Their gazes held across the carriage for a heartbeat longer than necessary. A tangible current passed between them, exciting and electrifying. Amelia blinked and turned away. Brandon became aware of the way the Duchess looked from him to Amelia. Her shrewd dark eyes narrowed momentarily before she pursed her lips. Unlike her daughter, the Duchess was no fool and didn't miss the tiniest of details. Her interests were clear, a match between Brandon and Minerva. The carriage rumbled to a halt, and a squeak was heard as the driver hopped down from his seat. "Perhaps you would be kind enough to escort us about the fair," the Duchess said. Brandon's cravat felt unusually tight as he looked into the woman's sharp dark eyes. "I'd be delighted to escort all the ladies." Stepping from the carriage, Amelia was excited to see they were in the heart of the festivities. Music drifted across the village green, which was crowded with revellers. Hawkers sold their wares in stalls, on wooden tables, and from their own colourful carts. Everything was offered to tempt visitors: cloth, jewellery, hair ribbons, hats, children's toys, decorative fans, even litters of puppies and kittens. Laughter carried across a breeze, and torches stood ready to light to continue the festivities long into the evening. The thatched roofs of tenant cottages dotted the horizon. Amelia followed behind the Duchess and Minerva as Brandon escorted them onto the village green. Several tenants waved at Brandon, and Amelia recognized them as the ones she had seen when he had taken her on a tour of his estate. "Oh, can we stop, Mother?" Minerva pointed to a stall where hair ribbons and fans were displayed. Even the dowager was distracted by the delicate fans. Brandon grasped Amelia's arm. "Come with me," he whispered in her ear. "I want to show you something, one of my favorites as a boy." Her heart thumped at his touch. It had been difficult to sit in the same carriage with him and not think of last night. She'd feared she'd blush, and all the occupants would suspect what had occurred between them. She'd never forget it. As she'd lain in the drowsy warmth of her bed this morning, she imagined she was in Brandon's arms. The women were occupied, and Amelia was able to step away without anyone noticing. "What is it?" He shook his head. "I have to show you." Amelia was intrigued by the glint of excitement in his eyes. She glanced behind her shoulder. The hawker anticipated a large sale and had brought out more goods to display for the group. The Duchess and Minerva, with avid interest, examined jewelry and straw hats adorned with an assortment of feathers, silk flowers, and ribbons. Brandon's fingers wrapped around Amelia's gloved hand as he led her away from the group. "I used to wait all year for the fair to arrive, just for this," he said. "I'm curious. What could hold your interest so much?" He steered her through the crowd with ease. "Come see." She looked up at him and was struck by his relaxed expression. Unlike in the carriage, the crease between his brows was gone. He looked relaxed, filled with anticipation, and she glimpsed the boy beneath the man. The boy who'd eagerly counted the days until the hawkers had arrived each year for the fair. "It's nothing dangerous, is it?" she asked. He flashed a smile. His excitement was contagious, and she stifled a giggle. They hurried along the colorful stalls. She spotted large wooden buckets for apple bobbing, and wheelbarrows for races, and a pole greased with duck fat to climb. The crowd gathered to watch a juggler dressed in colorful garb toss 6 balls up and keep them in the air. Onlookers clapped and cheered at the man's antics. Pulling her close, Brandon placed Amelia's hand on his arm and maneuvered through the throng of people. In the tightly packed crowd, no one noticed, but Amelia's body warmed at the protectiveness of his gesture and the feel of his hard thigh against hers. Even more shocking was the comfort and pleasure she felt walking beside him. "Here we are," he said, stopping before a table draped with a red cloth displaying fruits and confections. Sweet pastries, candied nuts, sweetmeats, and fruits were spread out like a lush feast. A short old man with a thick head of white hair and a beard smiled. "Good afternoon, my lord." "Hello, Abe," Brandon said. "Have you saved it for me?" Abe's smile revealed 2 missing front teeth. "I'd never forget ye, my lord." Brandon turned to her, and his lips curved in a smile. "Have you ever tried a pineapple?" "No." Pineapples were extremely rare, and she never had the luxury when she lived in the city. She hadn't even seen the fruit when she stayed at Huntington's home. "Rose Hill has many gardens, but we lack a pinery. Abe travels from village to village, and he always manages to save one for me. It's a mystery how he's able to get one every year." Abe winked. "It's a secret, but I haven't failed ye yet, my lord." He reached beneath the table and pulled out a pineapple. Amelia's eyes widened in wonder, and she reached out to touch the tuft of sword-shaped leaves and the spiny brown skin covering the fruit. "Let me cut it for ye." Abe picked up a large knife on the table and sliced off the top, placed the pineapple upside down, and cut into the fruit. Brandon pulled a coin from his pocket and handed it to the old man in exchange for a piece. "The center is the most tender and juicy. You must taste it for yourself." Brandon held the fruit to her lips. Amelia knew it was ridiculously improper to allow him to feed her, but unlike inside the stifling confines of the carriage, no one was watching them. She parted her lips, and he placed the tip of the fruit in her mouth. She took a bite, and a burst of flavor made her eyes flutter closed. It was unlike anything she'd ever tasted, sweet and juicy. She sighed in pure delight. "It's delicious," she said. A drop of juice lingered on her lower lip. She opened her eyes to find Brandon staring at her mouth, his expression intense. Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, "I want to lick the juice from your lips." She could hardly breathe. Her body tensed with exquisite tension. "You mustn't speak to me like that in public." "It's the truth." "What if the Duchess sees us?" His steady gaze caused a flurry within her. "I don't care what the Duchess thinks." She shouldn't feel giddy about his statement, but she did. Heaven, she did. He didn't care about Lady Minerva or her large dowry. Even though he needed the money, and most men of his station would grasp at the titled heiress, he didn't. The shocking truth struck her. He was willing to kiss her here, in the center of the village fair, surrounded by scores of people. She almost gave in. Almost. All that held her back was a small voice of reason that echoed in her brain. She didn't want to get caught in a compromising position. The consequences would be too serious. She had no desire to be forced to the altar. Lust was one thing, a forced marriage something else entirely. Her future plans included exhibitions and art critics, not marriage. In private, then. His eyes clung to hers, waiting for her reaction. Her heartbeat escalated beneath his heated gaze. She longed for his kiss. Her body ached for his touch. Her voice was a mere whisper. Yes. Unmistakable desire flashed in his eyes. He led her away from the stall, and they walked through the fair to the outskirts of the village green in silence. They left the crowd behind, and he continued toward a line of trees leading into the woods. The noise of the fair lessened until it could no longer be heard, and the air was cooler. He stopped beneath a large oak and drew her into his arms. "I couldn't wait another minute to get you alone." She felt the same, but his mouth covered hers before she could speak. He took her lips in a soft and seductive kiss. She opened to him with a small whimper, and his tongue swept inside with a lazy, sensuous movement. She came alive then, and her tongue entwined with his. Her fingers speared into his thick hair and urged him to deepen the kiss. With a low growl, he slid his hand around her neck, drawing her closer, and took her mouth with a savage intensity, but left no doubt as to the fierceness of his desire. She tasted the sweet, exotic pineapple on his tongue. Molding her body against him, her senses throbbed with the strength and feel and scent of him. At last he pulled back to cup her cheek. "I can't stop thinking of last night," he said. "Nor can I." He groaned. "You have no idea of my wicked thoughts. I'll never look at my desk the same way again." "It's shown in your portrait. What will you do?" His head lowered to kiss a hot trail down her neck, and lower still, to the lacy bodice of her gown. When his lips hovered over the swell of her breast, she sucked in her breath. "Then we must make love on another piece of furniture in my study, so that I will think of something else when I have to work on my desk," he murmured against her breast. She bit her lip. "Your study? I was hoping we could try here." He lifted his head an inch to meet her gaze, and a flash of raw primitive lust lit his eyes. "Your wish is my command, my lady." My lady. She'd worked hard to behave like a lady ever since Eliza had married Lord Huntingdon. But since she'd been with Brandon, propriety was the last thing on her mind. What did it matter when the hot tide of passion raged through her? He lowered his head once again over her breast and kissed the soft flesh above her bodice. She wanted more, and her hand went to brazenly cup her own breast. "Kiss me here," she breathed. His fingers swiftly went to the fastenings on the back of her gown. Then her gown and chemise slid down her arms, and her bare breasts were revealed to his heated gaze. With lids half closed, she watched him lower his head and lick a pebble-hard nipple. Then his teeth tugged slightly, sending sharp pleasure down to her belly. There was a rustle of skirts, and then his fingers glided up her silk stockings, past her thighs, to the top of her garters. He found the slit in her drawers and reached her woman's center. This time she knew the pleasure to be found and squirmed beneath his touch until he threaded through the curls to finger her swollen, sensitive flesh. "Ah, Amelia, you're so wet for me." Ragged whimpers of sheer need escaped her lips. His magical fingers were at her soft core, stroking, teasing, driving her mad. Her hips arched against his hand of their own accord. "Easy, Amelia," he murmured. She didn't want easy. She wanted all of him. Boldly she reached for the fall of his breeches and let out a satisfied moan when she felt his hardness. He hissed at her touch, then helped her with the loosening, and he sprang free, hard and demanding. Her fingers explored him, reveling in the hard feel of him, like steel encased in velvet. He groaned and cupped her bottom with his large hands and lifted her to press her against the trunk of the tree. "Wrap your legs around me," he said hoarsely. She lifted her legs, eager to feel his fullness inside her. The tip of his cock eased inside an inch. She couldn't control her moan of delight. "Brandon, I need more." Her fingers grasped his hard buttocks, urging him to thrust. "Sweet Jesus," he groaned. "I tried to go slow." Deep spirals of desire formed in her belly, and her hips arched forward just as he plunged deep. Her breath caught, but this time there was no pain, only the stretching of her body to accommodate him. He captured her mouth in a searing kiss as he began to thrust in and out of her body. It was exquisite, wicked, and oh, so miraculous. Passion rose in her like the hottest fire, clouding her mind. He captured her lips as a scream erupted, and she crested and rode the wave of pleasure. He threw back his head and groaned, his eyes closing for an instant as he withdrew from her body and found his release. Exhausted and drained, his forehead rested against hers as they breathed heavily in the cool forest air. At last he pulled back and brushed a kiss across her lips. Her heart tightened in her chest, and she feared her emotions more than this desire. Brandon had awakened her body, but it was her soul that had changed. She couldn't love him. They were from different worlds. He needed what she didn't have, and she wanted an artistic future that she could never have as his wife. But she cared for him greatly. He'd withdrawn last night, and she was grateful for his precautions. An unwanted pregnancy would be disastrous, and the consequences would be grave for both of them. With a firm hold on her waist, he slowly eased her to her feet and helped her right her gown. When at last she was dressed, she turned to him. He reached out and picked a leaf from her hair. "For a tumultuous bout of love-making, you don't appear too disheveled, save for a few bits of bark and leaves. God's truth, Amelia, I can't keep my hands off you," he said. "Then I fear I'll never finish the paintings." His smile tugged at her heart. "I've always had faith in you." She licked her swollen lips, tasting Brandon's lingering kiss. "We must return." He offered his arm, and they left the woods and started back through the crowd. She spotted Minerva in the distance. Amelia couldn't believe that the women hadn't moved from where they'd left them, and they were still haggling with the peddler over his goods. Amelia's step halted, and she looked up at Brandon. "Will you take me to the textile mill?" He tilted his head to the side. "I thought you'd forgotten about it." "Not a chance." One dark eyebrow shot up. "You're persistent, aren't you?" She lifted her chin. "I can be quite tenacious. I was serious when I'd said I want to see it." A corner of his lips curled in a grin. "Tenacious indeed. The morning after tomorrow, then?" "I'll be ready. What will you tell your sisters?" She gave him a mischievous smile. "Leave them to me."
"I'd like a word with you." Brandon knew that tone better than anyone. He looked up from the billiard table to see his grandmother standing in the doorway. Her 5-foot frame had the distinct posture of a military sergeant. He set down his cue stick and motioned for her to enter. "How can I be of assistance?" Her brows drew together, and she stepped into the room and shut the door behind her. "Don't you take that tone with me. You know precisely what this is about." "No, I don't. The village fair." For a moment he wondered if she had spotted him feeding Amelia a piece of pineapple. He realized that was highly unlikely with all the hustle and bustle at the fair. She was most likely upset about what had transpired in the carriage ride. Although she wasn't in their carriage, gossip travelled quickly. He leaned against the billiard table and folded his arms across his chest. "What about the fair?" "The Duchess came to me and voiced her concerns about the Middle Somerton girl." Amelia. What on earth could she be concerned about? The Dowager's eyes narrowed. "I may be old, but I'm not a fool. Is there something going on between the two of you?" Brandon kept his expression bland. The past year of keeping the estate's financial troubles from his family had served him well. He'd become practiced at showing no emotion. His grandmother was remarkably astute, and the smallest flinch or the slightest flicker of his brow could raise her suspicions. "I assure you there is nothing going on between Amelia and myself," he insisted. "The Duchess sensed something." Brandon rolled his eyes. "Amelia is an attractive young lady. You can't expect me not to notice." Her rigid shoulders eased a degree. "Well, I'd rather you noticed Lady Minerva." "I understand what you want." His tone was more caustic than he intended. His grandmother's repeated mention of Minerva was beginning to grate on him. "Do you? I know there are financial strains on the estate. I'm also aware you do not feel the need to share the extent of the strains with me. While I appreciate your concern for my sensibilities, I want to see the estate looked after before I leave this earth." He eyed her and wondered how much to tell her. "I'm not ready to marry." "You need an heir and money. The Duke's daughter is the answer to your prayers." "I'm not attracted to her." "Don't be ridiculous," she said with a wave of her hand, as if attraction were the last item on a long list of traits to seek in a future wife. He unfolded his arms and faced the billiard table. His gaze focused on the green baize, and his hands clutched the table's side rail. His thoughts churned to discover some solution to his financial dilemma he had not already considered 100 times. "There's a good chance I can dig myself out of this debt. The textile mill is showing potential for—" The Dowager leaned forward and glared at him. "You still need an heir." "She's not the only available heiress," he argued. "You must have noticed her lack of intelligence." "Intelligence isn't a critical factor. She would make a good hostess. You can easily hire a good housekeeper to make up for any mental shortcomings." Mental shortcomings? He'd never have put it so mildly. She was dim-witted, blindly followed whatever advice her mother gave her, and he found her exceedingly boring. "Am I to have no choice?" "Your father would have blessed the arrangement. Your mother, too, if she were alive." If his parents were alive, they wouldn't be in a position to give marital advice. They'd hated each other for as long as Brandon could remember. A cold marriage along with a frigid marital bed. A lifetime of misery. Jesus. Just the thought was enough to make him ill. "Where else will you find a duke's daughter?" she asked. The problem was he didn't want a duke's daughter. He wanted a forger's daughter. Amelia's image rose in his mind. Deep blue eyes with an oval, exotic slant, creamy skin, vivid auburn hair that he longed to loosen from her pins. He'd taken her virginity, but he had yet to possess her in a bed. The thought led to others, and he fantasized about the other erotic positions that he'd wanted to explore with her. What would it feel like to have that silken hair trail down his chest?
to have those magnificent breasts bounce above him as she rode him. Of all the women, why was she the one he couldn't forget? The one he had to possess? The one he wanted to break all the rules for? Their arrangement had started out as beneficial to both of them. He'd get to watch her as she painted his portrait and a copy of the Dutch landscape so he could sell the original for profit. She'd receive art lessons from a master painter at the Royal Academy. It was perfect. Except he couldn't keep his hands from her. He'd done more than make love to her. He'd shared his troubles with her, and it had felt good, had felt right. He could talk to her and share a piece of his burdens. She didn't judge him. She was highly intelligent, and she listened. She didn't come from nobility. She'd worked for a living, and she understood business. Most remarkable, she wanted to visit the textile mill. If only he'd been satisfied with simply kissing her. But she was like a drug he couldn't control, intoxicating and alluring, impossible to resist. He was aware of his grandmother watching him, waiting for his answer. At his continued silence, her brow smoothed and she stepped close to touch his hand. "I know you work hard every night to solve the problems your father left us. I'm proud of you. I only ask that you pay more attention to Lady Minerva, and for heaven's sake don't ogle Amelia Somerton or any other female while you are in the presence of the Duchess. She's not only shrewdly observant, but quite aggressive." "I will be polite, but nothing more," he said firmly. "Do not expect me to propose to Lady Minerva." Chapter 17. Escaping the watchful eyes of other house-party guests took planned manoeuvring, but a few of the women, along with Weston and Emmett, had asked for art lessons, which provided Amelia with an excuse. In order to properly provide instruction, she would need additional art supplies and had to travel to the village to purchase these. Eliza, long accustomed to Amelia needing to shop for brushes, cakes of watercolour, or charcoal to work, never raised an eyebrow at the request, and since the maids were all busy caring for the female guests at the house party, Amelia took as her required chaperone a middle-aged kitchen maid and widow named Lily, and set off for the village. The village was not her intended destination. As soon as her carriage had travelled past the winding gravel drive and onto the rural country road, she spotted Brandon leaning against a tall oak. He raised a hand and halted the carriage. He opened the carriage door and climbed inside. His presence filled every inch of the carriage, and tension crackled in the air between them. "Are you certain about this?" he asked. "Yes, I want to see the mill." He leaned out the window to speak with the driver, then settled onto the padded bench across from her. The carriage lurched forward and set off at a brisk pace. He turned to the woman sitting in the corner. "Lily, isn't it?" "Yes, my lord." Amelia was surprised he knew the girl's name. Lily was a kitchen helper, not a servant in the rooms occupied by family, not someone he would see every day. Then she recalled that he'd known all of the tenants' names, and admiration blossomed in her chest. He wasn't the usual sort of earl. He took interest in the estate and the people who lived and worked there. "We're going to take a little trip that will require your silence when we return. There'll be something extra in your month's wages for you. Understand?" It was a command more than a request, but gently given. Lily's head bobbed up and down. "As far as I know, my lord, you weren't with us, and the miss and I went to the village and back." "Precisely." A half-hour later they halted before a large building. Black soot curled from a chimney, marring the beautiful blue sky. Amelia turned to the maid. "Stay inside the carriage. We won't be long." Lily's eyes were wide as she stared at the brick factory. "Yes, miss." It was clear she had no desire to enter the building. Brandon hopped out of the carriage, then turned to help Amelia alight. "I must warn you, but it's stifling hot inside. I'm not completely ignorant of factory life. There was a large paper mill nearby where we lived. The family next door worked there." The parents and all 8 of their children. Amelia and her sisters had occupied the tiny one-bedroom apartment beside them. Amelia had counted her blessings that they'd never had to work in the factories. Chloe had often been ill with a lingering cough, and Amelia knew her sister wouldn't have survived the harsh conditions of factory life. Brandon opened the massive front doors, and Amelia stepped inside. She was immediately engulfed by a wall of heat and a cacophony of noise. Rows of machinery operated at an incredibly fast pace. Belts whirred, bobbins spun. 4 huge men turned a large wheel at one machine. The odor of oil used to lubricate the machines and the sweat of the workers permeated the air. Her senses were overwhelmed with sights, sounds, smells, and heat. "Come." Brandon took her hand as he led her into the factory. She was grateful she had worn her light summer muslin dress. She still had on her gloves, and her palms were sweating inside the kid skin. She scanned the massive factory floor. Female workers scurried about checking the spinning bobbins and hurried up and down the rows to ensure the equipment was working properly. No one paid them any attention, but Amelia watched them in wide-eyed wonder. How on earth did they not faint from the heat? She studied the scene and attempted to memorize details that she would incorporate into her sketches later that evening. She didn't see any children. She recalled that Brandon had eliminated child labor at his mill. It was a noble effort on his part and revealed more about his character. She understood he'd have to hire adults to fill the positions, and it would cost him more in pay. Her attention was drawn to a machine with a long row of bobbins. She tried unsuccessfully to count the number of whirling bobbins. There were at least 100. As she watched fascinated, each one was being threaded at breathtaking speed. Brandon noted her interest. Those of a spinning jennies. The machine was invented by James Hargreaves a little over 50 years ago. His invention allows one worker to spin many separate yarns at the same time. It revolutionized the textile industry. "It's amazing how quickly they spin," she said. Once the bobbins are full, they are taken upstairs to the looms where the cloth is woven. Her thoughts were cut short by the approach of a middle-aged man with a battlefield of wrinkles, straw-colored hair, and thick shoulders. Brandon stepped forward and shook the man's hand. "Mr. Begley, may I introduce Miss Somerton? Mr. Begley is my factory manager." Mr. Begley nodded in greeting. If he thought it odd Brandon had brought along a woman, he showed no sign. "Tell me what's going on," Brandon said. They walked farther into the massive room. Brandon tucked Amelia's arm into his, keeping her by his side. "It's good you're here, my lord. Some things have improved, others have not," Mr. Begley said. "The labour? I ceased the child labour, just as you instructed, but many of the workers are disgruntled." Brandon's brow furrowed. "Disgruntled? Haven't you hired women and men to replace them?" "I have, but the families of the children have lost a source of income. They need every shilling just to survive." Amelia immediately understood. Her former neighbours had relied on the income each of their 8 children produced from the factory. The entire family rose at 5 in the morning, ate a piece of bread, and returned past 7 in the evening. Amelia had learned the children had only 3 short breaks when they were fed oatmeal. Other children vied for positions, but work wasn't always available. The mother had often said it kept her children out of the gutter and occupied them. Idle hands were Satan's hands, she'd said. Amelia didn't agree with that reasoning, but she sympathized. A hungry belly was a desperate one. She began thinking of a solution to the labor problem at Brandon's mill. There had to be a way to compromise, to keep the family's income steady and care for the children at the same time. "I don't want to hire the children back," Brandon said. "The families may leave for other factories who will hire their children," Begley said. "What of the orphans? They don't have families to protest." "The orphanage will undoubtedly take in fewer children, and those it does house will be sent out to work in other mills." A muscle ticked at Brandon's jaw. "Damn, I want to help them, not make their lives worse." Amelia listened with rising dismay when a sudden solution sprang to mind. "There's another way," she said. Both men turned to her. "Go on," Brandon said. "The children can still work, but you can improve their conditions. Strictly limit their hours, give them frequent breaks, and restrict their duties to only those you approve," she said.
"That sounds like a reasonable approach," Bagley said.
She glanced at Bagley, surprised at the support from the factory manager. Brandon's green gaze studied her as if he could reach into her soul and read all her secrets. He seemed not to be mocking her, but rather considering her suggestion.
"If it will help the families without hurting the children, then I agree. But I don't want the children working in dangerous positions. Make it so," Brandon instructed Bagley.
"Yes, my lord," Bagley said. "Now let's go to the looms," Brandon said. Amelia recalled Brandon's account of the difficulties he'd been having with the power looms. Had the problems been resolved? She hoped so. She realized how much he cared about the textile mill. He wasn't only interested in the profit that would increase the earldom's coffers, but for the people who worked here. They were no different from the tenants who farmed his land. He may be nobility, but he cared. They left the first floor and climbed a wooden staircase to the second, where a dozen looms were situated. The machines were much larger than what she'd imagined. It was immediately obvious which looms were power looms and which were hand-operated. At the hand-operated looms, workers manually moved the shuttle to weave the thread. The process was painstakingly slow. Only 3 of the looms were hand-operated. The rest were enormous pieces of equipment driven by thick belts that ran near the factory ceiling. Thread was automatically fed crosswise between alternating upper and lower threads. Then a harness raised those that had been lower and at the same time dropped those that had been above before a shuttle came back, pushing the threads firmly together. She watched as inches and soon several feet of brand-new cloth emerged. The process was ear-splitting, and she wondered how the workers hadn't lost their hearing. "How are they powered?" she shouted to be heard above the machines.
"Steam is produced by a coal-burning furnace in the bowels of the factory," Brandon said.
"It's amazing how quickly they can weave. I've never given cloth much thought other than the bolts I've seen at the modiste shop," she said.
He grinned. "It does add a bit of perspective, doesn't it?"
Bagley motioned them over to a power loom that sat idle. "This one broke down today." Brandon stiffened and a muscle ticked by his eye.
"I don't believe it. I thought all the looms were operational." "They had been. This one gave us trouble this morning," Bagley said.
Brandon wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand.
"I've been over all the maintenance reports. You've hired different workers to make the repairs, correct?" "I have. The repairs are done correctly, but days later the shuttles break. Only the steam-powered looms are affected," Bagley said. "It makes no sense. They shouldn't break down so frequently. We need the mill to increase its production. The power looms are capable of producing cloth 100 times faster than the hand looms. Every loom must produce at full capacity, or the factory will never be fully profitable," Brandon said.
Amelia didn't like seeing Brandon so upset, and her fingers itched to reach out and smooth his deeply furrowed brow.
"Have the machines watched," Brandon ordered. "You suspect foul play?" Bagley said. "There hasn't been word of Luddites for at least 4 years, and not in this part of Hampshire. Until I know for sure, I want them watched."
"Yes, my lord." Amelia had heard of the Luddites and the significance of their rebellious actions against factories. They feared the machines would leave them without work. But for them to attack here... A cold knot formed in her stomach. Weren't they violent? Was Brandon at risk? Questions arose, but she held her tongue. As they made their way outside, Amelia sucked the cool air into her lungs. The carriage was around the corner, and Brandon started toward it. "Wait," she said, placing a hand on his sleeve. "Do you truly believe Luddites are damaging the looms?"
"I don't know." There are men who dislike the industrialization that has started in this country. It's inevitable and will only increase no matter their efforts. I predict even more factories will spring up all over London very soon. But there are desperate men who want to hold on to the old ways. She felt a terrible tenseness in her body. Desperate men are dangerous men. His expression darkened with an unreadable emotion. It's not me you need to worry about, but any saboteurs that are damaging those looms. She sensed the simmering anger behind his words. He wouldn't be sympathetic or understanding. He would unleash the full extent of his power as an earl and as a man. He took her arm and led her toward the carriage. It's time to leave before people question your long absence from Rose Hill. We still need to stop in the village for your supplies.
Chapter 18. Amelia decided to hold her art lessons beside Rose Hill's twin gazebos. The scenic location offered a beautiful view, and the fresh outdoors would allow for the best ventilation of the oil paint. Footmen carried out 6 easels and small canvases and arranged them near the rose bushes. Beside each easel, paints, brushes, and jars of water rested on small wooden work tables. The ladies and gentlemen arrived at the same time. Helen, Caroline, Sarah, and Minerva chose their easels. Emmet and Weston picked easels behind the ladies. Amelia had set up her own canvas in front of the group so they could watch as she instructed. Chloe decided to skip the art lesson in order to go riding. Amelia couldn't blame her sister. She'd been exposed to oils and watercolors since she was a toddler. Let's start with the basics. Pick up the thickest brush for the sky, Amelia instructed. She dipped her brush in blue paint, then applied a dab of white. Her strokes were light and airy as she demonstrated how to paint the sky. After she was finished, she walked around to check on each of her pupils. She halted beside Emmet. Her nose wrinkled at the smell of whiskey. How could he drink so early in the afternoon? "What are you painting?" she asked, looking at his canvas. "It doesn't look at all like a sky." He leaned close to whisper, "It's not. It's the ceiling of my bedroom. It's my hope that you will know what it looks like soon." Her mouth dropped open, then she threw back her head and laughed. She couldn't help herself. His behavior was too outrageous to take offense. His eyes roamed over her figure, and he winked. "Will you visit me tonight?" Amelia plucked his brush from his hand and wrote the word "No" in bold blue paint in the center of his canvas. Emmet dramatically placed a hand over his heart. "You wound me. Is there no future between us?" She ignored his question. "Start over with a fresh canvas." Weston waved his brush across the way. "Enough with my brother. Check my painting," he called out. Amelia walked over to Weston and glanced at his canvas. It was a good rendition of the sky. "It's excellent." Weston's blue eyes twinkled behind his spectacles as he gazed at her. "Is my brother bothering you?" "No, I can handle him." He grinned. "By the look on his face, you did quite well." Her lips twitched. How could two brothers be so different? "Are you enjoying the lessons?" "Surprisingly, yes. But I think it has more to do with my instructor than the actual painting." "You flatter me, Lord Weston." "It's true." Weston's eyes were warm and earnest. Here was a man who would make a good husband. Eliza would be thrilled. If only Amelia felt the same pulse-pounding awareness of him that she felt around Brandon. Voices sounded beyond the rose bushes. Then Brandon and Huntingdon appeared, each with a gun slung over his shoulder, on their way to do some hunting. Brandon stopped short at the sight of Weston leaning close to Amelia. His eyes narrowed, and a quick shadow of anger crossed his face. Goodness, he looked primitive and very male. He couldn't possibly be jealous, could he? Lady Minerva hopped at once to her feet and waved. "Lord Vale! Come see my art and give me your opinion. Tell me, do I have talent?" Brandon's head snapped up and his lips thinned in annoyance. After a nudge from Huntingdon, Brandon walked over and glanced at Minerva's easel. His face screwed into a perplexed expression. "It's the sky," Minerva rushed to offer. Brandon blinked. "It's nice." "All is to our teacher's credit," Weston called out. "She's capable and gifted. Under her tutelage, I'm immensely enjoying her lessons." Brandon swung around to give Weston a hostile glare. He was jealous. A thrill of satisfaction coursed through Amelia. How could she be enjoying his medieval reaction? What did that say about her? Brandon met her gaze across the row of easels. "I'd like to see the instructor's artwork. Will you show me, Miss Somerton?" Amelia arched an eyebrow. He must know her canvas was in front of the group for demonstration. He could see it for himself. He certainly didn't need for her to show him anything. But the stubborn man placed his hands behind his back and waited. Amelia marched to the front of the group, and he followed. "If you are so interested in painting, my lord, you could have joined our lessons," she said, loud enough for the group to hear. He leaned down to supposedly study her canvas. She wasn't fooled. He knew exactly how she could paint. The 2 pieces of artwork in his private study were good examples. "I admit to being interested in lessons from you, but of a different nature," he said close to her ear. He was incorrigible. Her skin heated, and she struggled to breathe. "We are being watched," she whispered in alarm. "I can't help myself." She was so wrapped up in him that she was slow to hear additional voices from beyond the twin gazebos. Too late, the Duchess and Dowager appeared from around the building. The women stopped short as they took in the several would-be painters arrayed amidst their easels, brushes, jars of water, and paints. But it was the Duchess's attention that concerned Amelia. Her gaze travelled from Amelia to Brandon, then back to Amelia. Alarm raced down Amelia's spine, and she had the distinct impression they were somehow caught. The Dowager must have noticed too. She blinked rapidly and hurried to clap her hands. "We have an exciting announcement. Her Grace and I have decided to have a ball to celebrate your last evening here. We only have a few days to prepare, and the ladies are needed to help select the theme." The young ladies squealed in excitement. "A ball at Rose Hill!" Helen and Caroline called out simultaneously. "Mother, what shall I wear?" Minerva called out. "What wonderful news," Amelia said. "Let's continue our lessons another time." The tinkling of brushes dropping into water-filled glass jars sounded as the ladies rushed to join the Dowager. As Amelia grasped her skirts and hurried to join the women, she could almost feel the Duchess's eyes boring into her back. Huntingdon shot Brandon a dark glare. "What's gotten into your head?" Brandon stiffened. "What's that supposed to mean? You looked at Amelia like you wanted to throw her over your shoulder and drag her off into the woods." Had he? It wasn't a bad idea. He'd been unable to control his jealousy when he'd found Weston looming over her. Once again, the man had been gazing at her like a lovesick boy. Brandon's fists had clenched, and he wanted to pummel Weston and then carry Amelia off, not into the woods, but to his bed. Huntingdon was right. He reacted like a possessive fool. He knew he had no claim on Amelia, but that was the problem. He wanted a claim. He wanted to make her his. "You're lucky not everyone noticed, but your grandmother and the Duchess are both intelligent and sharp-eyed women. You better decide what you want." Brandon scowled at his friend. "I told my grandmother, but I won't be forced to marry anyone. What of your father's debts? Do you have a choice?" His grandmother's announcement to have a ball would be another added expense that increased his stress. He wished she'd discussed the matter with him first, but he also suspected the Duchess had a hand in persuading the Dowager. "The textile mill has great potential," Brandon said. "I hope so, for your sake," Huntingdon said. Brandon adjusted the gun on his shoulder and kept walking. They were to hunt partridge and pheasant this morning, just the two of them. Normally he enjoyed Huntington's company, but he wondered at the wisdom of spending time alone with his friend today. Huntington knew him too well. It wouldn't be easy to hide anything from his friend, and he felt guilty for misleading him. They reached the end of the clearing and entered the woods. The foliage was thick here, and they continued until they reached a stream with an abundance of grasses, leaves, roots, seeds, and insects, where the birds visited and fed. Twigs snapped beneath his boots. Sweat beaded on their brows in the afternoon heat, and they waited for the birds in silence. "I can do it, damn it," Brandon muttered, "without a woman's money." It was a matter of pride, but he succeeded on his own. He knew most men of his station wouldn't give a second thought about marrying a woman simply for her money, but the thought made Brandon feel less of a man. Huntington's gaze sharpened. "I never said you couldn't." "I know. Then what else is addling your brains?" At Brandon's silence, Huntington gave a curt nod. "She's driving you mad, isn't she?" Brandon didn't bother to ask who. Huntington knew. "Why do you say that?" "Only a woman can make a man act that irrationally. I should know." "You married Eliza knowing she was a forger's daughter. The same forger who'd fooled you as an influential art critic," Brandon said. "I didn't need what you do," Huntington countered. "You mean a large dowry?" Brandon's tongue was heavy with sarcasm. "Precisely." Brandon should curse his father, but he didn't feel the common disgust that usually arose when he thought of his parent. The truth was he would never have retained Amelia for her artistic services if it were not for the mess the old Earl had dumped upon him. He wouldn't need a copy of the Kuyp landscape. He would have hired a Royal Academy painter to paint his portrait. He'd never have gotten to know her. He'd never know of her dreams to paint the poor. He'd never have the pleasure of taking her to the factory and receiving her insights about the child labor problems. He was not only highly attracted to her, but he liked and admired her. She was, quite simply, the most remarkable woman he'd ever known. He'd fixed the mess with the debt. He was confident about the textile mill. It was just a matter of time before the power mills cooperated and the factory became profitable. And with Amelia by his side, he could accomplish it. He felt like he could accomplish anything. He hadn't been truthful to her. She'd stayed true to their arrangement, but he hadn't told her everything regarding what he planned for the sale of the Dutch landscape. He hadn't been truthful to Huntington, either. A stab of guilt pierced his chest. Huntington was his best friend. He couldn't mess up things so badly. Honor demanded that he do right by both Huntington and Amelia, his honor and her virtue. Why hadn't he considered it before? Now that the thought entered his mind, he knew it was perfect. He could marry Amelia. Huntington had married Eliza despite her scandalous past and the identity of her criminal father. Brandon understood that the two sisters were very different. Eliza had given up the running of the Peacock print shop and had eagerly embraced becoming Huntington's countess. Amelia, on the other hand, didn't want to marry. She wanted to embark on a career as an artist painting controversial subjects under her own name. Brandon was truthful when he'd said he admired her dreams, but marriage complicated matters. He could no longer think only of himself. He was now an earl and had to consider Helen, Caroline, and his grandmother. His wife's activities would reflect upon all of them. An alternative to his dilemma came to mind, one in which Amelia could still paint London's downtrodden and anything else she desired. If he could persuade her to once again paint under a false name, would she be willing to do so in order to become his wife? He knew it wasn't her entire dream, but he believed the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. She would no longer be a sister-in-law to an earl, but would become a countess herself, with all the privileges the title entailed. Huntington raised his gun. "Over there." Brandon looked at where Huntington pointed his barrel to see a flock of pheasants land and begin feeding on the vegetation. Brandon's mood lifted. He'd been able to convince Amelia to go along with his plans in the past. Could he do it again? Chapter 19. 2 days had passed since Amelia had last painted in Brandon's study at night. The women were excited about the upcoming ball, and the Dowager had decided to involve them in the planning. Discussing ball details, combined with the night entertainments, had kept the women up well past midnight. Amelia still managed to paint. Instead of sneaking into the secret passageway at night, she'd slipped away in the day when everyone thought she was napping. Brandon had been occupied with the gentlemen guests and hadn't been able to pose for his portrait, so she'd worked on the Kite landscape. She was pleased with her progress, but experienced an odd twinge of loneliness as she worked alone. For an artist who'd always enjoyed quiet when she worked and had often been absorbed in her art, it was a disturbing emotion. The truth was, she missed Brandon's companionship. She longed for his kisses, but even more than being held in his arms, she'd missed spending time in his company and simply talking with him. By the third evening, the women had retired early, and Amelia was able to return to the study at night. Brandon looked up from his desk and dropped the sheaf of papers he'd been studying. "Finally, I've been anxiously waiting all night." He stood and was by her side in a flash. He pulled her into his arms, and he lowered his head, seeking her kiss. Her lips softened beneath his, and she swayed dizzily. His arms tightened, holding her more firmly against him. "The feel of you is intoxicating," he muttered under his breath. His hand slid behind her neck, his fingers teasing the hair at her nape. His mouth swooped down to claim hers, his kiss urgent and hungry at once. In wicked remembrance, she parted her lips in eager anticipation. He took full advantage, exploring her mouth. A delicious shudder heated her body, and she boldly returned his kiss. He lifted his head, his green eyes compelling. "I've wanted to come to your bedchamber, but I've heard you had a different visitor. Chloe had nightmares and slept in my room the past 2 nights." She lifted her chin. "And you promised never to use the secret passageway to visit my bedchamber. We could be discovered." He nuzzled her ear, and she could hardly think. "Is Chloe well?" he asked. She sighed as he licked the sensitive shell of her ear. "Yes. The nightmares occur much less frequently than when she was young, but she comes to me now that Eliza's married." His fingers stroked her arms, and she felt the sensual pull of desire. She pressed her hand against his hard chest and managed to put several inches between them. "I'm here to work, my lord. You want me to complete your portrait before the end of the house party, don't you?" She may have made progress on the kite painting, but his portrait was a different matter entirely. She wanted to complete her part of their arrangement. The corner of his mouth curved into a grin. "Fine," he said, as he went to his desk and leaned against it. "I missed having you stare at me as you work." He was a charming devil. A half an hour later, she was still trying to concentrate on Brandon's portrait while he stood a mere 5 feet away. He shifted and folded his arms across his chest. The movement caused muscles to bunch beneath his shirt. Must his every move remind her of his attractiveness? At this rate, she wouldn't finish his portrait before the end of the house party, but would have to paint him from memory. "I've wanted to thank you for your insight," Brandon said. Amelia looked up from the canvas to meet his gaze. "My insight?" "I received a report from Mr. Begley. He gathered the workers and informed them of the new working conditions regarding their children. Only those over the age of 13 will be permitted to work. Their tasks and hours will be limited, and their breaks and meals regulated. The workers are very pleased with the new arrangements." I suppose my past experience has given me a different point of view regarding the working class, she said.
You helped.
She experienced a thrill at his praise. I have another suggestion. She tilted her head to the side and regarded him. Her idea had come to her days after her visit to the mill, and she wondered what he would think.
Tell me.
What if you start a school?
A school?
Yes, a school for the children who work at the mill. The children with parents, as well as those from the orphanage. If they work fewer hours, then they can go to school and learn how to read and write. It would enrich their lives and give them skills to earn higher pay in the future. I know you'd have to wait until the mill consistently earns money, but the cost would only be in hiring a teacher and providing the space. He stilled, and she wondered if she'd gone too far. She'd never heard of a factory owner funding a school for his child labourers, but she'd also never heard of an owner as honourable as the Earl of Vale.
You are as intelligent as you are beautiful. I can't imagine discussing these issues with any of the ladies of my acquaintance. You have lived an unusual life, but has given you the ability to perceive things differently and see possibilities that others cannot. It amazes me.
Her heart fluttered in her breast. Of all the things to say, he knew just how to compliment her, just how to reach her heart. She wasn't the type to swoon over poetry or compliments over the colour of her eyes or how kissable her lips. He saw through everything to admire what she most treasured, her mind and her past. Her background, no matter how sordid or beneath his station, was an integral part of her. It had made her who she was. Her feelings for him were growing. If she wasn't careful, she'd find herself infatuated. Or was she already?
Your suggestion is a good one, but it will have to wait for now, he said.
I know. I'm sorry about the power looms, she said.
I'm afraid I have no coin to spare until all the problems at the mill are solved. The only good news is that no further problems have been reported since the power looms have been watched. He ran his fingers through his hair. But I'm still exasperated. None of my father's other businesses were this difficult to fix.
She lowered her brush and studied him. You enjoy the business part of it, don't you?
A frown set into his features. Inheriting debt? No, I don't like it.
Not the debt. You like turning a failing business into a profitable one. You said it yourself. You have been successful in saving many of your father's doomed endeavours. You must feel a sense of pride in your work.
I do. There's satisfaction in it. I've often thought I should have been born a solicitor or a barrister instead of an heir to an earldom. I like work. I like using my mind to study ledgers to find where business went wrong, how to turn it around and make it flourish.
Amelia and her sisters had accomplished the same thing with the print shop. Their business had survived for 5 years, even during the harshest winters. But Amelia had cheated by selling a forgery. The money had been a vital influx of capital. She still had no remorse or guilt. She'd done what was needed to put food on the table. Would she do it again? Yes, if circumstances warranted it. She cast a sideways glance at the landscape on the easel in the corner of the study. Her work was coming along and was almost complete. A frightening thought crossed her mind. How much would her forgery be worth? If Brandon needed money so badly, why not have him pass hers off as an original? You've always known your sinful nature would surface, she mused. The Albert Kuip landscape is almost finished, she blurted out. He took a deep breath and ran a hand through his hair.
I have a confession to make. I told you I was gifting the original to an American. I lied.
She froze as a cold knot formed in her stomach. He couldn't be suggesting what she'd just been thinking. You plan on selling my copy? He'd insisted she wasn't painting a forgery, but a copy to hang in Rose Hill. The original was to be a gift to his friend. Did he lie? It was one thing to knowingly commit the crime of forgery, but something entirely different to have him take advantage of her work and keep it secret from her. Would he do such a thing?
"No," he said, his voice firm. "You are painting a copy for me to hang in Rose Hill. I plan on selling the original. The money from the sale will help pay for Helen's wedding and satisfy some creditors. I don't want to mislead you any longer. Do you believe me?"
She met his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me from the beginning?"
"Because I needed you to agree to my plans. I apologize. Do you believe me when I say I'd never sell your copy?"
She did. She felt ashamed for even thinking it. His confession was also a stark reminder of what he needed. Money. Boatloads of it. It always came down to money. She smoothed her skirts with damp hands. "You told me you wanted a copy of the Dutch artist's work because you've grown accustomed to the landscape hanging in the library and wished for a duplicate, and that your grandmother would frown upon you giving anything to an American. That wasn't entirely true, was it? You want an exact copy to remain hanging in Rose Hill because you don't want the Dowager or your sisters to know of your financial troubles." The tense lines on his face returned.
"Yes, it's true."
"You should tell them," she insisted. "I've come to know your sisters over the course of this house party, and they are level-headed, intelligent women." His jaw hardened, and he shook his head.
"I'm not prepared for that."
She didn't agree with him, but she also understood him. He had so much pride and so much family honor. He loved his sisters and his grandmother and felt responsible for all of them. He'd also shouldered his burdens on his own for so long he couldn't share them. "Thank you for telling me the truth," she said. His jade-green eyes studied her with a curious intensity.
"I don't want to lie to you. Not after what we've shared. I've come to care for you, Amelia. You're one of the most remarkable women I've ever met."
Her heart skipped a beat. Somewhere along the way she'd fallen in love with him. She'd had no choice, really. As soon as he'd said she was remarkable, as soon as he'd praised her for her dreams to paint the needy, and he'd taken her to the factory, she'd lost her heart. Foolish heart. How could she have allowed this to happen? The intensity of her feelings was frightening. Less than a week remained of the house party, and her work was almost complete. She'd soon return to London with her sisters and would rarely see him again. There would be no private time together, no intimate talks, no chance to kiss him or feel the heat of his flesh. She'd return to her old life, but things would be different. She was different. He'd claimed not only her body, but a piece of her soul. He stepped close. One hand captured her fingers, the other cradled her face. "I want you," he said simply. "The past 2 days away from you have been torture. I hated when Weston looked at you. I wanted to toss you over my shoulder, carry you to my bedchamber, and kiss every inch of you." Excitement curled low in her belly, and her breath caught. "You did?"
"I do."
Her heart was a delicate thing, and he was playing havoc with it. They stared at each other for a long, sensual-filled moment. He pulled her against him and kissed her. He wasn't rough like his words led her to believe, but brushed her lips with tantalizing tenderness. Her pulse pounded in her ears. He lifted his head and looked at her.
"I want to talk to Huntington."
She was drowning in a haze of desire. His words were slow to pierce her senses. "What? Why?" There was only one reason for him to mention a conversation with Huntington. He couldn't possibly be suggesting what she thought. She tried to take a step back, but his hold on her upper arms tightened. "You can't be serious. You can't mean—" She dropped her voice, even though there was no one else present in the room. "Marriage?"
"Why not?"
Because I'm not what you need."
"You're exactly what I need."
Oh, dear. A part of her was thrilled at his offer. She would get to spend the rest of her life with him, would get to bear his children, and wake up beside him every morning. But logic took hold, and she found herself shaking her head. Why? It's the right thing to do. I knew there were consequences the first time I touched you. Huntingdon is my best friend, and you are his sister-in-law. I must act honorably. Honor. That's what was behind his offer? The part of her that was thrilled at the prospect withered. She'd never wanted to marry, only to pursue her art. If she did find herself standing before an altar and a priest, she was determined to marry for love, not honor. But Brandon was different. She'd come to know him. He had an abundance of honor and pride, with the children at the mill, with his concern for his tenants, and with his love for his sisters and grandmother. Lord Vale wanted to do the right thing. He'd taken her virginity, and now he felt like he had to do right by her by asking Huntingdon for her hand. It wasn't enough. How long before he regretted his decision? Before his financial troubles haunted him, and he regretted not proposing to Minerva or another woman with blue bloodlines and an overflowing dowry. She took a deep breath. My answer is no. Why? He demanded. It's impractical. I told you I don't want to marry. I want to paint the subjects of my choosing and have my own art exhibition, remember? I've never heard of a countess having her own art show. He hesitated for a heartbeat, and for that brief moment she knew what he was going to say. I won't stand in the way of your art. I only ask that you keep painting under a false name. She felt an instant squeezing hurt, a sorrow that was a painful knot inside her. He knew of her dream, knew what it meant to her. You're ashamed of my work, she said, her voice hoarse. Never. I admire your aspirations. She read the truth in his eyes. You're concerned for your sisters and your grandmother. Her sketches of the poverty-stricken were shocking in their honesty. After she painted and displayed them, her work would most likely be considered scandalous among the upper class. He gave a curt nod. The topic of your paintings may inflame society and harm my family. She must never forget he was the Earl of Vale. If she married Brandon, then she'd have to continue painting under fictitious names. She'd hated doing it before, and now that she no longer had to sell her work to put food on the table by pleasing the clientele of the print shop, she would have to continue the charade in order to be with him. She would never have an art exhibition. She wouldn't be able to speak with art critics or the press, and she would never be able to stand beside one of her paintings in the Royal Academy. Worst of all, she'd never be considered a serious artist, only the daughter of a forger. No, never again. But despite the unfairness of it all, she understood his concerns for his grandmother and his sisters. How could she not? Eliza and Chloe were dear to her. Lifting her chin, she met his green gaze. You don't have to act honorably. Huntingdon will never know what happened between us. But I know. I took your innocence. Don't be ridiculous. You didn't take my virginity. I gave it to you. I'm a grown woman who knew the risks. No one else knows, and I don't require you to behave honorably. He stepped close and trailed a finger down her cheek. His eyes smoldered. We desire each other. Tell me you don't feel the spark every time I touch you. Despite her annoyance, she shivered at his touch. Lust is not a basis for marriage. It's more than my parents shared. She recalled what little he'd spoken of his parents. Theirs was a cold marriage, and neither parent had been interested in their offspring. Her own mother had died when Amelia was young, and she had no memories of her parents' relationship. She only knew that her father hadn't started forging paintings until after her mother had passed. She didn't want a marriage based on convenience or honor. Pain squeezed her heart, and she shook her head regretfully and stepped away. I'm sorry, my lord, but it's not enough for me. Good night. She turned and went to the hidden panel in the door. She could feel his eyes boring into her as she walked away, but thankfully he didn't stop her. The latch clicked, and she stepped into the passage.
Amelia had rejected him. Brandon poured himself a drink and sat behind his desk. He'd missed her terribly over the course of 2 days. She'd been occupied with the women, and he'd been hunting and fishing with the men. It had given him time to think, and he realized just how different she was from all the women of his past. He enjoyed talking with Amelia as much as he craved holding her in his arms, of making sweet, sensual love to her. Only days of the house party remained, and she was close to finishing her work. Too soon she'd leave Rose Hill and return with her sisters to London. He'd be left alone in his study without her passionate kisses and her intelligence and wit. Only his numerous ledgers and business troubles would remain. He thought of her advice regarding opening a school for the children at the mill. Who would have thought? The more he considered it, the better it sounded. It would ease his conscience and benefit the children. He'd been hesitant to tell her the full truth regarding his plans to sell the original Kype landscape, but she'd surprised him. She hadn't rescinded on their agreement. She hadn't railed at him or screamed. She'd thanked him for telling her the truth. The unfamiliar ache in his gut returned. He didn't believe in love. His parents hadn't shared it, and he wouldn't recognize it. But he knew one thing. He couldn't let Amelia go. He knew why she objected to marriage. She'd built her life around her art and wanted to pursue it with all her passion and rigor. She may not want to marry, but he'd just have to change her mind. She'd have to change it, damn it. And if Eliza had her way, Amelia would be married off to someone. The thought of her with another man made the breath burn in his throat. An image of Lord Weston leaning close to whisper in Amelia's ear in the Rose Hill Gardens sprang to mind. The man was clearly enamored with her. Bloody hell. Amelia was his, body and soul. He may be medievally possessive, but he knew whom he wanted, and he was determined not to let her slip away. Chapter 20. Amelia found sleep elusive. Nothing worked to ease her torment. Counting sheep, counting the stars, counting to 1,000. Brandon's proposal rang through her mind again and again. He wanted to do right by her. He wanted to appease his conscience and speak with Huntingdon. Her brother-in-law would be furious with Brandon if he learned she'd been secretly painting in his study, to say nothing of their passionate clandestine affair. Her sister would be shocked to learn the truth, and she'd insist Brandon do the right thing. Then what? Amelia loved Brandon with all her heart, and it was too easy to envision chestnut-haired children with green eyes tugging at her skirts. But marriage to her wouldn't solve Brandon's dilemmas. His financial problems would remain, and she'd be powerless to help him. Marrying her might appease his honor, but would his feelings change over time? If the problems at the textile mill never resolved, or if any other businesses failed, or if he couldn't satisfy his father's gambling debts, would he grow to resent her? And could she give up her own dreams without feeling regret? Only as an unmarried woman would she truly have the freedom to carry out her heart's desire. Amelia finally managed to fall asleep when the first rays of sunlight streaked through her window. When she finally woke, she was startled at how late she'd slept. She hurried to dress and rushed down the stairs. A servant informed her that the women were outside by the gardens enjoying afternoon tea. As soon as Amelia joined the women on the patio, she sensed trouble, although she couldn't discern the cause. The view was lovely and overlooked immaculately tended lawns as far as the eye could see. Large terracotta pots of flowers lined the perimeter of the brick patio, and the air was fragrant with a heady perfume. All the ladies were in a pleasant mood. Amelia sat at a table with the younger ladies, Helen, Caroline, Sarah, and Minerva, and joined their discussion about which gowns they each planned to wear to the upcoming ball. Minerva's giggles grated on Amelia's nerves, but she ignored it as she sipped oolong tea and nibbled on scones. The dowager shared a smaller table with the Duchess.
but the dowager soon excused herself to meet with the cook to plan the evening meal. Amelia was enjoying her second cup of tea when the hair on her nape stood on end, and she felt like she was being watched. She turned to find the Duchess staring at her from her table. A shiver travelled down Amelia's spine. The Duchess looked away and called out to her daughter, "Minerva, please go and inquire if your father would like to join me for an afternoon stroll." Confusion crossed Minerva's features. "Father?" "Yes, His Grace," the Duchess said pointedly. "Your father." "But wouldn't his valet know if—" "You'd best hurry before he leaves to go hunting with the other gentlemen," the Duchess interrupted. Minerva stiffened, then set her teacup down and hurried out of the room to do her mother's bidding. The dowager's gaze returned to Amelia, and her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Miss Somerton, please join me." A cold knot formed in Amelia's stomach. "Of course." She had little choice but to rise and sit beside the Duchess. The Duchess scanned the immaculate lawn beyond the statues of Greek gods and goddesses, the twin gazebos, and a bubbling fountain of nymphs. "Rose Hill is quite lovely, isn't it?" "Yes, Your Grace." Sunlight glinted off the Duchess's ruby and diamond ring as she raised her hand to sip her tea. "I suppose you must find it exceedingly beautiful, considering where you used to reside." Amelia blinked. "Pardon? Oh, my! I didn't mean to overstep, my dear. But isn't it true you used to reside above a shop?" The woman's tone suggested she did indeed intend to insult. Amelia wondered what she would think if she knew where they lived before they resided above the Peacock print shop. Amelia's chin rose a notch. "Yes, we lived above the print shop on Bruton Street." "I see. Rose Hill must be luxurious in comparison." "It is." "The Earls of Vale have had their country seat at Rose Hill for generations. The current Earl needs a wife and hostess of impeccable breeding." "Can you say you have impeccable breeding?" "I'm afraid I don't understand." "Precisely. What could you possibly offer him? Everyone knows about your family's past. It doesn't matter that your sister married an earl." She stared at the woman in shock and rising anger. She wondered what the pompous woman would say if she knew of Brandon's proposal. Amelia had no intention of marrying Lord Vale, but the Duchess didn't know that. "Huntingdon and my sister are quite happy," Amelia said. "Ah, but Huntingdon has something Lord Vale lacks." "Such as?" The Duchess leaned close, her dark eyes hardening like granite. "Money." It took every ounce of willpower not to flinch. How on earth did the lady know about Brandon's financial problems? Brandon's own sisters had no idea. His grandmother may have an inkling, but she didn't know the full extent of his problems. So how did the Duchess know? "My husband is a very powerful man," the Duchess said, as if she read Amelia's mind. "He is privy to many things." Amelia sat straight with her hands folded in her lap. She wouldn't reveal anything by her demeanour. "You wouldn't stand in the way of Vale's happiness and future, would you?" the Duchess asked. Despair tightened Amelia's chest. "Why would I? I'm afraid I don't know why you'd mention it at all." Just then Minerva burst onto the terrace. "Father is out hunting with Lord Vale and the other gentlemen. They are expected back in an hour." "Wonderful," the Duchess said. She turned to look at Amelia. "We were just having a pleasant conversation. It turns out Miss Somerton and I have the same interests in mind. Don't we, my dear?" The guests chatted excitedly as they wandered out on the expansive lawn for a picnic luncheon. Servants spread out blankets beneath the canopy of trees, and footmen carried out large picnic baskets with cold chicken, ham, an assortment of fruit, bread, and wine. Amelia sat on a blanket with Caroline. The sun warmed her cheeks, and she gazed up at a perfect blue sky, dotted with puffs of cloud. Birds chirped, and sounds from one of Rose Hill's bubbling fountains filled the air. Amelia's nerves were still tense after her altercation with the Duchess. The woman had done little to disguise her hostility or her ambitions for her daughter. "I've always wanted to own my own dress shop," Caroline said, interrupting Amelia's thoughts. Amelia looked at her in surprise. "Truly? I enjoy going to the modiste, and when I'm in town I'd rather spend time flipping through fashion plates at Ackerman's than attending parties or balls. I picture dresses in my mind and often sketch them in the privacy of my room." Caroline sighed. "I know I'll never be a shopkeeper. Proper ladies visit dress shops. They do not own their own establishments. My grandmother would never approve." As the sister of an earl, Caroline's dream was unlikely to happen. She would return to London, dance at balls with all the eligible gentlemen of the beau monde, and marry soon after. Her grandmother, along with society's rigid expectations, wouldn't allow any other path for her. It would be similar for Amelia if she married Brandon. She wouldn't be able to have her own art exhibition. If she wanted to display or sell her paintings of the impoverished, she'd have to do it anonymously. "Running a successful small business is difficult," Amelia said. "There's much more to it than what it appears. You have to keep an inventory of all the items that sell, as well as those that don't, and you must keep tidy books." She remembered Eliza labouring over the ledgers long into the night. She also recalled doing everything from trying to sell artwork and bric-a-brac items to discerning customers, to scrubbing the floors after a long day. "I realize there's much I don't know, but I'm good with figures and willing to learn," Caroline said. The enthusiasm in Caroline's voice touched Amelia. Memory stirred in the back of her mind. Hadn't Brandon mentioned one of his father's businesses was a dress shop? He talked about a shop that had sustained a fire, leaving all the bolts of cloth and inventory smoke-damaged. Brandon had salvaged the business and continued to labour over the books and deal with the manager. She knew he planned to sell the shop, but as far as she knew, he had not. Amelia decided right then and there that she would somehow convince him to confess his financial troubles with his sisters. He had no idea about Caroline's dreams. It was a perfect opportunity for Caroline to learn about the day-to-day running of a business and to ease her brother's burdens. Just because you may not be able to own your own dress shop does not mean you cannot use your talents, Amelia said. "What do you mean?" "I know someone who owns a shop, someone who may need help overseeing the business and the books." Caroline looked at her eagerly. "You do?" "I can't promise anything, but I will talk with the person in question. You may be surprised how you can use your talents." A blush of pleasure rose to Caroline's cheeks. "You think so?" Amelia nodded. "I do." Caroline hugged Amelia. "In the short time since you've been at Rose Hill, I feel as if you are a sister." Caroline gifted her with a bright smile, then returned to eating the chicken on her plate. A sister. Amelia experienced burgeoning warmth in her chest. She loved her own sisters dearly and understood what family loyalty meant. Brandon loved his sisters as well, but he had no idea about Caroline's desires. Amelia felt a responsibility to enlighten him. If there was a way she could help Caroline, then she would. Amelia's eyes scanned the picnic area and spotted Brandon in discussion with Huntingdon and the Duke. She considered approaching him, but she knew that would be unwise. The Duchess was speaking with the Dowager, but Amelia wasn't fooled. The woman seemed to have eyes in the back of her head when it came to Amelia. When everyone was done eating, the servants packed up the baskets. As the guests made their way back to the house, Amelia spotted a kitchen maid struggling to carry 2 heavy baskets back to the house. She recognized Lily, the servant who had come along with her to tour the textile factory. Amelia rushed forward to relieve Lily of one of the baskets. "I can help you." "I'll be fine, Miss Somerton." "Nonsense. I have 2 arms, and I'm perfectly capable of carrying it." The plates in the basket shifted to one end as Amelia adjusted the handle over her arm. Go on ahead, and I'll follow." "Thank you, miss," Lily said, then hurried ahead. Amelia made her way down a steep embankment toward the servants' entrance at the back of the house. She wasn't accustomed to the uneven path and made her way carefully down the grassy slope.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Amelia looked back to see Brandon hurrying toward her, a scowl on his face. He quickly reached her side, and she frowned. "What does it look like? I'm helping."
"Give me that,"
he demanded. She pulled back on the basket handle. "I don't need help."
"You're going to fall and break your pretty neck."
She was so annoyed by his high-handed manner that she almost forgot she'd wanted a chance to speak to him alone. She glanced around to make sure no one was nearby. "I have something to tell you."
One dark eyebrow shot up. "You've reconsidered my proposal?"
"That's not what
I'm going to speak with Huntingdon," he said. "It's the only proper course of action, and you know it."
He was acting arrogantly, and her irritation returned in full force. "I know no such thing," she said, her voice firm.
"The man and his honor.
Is that all he thought about?" His eyes held hers.
"Marry me. What are you afraid of?"
"Everything. My answer hasn't changed, and that's not what I want to talk to you about. I want to discuss your sister." It was his turn to frown.
"Helen or Caroline?"
"Caroline. She has aspirations beyond being an earl's sister. She wants to design her own clothing and own her own dress shop."
A heartbeat passed, then he grimaced. "That's ludicrous."
"Why? Because she's your sister?"
"It's not done."
Amelia bit her lip. Just like she couldn't be an artist in her own right if she married him. He was saying the same thing, whether he realized it or not. "You once mentioned that one of your father's businesses is a dress shop. You are still the owner, correct?"
He nodded curtly. "The store was a complete disaster after the fire, but it has been rebuilt. I plan to seek an interested buyer."
"You shouldn't. Let Caroline help you with the ledgers. Let her see what goes on behind a business. She could design her own clothing and have the seamstresses sew the gowns. It would give Caroline a chance to experience entrepreneurship without the risk. You would still own the establishment, of course, but she could help. She could fulfill her dream."
"If you're so interested in my family, then why don't you become a part of it, as my wife?"
They had reached the servants' entrance. Before she could step inside, he cornered her against the brick wall outside the door. His hands pressed on both sides of the wall, one on either side of her head, to cage her in and cut off any chance of escape. Amelia's heart pounded at the intensity of his gaze. He was close, too close. She could feel the heat of his powerful body and his thigh grazing her skirts. She inhaled sharply, and his spicy male scent filled her senses. His mouth was inches from hers, and she had an insane urge to kiss him. Instead, she tilted her chin in defiance. "I won't marry you to ease your conscience, Brandon."
"You want to stay my mistress?"
She felt her face drain of color. "Hush, don't say that." His lips curved in a knowing smile.
"Why not? It's the truth. I'm offering to make you a proper lady, a countess."
Her body quivered at the brush of his breath against her cheek. Why didn't he whisper words of love in her ear? He leaned even closer, and broadcloth sizzled against silk.
"We have lust and intellectual communion. What more do you want, Amelia?"
"I want you to love me like I love you, and I want you to support my dreams as I would support yours."
Her lips trembled.
"What of—" The scrape of booted feet alerted them to someone's presence. Brandon pushed her behind him and turned to find the butler standing at the threshold of the servants' entrance.
"There's a gentleman caller here to see you, my lord," the servant said.
A flicker of annoyance crossed Brandon's face at the interruption.
"I'm not expecting anyone, Smithson. He said it's a matter of utmost importance, and that he must speak with you right away."
The butler handed Brandon a calling card.
"Mr. Edward Arnold,"
Brandon read out loud.
I don't recognize the name. He said his visit is in regards to the Earl of Vale, the former Earl. Brandon stiffened. See him to the drawing-room. I'll be there shortly. Yes, my lord.
Smithson disappeared to do his bidding. Brandon turned back to Amelia.
We're not finished talking.
She fought the pull between them and shook her head. There's nothing left to say. A flash of challenge darkened the green depth of his eyes.
I once told you before that I don't like to take no for an answer when I want something. Nothing has changed.
Then he turned and walked away. Chapter 21. Brandon made his way to the drawing-room and opened the door to find a heavy-set man with a balding pate of dark hair sitting in a chair sipping a glass of the old Earl's finest brandy.
I was told you were waiting to see me, Brandon said.
The man jumped to his feet and liquor splashed on his lace cuff. He cleared his throat and extended his hand.
My name is Edward Arnold. Thank you for meeting me, my lord.
Brandon ignored his outstretched hand and studied his face.
Have we met before?
Arnold lowered his arm, then smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth.
No, my lord. There was never an opportunity. I was an acquaintance of the late Earl. What type of acquaintance? A business one.
The hairs on Brandon's nape stood on end. This couldn't bode well.
State your business, Mr. Arnold.
The man reached for a leather case on the settee and pulled out a document.
Your father signed an IOU and borrowed £20,000 from me to pay for gambling debts.
Brandon's eyes narrowed as he stared at the paper in Arnold's hand.
My father has been dead for a year. I haven't learned of any IOUs. Perhaps he failed to mention it to you.
His father's documents weren't in order. They were haphazardly scattered in his study at Rose Hill, as well as in his London mansion. His solicitor hadn't even known of all the old Earl's business ventures or debts. It had been a mess that had taken Brandon months to sort out. Cold centered in Brandon's gut.
Let me see.
Arnold handed over the paper. Brandon recognized his father's handwriting at once. His bold script had always been flowery and a touch sloppy, just like the old man himself. Disbelief coursed through Brandon as he studied the document. The last line contained his father's unmistakable signature.
This says the Earl of Vale offered you a Hampshire textile mill and land from Rose Hill as collateral. That's correct.
Was it possible? Could his father have borrowed money from a moneylender and offered the textile mill and acres from Rose Hill for collateral without anyone knowing?
Yes. It's impossible, Brandon said tersely. All the land is entailed. It cannot be mortgaged. Not all of it, my lord. Your father assured me there are 500 acres that were acquired by your great-grandfather and are not part of the entailment.
He couldn't believe that his father had put up the acres in question. It was where a dozen Rose Hill tenant farmers resided and farmed the land. He knew the tenants well. He could picture their faces and those of their children, people that depended on Brandon for their survival as much as he depended on their rents to add to the earldom's coffers. He'd be damned if he allowed any of his land to fall victim to a greedy moneylender. His eyes were drawn back to the second paragraph. His father's crime was twofold. The textile mill was also listed. Brandon seethed with mounting rage. His father had offered the land and the mill as collateral.
When is payment due? Brandon asked. The document is clear. 2 weeks.
Brandon checked and confirmed the unbelievable truth.
2 weeks.
He had 2 weeks to come up with £20,000. It was unheard of. What had his father been thinking? Had he ever been completely lucid? Hadn't he cared at all about his family? The mill was the key to keeping everything together. The anticipated profit would enable Brandon to pay off his father's creditors and provide for those who depended on him. And the land. It wasn't only a matter of pride, which Brandon had too much of as it was, but a matter of responsibility to those who depended on him. He wanted to keep the estate intact for his sisters, for his grandmother, and for his future children. "What do you want with 500 acres in Hampshire?" Brandon asked. "I will sell the acres piecemeal for profit." "Like hell." The tenants would be evicted from their homes and would be forced to relocate. "And the textile factory? What do you want with a factory?" "I plan to run it efficiently." Brandon knew what that meant. The children would return to work full-time. There would be no reduced hours or safety concerns or age limitations. There would be no future school. Brandon's lips thinned. "I need more time." "I'm afraid that's not possible," Arnold said, shaking his head. "Your father assured me he understood the terms of our agreement. I expect you to honor it. I'll be back in 2 weeks' time with my solicitor to obtain the deed to the land and the title to the factory." "Who was that unpleasant-looking man?" Brandon looked up from the drawing-room window to find his grandmother in the doorway. She was the last person he wanted to see at the moment. He rubbed the back of his head, feeling the throb of a beginning headache. "Another one of Father's business acquaintances who crawled out of the woodwork." She closed the door behind her and entered the room. "From the look on your face, I assume he delivered bad news." A heaviness settled in the center of Brandon's chest. She needed to learn the truth. "Father borrowed money from a moneylender. I have 2 weeks to come up with £20,000, or he'll own Rose Hill's unentailed property and the textile mill." "Good God!" His headache began to build in intensity. If the mill had been consistently productive over the course of the year, he would have been able to pay off the loan. But the power looms never seemed to cooperate. "You have no choice now. You had best pursue Lady Minerva like she is the most desirable courtesan to ever cross your path," she said. Amelia. He should have gone to Huntingdon and asked for her hand. They'd be engaged, and this wouldn't even be an option. He may lose the mill and the land, but he'd have her to comfort him, to soothe his soul and hold him at night. He'd have the benefit of her keen mind and sharp intelligence to help him rebuild what he'd lost. The dowager straightened to her full height of 5 feet. "Thank heavens the solution to all our problems is under this roof. You no longer have a choice in the matter. Tomorrow night's ball is the perfect opportunity to announce your engagement." Chapter 22. The ladies had gathered in Caroline's bedchamber to talk about the final details of the anticipated ball. Excitement hummed in the air as they discussed their gowns, shoes, jewelry, and accessories in detail. Caroline sat beside Amelia on her 4-poster. "I know you had your own ball dress in mind, but I want to show you something," Caroline said, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "What is it?" Amelia looked at her curiously. Caroline went to her wardrobe and pulled out a stunning gown of sapphire silk. "The deep blue will look exquisite on you," Amelia gasped. She stood and touched the fine fabric. The shimmering silk felt like a waterfall between her fingers. "It's your dress. I couldn't possibly wear it." "Yes, you can," Caroline insisted. "We are close to the same size, and I believe it will fit you well. My maid is talented with the needle and can make minor alterations. I had designed several new gowns for the house party, but I can't wear all the remaining dresses on the last night. I want you to wear it. What better way to show everyone a sample of my designs?" Amelia felt tears spring to her eyes at Caroline's thoughtfulness. "Thank you." Amelia imagined Brandon's reaction as he spotted her in the exquisite gown at the ball. After their encounter at the picnic, he departed Rose Hill for 2 days. Amelia had wondered if his departure had to do with his strange visitor the day of the picnic. The dowager had explained his absence to all the guests that the Earl had unexpected business, but that he'd be back in time for the ball. Huntingdon had temporarily taken Brandon's place, and he'd occupied the gentlemen guests with numerous sporting outings in the day and gambling and billiards in the evening. Amelia had continued working on Brandon's portrait in secret, and it was nearly complete. Her clandestine work, along with her stay at Rose Hill, would soon be over. Minerva's hands fluttered, and her large bosom heaved. "Mother says I should wear my gown of silver tissue. I've been saving it for a special occasion." "We haven't had a ball at Rose Hill in a long time. Grandfather was never fond of them," Helen said. Minerva giggled. "That's not the special occasion I'm speaking of." All eyes turned to Minerva. "Then what?" Sarah asked. "Lord Vale is going to propose to me," Minerva squealed. "What?" Stunned, Amelia could only sit silently. "Pardon?" Caroline looked completely baffled. "Has my brother proposed to you privately?" Helen asked. "No, he used to do so at the ball. Can you think of anything more romantic than the Earl of Vale down on one knee and asking for my hand in front of everyone? Just the thought makes me want to swoon," Minerva said. "Are you certain?" Chloe asked. "Of course," Minerva snapped. "Father is expecting him to ask for my hand soon," Minerva said. Brandon planned to speak with the Duke? A sudden pain squeezed Amelia's heart. She had no claim on Brandon. She'd rejected his proposal not once but twice. She'd hoped for a proclamation from his heart, not his honour. Had he given up on her so quickly and decided to ask Lady Minerva to become his wife? It had only been 2 days since he'd cornered her against the wall outside the servants' entrance and swore he'd continue to pursue her. What had changed? Was his affection so fickle that he could ask her to marry him one day, then propose to Minerva so soon after? She felt a nauseated sinking of despair. The air in the bedchamber grew overly warm and stifling. "Excuse me, but I must take a walk." Caroline's brow wrinkled in concern. "Are you well?" "Yes," Amelia lied. "All the excitement has made me overly warm. A quick walk will help." Before anyone could protest, Amelia fled the room. She hurried down the grand staircase and out the front door. She inhaled the cool air and walked swiftly. She wasn't sure where she wanted to go, only that she needed to put distance between herself and the house. Heading straight for the stables, she took a young stable boy off guard. "I need a horse," she announced. "Yes, my lady." He took one look at her face and went to a stall. He led out a cream-coloured mare that looked quite docile. "Bessie here is friendly." He helped her mount the horse on the side saddle. As Amelia rode away from the manor, she inhaled the sweet scent of wildflowers and clover. Suddenly she knew where she would ride. She came upon the copse of trees and found the unmarked trail. She followed it until she heard the sounds of the bubbling brook. The last time she was here, Brandon had taken her to the stream during their tour of his property. It was the first time he'd kissed her. She'd never forget the cool shade beneath the canopy of trees, the slight breeze, the sound of the bubbling stream, and his lips grazing hers. She recalled that it was his favourite place to play as a boy, and she imagined him skipping stones across the rippling water. Dismounting from Bessie, she led the horse to the stream and ran a hand down the horse's side. She exhaled slowly, finally alone with her thoughts. But her solitude was disrupted by a deep, familiar, masculine voice. "Have you come to visit?" Amelia whirled around to spot Brandon, standing on a high rock, gazing down on her. Her hand flew to her chest. "You gave me a fright." He hopped down from stone to stone in smooth, sure steps until he leaped from the last rock to stand before her. The wind had ruffled his hair, and a lock rested low on his forehead. She longed to reach up and ease it away from his brow. "You've been away. What are you doing here?" she asked. "I had business matters to attend, and stopped here on my way back. But I can ask the same of you. Why are you here, Amelia?" Her gaze was drawn to his full mouth and sensual lips. Memories of their first kiss returned in a rush. She shoved the thoughts away and lowered her gaze to his tightly tied cravat. I needed some time alone. I remembered the solitude of this place.
Come sit with me.
He placed her hand on his arm and headed for a flat rock facing the stream. She resisted. If she sat close to him, her logic would fly from her head. Wait, I need to know the truth.
The truth?
Taking a deep breath, she asked the question that was on her mind since she'd left Caroline's bedchamber. Are you going to marry Lady Minerva? He froze, the muscles in his forearm tightening beneath her fingers.
Where did you hear that?
He didn't deny it. A sick sense of betrayal pierced her stomach. I heard it straight from Minerva's lips. She said you are to get down on one knee and propose to her tonight at the ball. He cursed beneath his breath and shoved a hand through his hair.
Another of my father's creditors showed the day of the picnic. In exchange for gambling debts, my father offered the textile mill as well as the unentailed Rose Hill land as collateral. The money is due in 10 days, and I don't have it.
She inhaled sharply. He was referring to the land they stood on. She knew how much it meant to him. She recalled that additional tenant farmers lived here as well. The farmers and their families relied on Brandon for their survival. What would become of them if the land was sold? And what of the factory? She knew how much the textile mill meant to Brandon. He took pride in his work, and he needed the factory's profits and income. The labourers would surely suffer if he was no longer the owner. Amelia, like Brandon, had often thought of the children. She wanted a better life for them, and she knew Brandon could provide it. She'd wanted to help start a school for the children, and she'd planned on revisiting the factory to oversee the progress. But all would be lost if Brandon was forced to give up the mill to a moneylender who cared only for profit. She understood the extent of the consequences and what he was forced to do. He needed Minerva's dowry even more than before. It seems to me that you have no choice but to marry her. Her throat felt like ash as soon as the words left her lips. Brandon's gaze held hers.
Nothing has to change between us.
Her eyes widened. What do you mean? You need Minerva's dowry to save the land and the tenants, the factory too. Think of the children, and of your own family. He grasped her shoulders, and his fingers travelled down to caress her arms below her sleeves in little circles. A simple touch, and her senses leaped to life.
We can continue our arrangement. I'll find a place in London where we can meet in secret.
His voice was low and hoarse. She stared in amazement. He couldn't possibly mean what he'd said. He wanted their affair to continue after he exchanged wedding vows to another woman. It was one thing to be intimate with him when neither of them was committed to another, but to go on like they had was unfathomable. If you're insinuating that you want to maintain an illicit affair with me after you marry Lady Minerva, then you are insane. His jaw steeled.
Why not? You said you never wanted to marry.
She glared at him, bristling with indignation. I won't be intimate with a married man.
What we have is special, rare.
The painful tightness in her chest increased. Was he truly going to stand before a priest and exchange vows, all the while knowing he would be unfaithful? She couldn't picture him with Minerva. The thought made her ill. It doesn't matter. He needs the money. Amelia bit back tears. He shook her gently, his eyes blazing down at her.
Minerva means nothing to me.
Her traitorous body responded to his touch, and she struggled for restraint.
Stop, please. It's over between us. I won't let you go. I'm coming to your room tonight.
Panic threaded low in her belly, and she twisted free of his grasp.
Don't be a jackanapes. You have to come to my study, then, he demanded. My portrait isn't finished.
Anger came to her defense, and she tossed her head back. It's nearly complete. Hire another artist to finish it. I no longer care about art lessons. Our arrangement is over. Reaching for Bessie's reins, she mounted the horse on her own and rode back to the house. Brandon warred with every instinct in his body not to pursue Amelia. He wanted to bring her back to the stream, where he would make passionate love to her until nothing else mattered but the two of them. But she'd made her intentions clear and had ended their affair. Even the promise of lessons from a Royal Academy master hadn't been enough to keep her by his side. He'd made a mess of things and had offended her with his offer to keep her as his lover. He should have known she'd never accept. She was not mistress material. She was marriage material, a woman to cherish for a lifetime. How could things turn out so badly? He hadn't yet proposed to Lady Minerva. The Dowager and the Duchess expected him to make the announcement tonight at the ball. According to his grandmother, he should be grateful the Duke's daughter and her impressive dowry were currently under his roof. Edward Arnold would call again in days, along with his solicitor. The unentailed property would be lost forever. The tenants' families would be displaced, and the income from their rents would cease. Then there was the factory. He'd toiled to turn it around and improve conditions for the men, women, and children who worked there. All would return to the way it was if he was no longer the owner. He picked up a small rock and tossed it. The stone skipped across the surface of the stream. He loved it here, and had spent countless hours fishing in the stream and searching for the perfect stones to throw. How could he hand the land over when the solution to his problem was willing and available? The problem was he didn't like Minerva. He could barely tolerate her presence for half an hour, let alone a lifetime. He'd be expected to bed her for an heir, and then they'd live separate lives. He'd set up a mistress in a London townhouse. Minerva would discreetly take a lover. Good God! His marriage would be just like his parents'. He couldn't fathom it. He didn't want his child to grow up in a luxurious mansion that was nothing more than a cold pile of stone. So how the hell could he go through with it? He rode hard back to the house. Smithson took one look at his master's face and blended in the background. Brandon took the stairs 2 at a time and shut his study door. The portrait in the corner immediately caught his eye. Amelia had been hard at work when he'd been away. She'd captured not only his image, but his essence. He looked confident and powerful, yet approachable and intelligent. Is that how she saw him? The painting wasn't complete. His clothing and parts of the background needed to be finished. Similar to the half-finished canvas, he felt incomplete without her in his life. He could hire another artist to finish the portrait, but it would never be the same, just like no other woman could replace her. The ormolu mantel clock ticked, and the sound reverberated in his skull. Tonight's ball was hours away, hours until he looked into another woman's eyes, knelt on one knee, and did the unthinkable. Chapter 23. Rose Hill's ballroom was a whirl with colourful gowns. Amelia stood to the side of the parquet dance floor and scanned the crowd. All the country neighbours were in attendance tonight, including other landowners from Hampshire. Guests were turned out in elegant evening clothes, military dress uniforms, and magnificent gowns. The younger ladies wore white and pastels, and the married women were garbed in brighter, brilliant shades. Diamonds, rubies, and emeralds glittered beneath hundreds of candles from the magnificent chandeliers. The buzzing of dozens of voices, the clink of glasses, the trill of high-pitched laughter, and the music from the orchestra sounded throughout the room. Amelia spotted Caroline conversing with a group of ladies by the refreshment table. Caroline caught Amelia's eyes and waved, then excused herself from the group to approach. "I was right. You look stunning," Caroline said. "It's the dress." Amelia smoothed her hands down her skirts. She had decided to wear the sapphire silk, and the gown felt decadent against her skin. She knew the gown's vivid colour accentuated her blue eyes and fair complexion, But she'd experienced a moment of misgiving as she'd looked at herself in the polished silver after dressing. The gown was the perfect length, but she feared it was too snug in the bodice. Her maid had reassured her that the dress was acceptable for a young lady, and she'd styled her hair into an elegant chignon and had left a few loose curls to frame her face. "No, it's not the dress." Caroline's bright eyes travelled Amelia's form. "It's you." Amelia's composure was a fragile shell around her. She may be garbed in a beautiful costume, but heaviness centered in her chest. She dreaded the moment when Brandon would propose to another woman. 100 people would witness the event and congratulate the couple, and Amelia would just be another guest amongst the celebratory crowd. Her throat ached at the thought. "My hope is my brother sees you tonight and comes to his senses," Caroline said. Amelia looked at Caroline in surprise. "Pardon? Minerva isn't for him. I saw the way he looked at you at the picnic. He gazed at you with longing and passion." Caroline's hand rose to her chest, and she sighed. "It's what every lady wishes for. I hope Minerva was mistaken when she said he'd proposed to her at the ball." She isn't wrong, Amelia thought. Brandon didn't have a choice. He was an earl, and duty must come first. He had to think of the land, the factory, and his family, not himself. Amelia was assailed by a terrible sense of bitterness, but she was also determined to put on a good face. It was best for both of them. Brandon deserved better than a forger's daughter, and she deserved better than to give up her artistic dreams. She was determined to paint under her real name and exhibit the works that she wanted to paint. And if she ever decided to marry, then it would be for love. She wouldn't settle for anything less. "I don't know what you mean by—" "You don't have to say anything," Caroline said. "He's here now." Amelia followed Caroline's gaze to the top of the ballroom stairs, where Brandon's tall, commanding figure stood. He looked strikingly handsome in simple black and white evening attire. There was a firm strength about him, an attitude of self-command and studied relaxation that proclaimed to everyone present that he was the Earl of Vale and the master of his own realm. Young ladies and their mothers whispered behind fluttering fans. As soon as Brandon came down the stairs, he was flagged by a group of men. He grinned at acquaintances, shook hands, and Huntingdon slapped his back in greeting. "My brother is stubborn, but determined when he wants something," Caroline whispered in her ear. Amelia bit her lip until it throbbed like her pulse. "You're wrong about the way he looks at me." Caroline gave her a sidelong glance that said she didn't believe a word Amelia said. "I don't think so. I've known my brother all my life, remember?" Amelia wanted to argue further, but stopped herself. Brandon didn't want his sisters or grandmother to learn of his troubles. Amelia may not agree with his decision to keep secrets from the women in his family, but she would respect it. Besides, none of it mattered now. She stole a glimpse at Brandon. He appeared in deep conversation with a middle-aged man with a head of sandy hair. Brandon grinned at something the man said, and the simple smile made him appear even more handsome. The pain in her heart became a fiery gnawing. She doubted her wisdom in attending tonight. What had she been thinking? She took a deep breath, and her gown felt too snug against her ribs. She wanted to flee to her room until the night was over. How on earth could she be present when he knelt down on his knee to another woman? Amelia eyed the doors leading out of the ballroom. Only Caroline and her sisters would notice her departure. She could feign a headache and slip away. She stole another glimpse at Brandon, then gasped. He'd been watching her. A heartbeat passed as his gaze raked her figure, then returned to capture her own. Admiration flickered across his features, along with another emotion. Something fierce and possessive. Amelia sucked in a breath, and her knees weakened. She tore her gaze away. Thankfully, Caroline hadn't noticed the exchange.
She was focused on another man who was fast approaching. Amelia was slow to realize it was Lord Weston until he stopped before them and bowed. "Good evening, ladies." He briefly glanced at Caroline before his gaze turned to Amelia, and his face beamed in approval. Candlelight from the chandeliers reflected off of his spectacles, and he smiled warmly. "If you'll both excuse me," Caroline said with a knowing smile, "my grandmother awaits across the room." Amelia found herself alone with Lord Weston. "You look exceptionally lovely this evening." He extended his hand toward Amelia. "May I have the pleasure of this dance?" The music changed, and the dancers began a gavotte. Amelia had been contemplating leaving the ballroom, not dancing. Her emotions were volatile and erratic. One minute she felt like sobbing, and the next she wanted to stomp her ballroom slipper in rage. Struggling for resolve, she straightened her spine. She'd heard stories of girls who'd cried over heartbreak, and she had always thought them foolish. She was not the type of lady to burst into tears. She was strong. Life had molded her and her sisters that way. It took great effort, but she managed to smile at Weston. He'd been nothing but kind to her during the house party, and she considered him a friend. Of course. She placed her hand on his arm, and he led her to the dance floor. She looked like a temptress. The sapphire gown clung to Amelia's curves and displayed her generous breasts and long legs. It took every ounce of Brandon's willpower not to stride to her side and claim her as his. She was dancing with Lord Weston. Jealousy pounded in his veins, thick and fierce. He had never been the possessive type until he'd met Amelia. He'd never cared if his past lovers had moved on. Gossip at the gentlemen clubs of his prior mistresses, who were now under the protection of other men, had never bothered him. But she wasn't just any lover. She was his Amelia. Weston gazed down at her with a look of infatuation and lust. The man stole glimpses at her magnificent breasts that were barely covered by the blue silk. Jesus, if the woman took a deep breath, he'd swear she'd spill out of the tight bodice. What the hell was she thinking? He had difficulty concentrating on his conversation with Duncan Turner, a neighboring Hampshire landowner. "Have you seen the lady in blue?" Turner asked Brandon. Brandon stiffened and pretended to notice Amelia for the first time. "She's a pretty piece," Turner said, oblivious to the tenseness that had enveloped Brandon. By the look of Turner's bloodshot eyes, it was clear he had been drinking heavily before he'd arrived at the ball. "I've always been fond of that colour hair," Turner slurred. "More reddish than brown. I'd like to let her hair down to cover those pale breasts that are spilling out of that gown. I wonder if she'd be as fiery in bed as they say about redheads." Brandon's heart hammered. He wanted to punch Duncan Turner, then usher Amelia out of the ballroom with haste. He'd be damned if any other man, intoxicated or sober, lusted after what was his. "As soon as the lucky bloke is done dancing with her, I'm going to ask her." Turner's eyes never left Amelia's figure on the dance floor. Brandon snatched a glass of champagne from a passing servant's tray and thrust it at Turner. "Have another drink. The lady's next dance is mine." The music changed to a waltz. Instead of escorting Amelia back to the dance floor, Weston extended his hand for Amelia to join him in the dance. Like hell. Brandon had seen enough. He strode across the room to tap Weston on the shoulder. "The lady promised me this dance." Weston took a step back and blinked in surprise. Amelia's mouth gaped. Brandon didn't wait, but pulled her into his arms. Her blue eyes flashed as she looked up at him in challenge. "What are you doing? I never promised you a dance, let alone a waltz." "I lied. Dance with me." His right hand rested at her narrow waist, and he clasped her other hand in his. She stiffened, and her chin rose a notch. "I happened to be enjoying a dance with a different gentleman." "I know. I didn't like it." Before she had a chance to argue, he caught the music and twirled her onto the dance floor.
He inhaled the scent of her violet perfume, and her soft hair tickled his chin. His gaze fell to the creamy expanse of her neck, then lower, to the delicate swell of her breasts above the bodice, and his hand tightened at her narrow waist. She felt wonderful in his arms as they whirled across the parquet floor. She looked up at him with clear blue eyes. "You can marry another, but I can't dance with a man," she said. He spread his fingers at her waist, his thumb brushing the edge of her breast. Her pulse pounded at her nape, and her full lips trembled. She felt it too. This undeniable attraction affected her as well. "It's different." He didn't want to talk about Minerva or any other lady. He wanted to continue holding Amelia in his arms. "How? Because you're an earl and I'm just the daughter of a thief? Your father has nothing to do with this." His voice was tense. She tossed her head. "My lack of dowry, then?" Every muscle in his body was tense and ready to explode. "It doesn't matter. None of it does." She bit her full bottom lip and met his heated gaze. "You're wrong. Please, it's best if we avoid each other from now on." Reason fled. His tightly reined control snapped, and he was left with only one course of action. They had danced close to one of the many sets of doors that led to the main part of the house. With a brazen twirl, he whisked them through the nearest set of doors and down a long corridor. "Stop! What are you doing?" He ignored her and clasped her slender hand firmly in his. "Where are you taking me?" Her voice rose in alarm. "Somewhere we can talk in private." Chapter 24. Amelia's apprehension heightened to a panic. She couldn't risk being alone with him. The dance had been troublesome enough. The scent of his shaving soap and his own masculine musk had heightened her senses. The feel of his arms around her during the scandalous dance had her reeling. She wanted him so badly. She tried to tug her hand from his. "Stop this madness! We'll be seen!" He ignored her and opened the first door on his right and pulled her inside. Moonlight through the two large windows illuminated the music room. She spotted the pianoforte in the corner, and a harp and several violins resting beside music stands with sheets of music. She whirled to face him. "You can't drag me out of a crowded ballroom at your whim. We've said everything that needs to be said. It's over between us." "Like hell it is." He prowled forward on the oriental carpet, a tall, muscular man. His expression was hard as granite, and she instinctively backed up a step. She'd never seen him like this, primal, possessive, a towering, dominant male. "I can't stop thinking of you," he growled. "Forget Minerva. I can't go through with it. I don't want her." Her mind struggled to comprehend. "What are you saying?" "I won't marry her." "But you have no choice. What of the land and the factory?" He didn't mean what he'd said. A jaded part of her suspected he'd say anything to get her alone and willing. He couldn't possibly give everything up when he could save it so easily. "I don't care about any of it. You're the one I want. Brandon, I have to have you, to possess you, to slide into your heat and stay there forever." His voice was a low growl. "Sweet Lord." She looked into his eyes and saw the flash of pure male determination. Her heart skittered in her chest at the husky need in his voice. "This is insanity," she whispered. His gaze raked over her hungrily. "Tell me you don't feel the same." He padded close and reached out to run a finger down her cheek. She shivered at the intimate gesture. "I shouldn't, but my resolve weakens whenever you touch me." "Then we must not resist the pull." Heat spread through her limbs at the hoarse need in his voice, and she felt the remnants of her willpower slip away. Her body and her heart longed for him. She didn't protest when he took her by the shoulders and pulled her close and lowered his head. Every curve of her body molded against his as eager tremors coursed through her. The second their lips met, her own need escalated. There was nothing slow or sweet about his kiss. He kissed her deeply with a scalding passion that seared her heart. She moaned and returned his kiss, their tongues dueling as they clung to each other. Together they sank to their knees on the lush carpet. His hands caressed the lines of her back and hips with slow, leisurely strokes that drove her wild. His palm travelled to cup her breast through the blue silk. She arched her back, offering herself to him, and he slipped a hand inside her low bodice to gently pinch her nipple. She gasped as fiery sensations coursed from her sensitive breasts to an aching spot between her legs. "Brandon," she breathed.
"Oh, yes,"
he groaned. His fingers went to the back of her gown. The bodice loosened to reveal a fine linen chemise and a corset that thrust her breasts toward him, full and firm. Cool air rushed over her heated skin. "You're so beautiful," he murmured against her skin. She tugged on his hair. "Kiss me there," she begged. He eagerly complied, lowering his head to place a long lingering kiss at the top of a breast that swelled above the fabric. She panted and felt a familiar ache build between her thighs. She needed to touch him. Her hand lowered between their bodies to cup his powerful male hardness. He jerked at her touch and hissed. She longed to feel the sensual heat of his naked skin, and her fingers went to the fall of his breeches.
"Vale,"
the masculine voice came from the hall outside the door.
"Are you in there?"
"Oh, no." Amelia gasped in dismay and struggled to right her gown. Brandon pulled her to her feet and thrust her behind him. A second later the door was thrown open to slam against the opposite wall.
"What's going on here?"
a male voice boomed. Brandon's broad shoulders blocked Amelia from view.
"Your Grace."
Fear knotted inside her. She'd raised the sleeves of the sapphire gown, but she'd never get the tiny buttons in the back fastened on her own. She glimpsed from behind Brandon just as a shaft of moonlight struck the Duke of Townsend's face. The man's expression was rigid with anger. How could this have happened? How could she have lost her head and her heart when Brandon touched her? The Duchess appeared in the doorway, her features twisted in a brittle expression as her eyes settled on Amelia's dishevelled appearance. Her nostrils flared in fury.
"How dare you!" she spat. "On the eve of my daughter's engagement, no less."
Amelia felt faint. Her thoughts immediately turned to her sisters. Her scandalous behaviour could reflect badly on Chloe and hurt her chances of finding a titled husband. Eliza would be stunned and confused by it all. As if on cue, Eliza and Huntingdon appeared in the doorway. Their shocked faces were even more telling than the furious glares of the Duke and Duchess. Amelia was ruined. Everyone started arguing at once.
"Stop!"
Brandon shouted. Silence reigned like an ominous cloud.
"You're all correct,"
Brandon said.
"I was to announce my engagement tonight, but not to Lady Minerva, to Amelia. We are to marry by special license."
No one spoke. Even the Duke's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Amelia was the most stunned of all. He couldn't possibly mean to marry her. What would happen when the moneylender returned? What would become of the textile factory and the unentailed Rose Hill land? It was clear that Brandon was doing this to save her reputation, not because he wanted to marry her, not because he loved her. It was inconceivable. The Duchess stormed off with a twirl of voluminous skirts. The Duke followed his wife. Brandon turned to the remaining man in the doorway.
"Huntingdon, if you will meet me in my study, I'd like a word."
Chapter 25. Huntingdon paced the oriental carpet in the study and stopped in front of Brandon's unfinished portrait.
"I don't believe it. You went behind my back and hired Amelia to paint you."
Brandon sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I apologize, but I needed her."
"Needed or wanted?" Huntingdon snapped.
"Both. But if I'm to be completely truthful to you, I needed her to paint me a copy of this," Brandon said, pointing to the Albert Cuyp painting resting against the wall. Huntington walked to the Cuyp landscape, lifted the framed painting and studied it. His lips narrowed.
She painted you a forgery too?
Not a forgery, a copy.
It was completed days ago, and the original is on its way to America to be sold for a tidy sum.
Huntington's gaze was intense.
You need the money.
I wish it wasn't true, Brandon said.
Another of my father's creditors showed. He will soon own the textile mill and some Rose Hill land.
I wish I could help, Huntington said.
My wealth is in my land holdings and not readily accessible. But I told you before that I can sell property and loan you.
I wouldn't accept anything from you, and you know it. That's why I retained Amelia's services. The copy of the Cuyp landscape will remain at Rose Hill, and my grandmother and sisters will never know the truth.
Huntington's eyes narrowed. Shocking, but also very smart. I don't know whether to congratulate you for your shrewdness or challenge you to a duel for ruining my sister-in-law.
I never meant to ruin her. I never meant to touch her. I lose all reason when I'm with her. Brandon expected a blow, deserved it, but it never came. His friend took a deep breath and exhaled slowly.
I felt the same way with Eliza. I was supposed to hunt down her father and destroy him. Instead, I couldn't keep my hands from his daughter.
Brandon looked up at his friend.
Were you really going to announce your engagement to the Duke's daughter tonight? Huntington asked.
The thought of a forced proposal to Minerva still tormented Brandon. No, I couldn't do it. Huntington's dark, watchful eyes missed nothing.
You love Amelia.
Love? Was it possible? His parents had hated each other. Love had not been abundant in his household. He loved his sisters and his grandmother, and had taken it upon himself to care for his siblings since his parents had ignored them. But that was different. That emotion wasn't what he felt when he was with Amelia. Raw, aching possession was more like it. But there was more, so much more every time he saw her, every time she invaded his thoughts and dreams. The truth struck him like a blow to the stomach. He wanted to bind Amelia to him, not because of honor, or because she'd been a virgin, or because she was his best friend's sister-in-law. He wanted to marry her because he loved her. A future without her in his life would be bleak. He needed her as much as he needed air to breathe and water to survive. He loved her.
She's ruined. You have to do right by her, Huntington said.
Brandon's gaze snapped back to his friend. That's why I asked you here. Even though Amelia is of age, you're her closest male relation. I want your consent.
Huntington sighed. As far as I'm concerned, you have it. But I need to speak with Eliza. For once, I'm not looking forward to talking with my wife.
You have to marry him, Eliza said. Amelia sat on the bench seat of her bedchamber, wringing her hands. Her sister paced the Brussels carpet and stopped to glare at her. Huntington told me everything. The portrait, the copy of the Cuyp landscape, everything. Just splendid. Her secrets were revealed in glorious fashion. She'd hoped to confess to her sister one day in the future. But her choices were limited now. Everything had changed in an instant. They'd been discovered in a highly compromising position by a duke, and she was truly ruined. Her only option was marriage. But if Brandon married her, he'd lose his land and the textile mill. He'd be financially devastated. Could she do that to him? Worse still, he might come to regret the decision. He might even resent her for his choice. Could she live with the guilt, or heaven forbid, with a husband who grew to blame her, a man who didn't love her? Her reputation would be in tatters if she refused him, but his would remain intact. Brandon's title, along with his grandmother's influence, would ensure that he would be unscathed by the scandal. He could still marry Minerva or another heiress. Anguish seared Amelia's heart. Why did it have to hurt so much? Eliza sat beside her on the bench seat. "You must not refuse Lord Vale's offer," she said softly.
Amelia stared at her hands in her lap. "No one can force me to say my vows. I had different plans for my future. Your art, I know. If I must give up part of my dream, then I had hoped to do it for a man's love." Eliza sighed and smoothed a stray lock of hair from Amelia's cheek. "I must have been blind not to see it, but it is clear to me now. Vale cares for you greatly, Amelia." Amelia twisted her fingers in her skirts. "Perhaps he cares, but he does not love me. There is a difference." "Men are slow to acknowledge their emotions, especially love. They fear it will weaken them. What about Huntingdon?" The corner of Eliza's lips curled in a smile. "He was no different. Most strong-willed and dominant men need to be hit over the head before they recognize an emotion as overwhelming as love for a woman." Amelia laughed softly. "You make them sound dim-witted." "Never," Eliza said. "They are highly intelligent. They are just afraid." "Of what?" "Love is all-consuming. You willingly put another before yourself. You aren't happy unless they are. It's as frightening as it is invigorating." "I'm not certain Vale feels that way." "He loves you," Eliza insisted. "Speak with him." "I don't know if I should see him again." "You must. It isn't just your reputation at stake, but Chloe's as well." Amelia had the same frightful thought in the music-room, beneath the Duchess's hateful glare. "The scandal wouldn't just harm your reputation," Eliza said, "but Chloe's. You know how badly she wants to marry. Not just any man, but an aristocrat. You wouldn't do anything to harm her, would you?" Eliza knew just how to strike a nerve. Amelia loved her sisters. She'd do anything for either of them. Could she be so selfish? Especially when she loved Brandon. "All right," Amelia said softly. "I'll speak with Lord Vale." Chapter 26. Amelia slept fitfully and woke tired. Last night had been a disaster. Brandon had been locked behind doors with Huntingdon, and Amelia hadn't been able to speak with him alone. It didn't help that the household had been in an upheaval. She'd learned that the Duke and his family had left Rose Hill early that morning. Their servants must have been in a frenzy packing their belongings late into the night in order to be ready to travel so quickly. Amelia summoned a maid and hurried to dress. She was hungry, but decided to skip breakfast. She needed to speak with Brandon privately and discern his intentions. Did he truly love her, or was his hasty proposal due entirely to the scandal they'd caused? Her future course of action depended on his answer. She knocked softly on his study door, but found it empty. She searched the billiard room, the library, and even the conservatory, but found them vacant as well. She decided to head to the stables and ask a groom if Lord Vale had gone riding, when she turned a corner and spotted him in the vestibule. Smithson was handing Brandon his hat and gloves. She halted beside the chinoiserie vase on the vestibule table. "Where are you going?" Brandon tugged on a leather glove. "Is something amiss?" She was surprised at the question. Her world had unraveled after last night, but Brandon appeared as if nothing untoward had occurred. Her fingers twisted behind her. "I'd like to talk." His eyes met and held hers. "I apologize, but I was on my way to settle last-minute business at the factory. I realized last night was unsettling, but can we speak when I return?" Her fingers twisted in her skirts. The prior evening was much more than unsettling, but there could only be one reason he'd go to the factory the morning after the ball. He planned to tell Mr. Begley and the employees that he would soon lose ownership of the textile mill. She started forward. "Wait, I want to go with you." His mouth was tight. "It's not necessary." "It is to me," she countered. "I've often thought of the children after my visit to the mill. If Brandon was going to lose the factory because he was marrying her rather than Minerva,
Then Amelia wanted the chance to speak with Mr. Begley herself. Perhaps she could persuade the man to look after the children. She might be able to make a difference. The lines around his mouth tightened a fraction more.
It will be a grim meeting.
She nodded briefly. I'm aware.
Amelia.
She raised her chin in determination. I also want to speak with you, alone.
It's not appropriate.
She managed a choked laugh.
After last night, I hardly think a chaperone is necessary.
He hesitated, then nodded.
Come along, then.
He helped her into the carriage, then took the seat across from her. His muscular frame dominated the space, and his thigh brushed her skirts. Now that they were alone, she didn't know how to broach the subject of what had occurred at the ball, or how to make him acknowledge his true feelings for her. Leaning forward, he touched her hand.
Amelia, I apologize for last night.
She bit her lip in dismay. Do you regret it, then?
His eyes darkened with emotion. You misunderstand. I'm sorry for what you had to go through, but I don't regret asking you to marry me.
What of the factory and the land? I don't want to marry a man out of obligation, she said in a voice that seemed to come from a while off.
Is that what you think?
Her eyes rose to his at the intensity of his voice. What else am I to think? You mentioned honor more times than I can count. After the debacle at the ball, you feel honor-bound to salvage my reputation.
I have done a good job of ruining things, haven't I?
Last night wasn't entirely your fault, my lord.
No, it wasn't, but I'm glad for it. You are more important to me than a dozen factories or any amount of land.
She froze, heart pounding. He cradled the side of her face with his large hand and searched her eyes.
I love you, Amelia. I've been a fool for not acknowledging it sooner.
She froze, stunned to hear the words. Truly?
Yes, truly, with all my heart.
Warmth crept back into her body, and her heart sang with delight. Oh, Brandon, I love you too.
Thank God.
He slid his hand to her nape, and he pulled her close and kissed her tenderly, leaving no doubt in her mind that he meant his words. Happiness bubbled inside her, pure and sweet. He pulled back to look in her eyes.
I was wrong and selfish to say you can't paint what you wish under your true name. When you have your exhibition, I'll be proud to stand beside you.
She took a quick, sharp breath of joy. But what of your sisters and the dowager?
My sisters are strong, independent women, and they would be thrilled to have you as a sister. As for my grandmother, I suspect she wants grandchildren above all else, and she will accept and love you as my countess.
She recalled Eliza's wise words of advice that when a man truly loves a woman, he wishes her happiness above his own. Amelia would never again doubt Brandon's love for her.
Say you'll marry me and make me the happiest man in the world.
I will. She kissed him with all the pent-up longing she felt, and his arms eagerly tightened around her. The carriage rolled to a stop, and Brandon lifted her head to look out the window.
Damn, but we're here.
She touched his cheek. I'm sorry for what you must do today. I know how hard you worked to make the factory profitable and fair for the employees.
My hope is that the new owner retains Begley as the manager. He will have some influence over the labourers, especially the children.
You are a good man, Lord Vale. Let's speak with him together, she said. Brandon hopped out of the carriage and helped her alight. Amelia tucked her arm in his, and they entered the factory together. Just as last time, the heat engulfed them like a wet woolen cloak, and the noise was deafening. Workers rushed to man the spinning jennies and equipment. Bits of thread settled on her shoes and clothing. Brandon escorted her father into the building, but there was no sign of Mr. Begley. Brandon stopped a muscular middle-aged man with an armful of threaded bobbins making his way up to the power looms on the second floor.
"Where's Begley?" "Last I saw him, he was up there," the man said.
Together, Brandon and Amelia climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor where the power looms were operating, but Begley was nowhere in sight. After asking more workers, Brandon learned that Begley was headed to the bowels of the factory to inspect the coal-burning furnace. Amelia was perspiring from the oppressive heat, and her stomach grumbled, reminding her that she'd skipped breakfast. Her hunger, combined with the heat, stench, and noise from the machines, made her feel ill. As Brandon escorted her downstairs, she glanced at the door leading outside longingly. Brandon looked at her in concern. "You're pale. Are you feeling ill?" "I'm fine," she insisted. "I fear I missed breakfast and the heat." Concern flickered across his features. "Go outside and wait in the carriage. When I find Begley, I promise to meet you, and we can all talk together." "Thank you." Amelia trusted he would do as he said, and there was no sense in her searching the lowest level of the factory alongside Brandon if she was at risk of fainting. She gulped cool air deeply into her lungs as soon as she stepped outside. The driver and carriage were waiting in the distance beneath the shade of a large oak tree. She longed to rest in the carriage and lean her head against the padded bench. Stopping long enough to retrieve an embroidered handkerchief from her reticule, she wiped her damp brow. A flash of white at the far corner of the building drew her attention. Squinting, she raised a hand to cover her eyes from the bright morning sunlight. A man, who had the same muscular build and dark hair as Mr. Begley, was heading toward the rear corner of the factory. "Mr. Begley!" she called out. He didn't hear her and kept walking until he turned the corner and disappeared. Amelia picked up her skirts and hurried to follow. She halted as soon as she turned the corner. Several paces ahead, a heap of old broken factory equipment blocked her path. Cracked bobbins, a hand loom with the missing shuttle, rusted oil cans, and random machine parts had been haphazardly tossed to make a mountain of refuse. Rotten wood brooms with brushes missing and splintered ends stuck out from the pile. She caught a glimpse of Begley's white shirt as he walked swiftly around the pile. She started after him and picked her way around the discarded equipment. She intended to call out Begley's name again, but halted when she spotted a second man in the distance. Well-dressed, with a jacket and striped waistcoat, he was a heavy-set, balding man. He looked out of place at the factory, and she wondered what business he had with Begley. Instinct raised the hair on her nape, and she crouched low behind a broken loom. "Lord Vale doesn't suspect anything," Begley said. "Are you certain? Vale can never learn the truth." The second man spoke. What in the world? Amelia caught glimpses of the two men between gaps in the old equipment from her hidden position. "I'm certain, Mr. Arnold, Lord Vale thinks I'm on his side," Begley insisted. Mr. Arnold? The name barely crossed her mind before a recollection followed. Brandon's butler had mentioned that a man named Edward Arnold had arrived to speak with Brandon the day of the picnic. She surmised he was the moneylender who would soon take the factory and the unentailed Rose Hill land. So why was Mr. Arnold at the factory speaking with Begley? Chapter 27. Amelia stayed hidden behind the broken loom and listened to the two men. "I paid Vale a visit and called in the IOU. He was arrogant, a lofty earl who thinks he's smarter than all of us," Arnold said. Begley ran a hand down his face. "Take care. He's not like his father. I'm told the old man was a drunk. The son is not. He suspects Luddites could have had a hand in the breakdown at the power looms." Arnold guffawed. "Luddites? Good. Then he won't look under his own nose." "I don't like deceiving Lord Vale. He took a chance on me and made me manager of the mill," Begley said. Mr. Arnold poked a finger at Begley. "Your mother's sick, isn't she? That fancy London doctor cost quite a bit. Do as I say, and there will be enough money to pay for the surgeon. Understand?" "Aye." "Keep the power looms breaking down. He has no choice but to turn over the land and the factory. He has no idea there's coal on Rose Hill land," Arnold said. Coal! Amelia stifled a gasp. She needed to get back to find Brandon and tell him that Begley was conspiring with the moneylender Mr. Arnold. If there was coal on Rose Hill's unentailed land, it would be worth a fortune. Brandon could pay back all his father's debts. He could save the land and the factory. She wanted to turn and sprint back toward the factory doors, but she knew any abrupt movement might alert the two men. She glanced back to judge the distance. She'd have to round the corner and make it to the factory doors. She stood, her eyes never leaving the men, as unaware of her presence they continued to speak. She took a step back and stepped on a broken bobbin. She cried out as she turned her ankle, and pain shot up her leg. "What was that?" Begley's voice asked. "Go see," Arnold ordered. "No one can know I'm here, understand?" Panic rioted within her. She was familiar with that type of warning in a man's voice. She'd heard it on the streets before fisticuffs broke out. They meant her grave harm if they caught her eavesdropping. She took a small step, but her ankle throbbed painfully. She knew she'd never be able to outrun them. Her gaze wildly scanned the heap of broken equipment for something, anything that could be used as a weapon. She reached for one of the broken brooms, its handle old, cracked, and missing the brush. The end was sharp, splintered wood. Grasping her skirts with her free hand and the broom handle with the other, she turned and ran as best she could. "Stop!" Fear spurted through her, but she kept onward. Her ankle throbbed with each step, a jarring pain that radiated from up her calf, nearly crippling in its intensity. Her skirts hindered her flight, and her chest felt as if it would burst inside her tight corset. Footsteps sounded behind her, growing closer and louder by the second, and a man's hoarse breathing echoed in her ears. Ignoring the pain shooting up her leg, she continued to run, but her pursuer was fast and agile, and with sudden fear she realized she wouldn't make it around the factory to the doors. "Don't let her get away!" Arnold cried. "Kill her if you must. The bitch must never tell Vale I was here." Sheer black fright swept through Amelia. Thoughts shot through her mind. She couldn't die, not right after Brandon had told her he loved her, not when her heart's desire was so close within reach. Her fingers tightened around the broom handle, and a splinter pierced the flesh of her palm. Suddenly she felt her hair grasped from behind, and she cried out as sharp pain tore at her scalp. "Stop!" Begley shouted. Anger overrode her haze of panic. She was a fighter, a survivor. She refused to let Begley prevent her from reaching Brandon. Brandishing her makeshift weapon, she jabbed the sharp, splintered end where it could do the most damage, deep into his groin. "Fuck!" Begley bellowed as he doubled over. She didn't stop to see how far away Arnold was, but took off hobbling as fast as she could. She rounded the corner of the building and ran straight into a hard, impregnable wall and screamed, "Amelia!" She froze, her eyes focusing on the dark face looming above her. "Brandon! My God, what's wrong?" Just then Arnold appeared from around the building, followed by a pale-faced and limping Begley. Both men froze at the sight of Lord Vale. Brandon's eyes narrowed as they travelled from Arnold to Begley. "What the hell is going on here?" "They've conspired against you." Amelia's voice was edged with panic. "They've sabotaged the power looms to keep you in debt so that you'd be forced to hand over the factory and the land. There's coal on Rose Hill's land. Coal!" Edward Arnold looked like he was going to take off for the woods. Brandon must have sensed it, and he stepped past Amelia to grasp Arnold by the collar and thrust him against the brick wall. "You sabotaged the looms. For coal." The colour drained from Arnold's face as Brandon shook the man. "My father was drunk and desperate when he came to you, wasn't he?" "Aye, he was a sodden fool. He kept blabbering about an abundance of coal on his land." If Brandon was surprised by this news, his expression remained unflinching. "You feared I would be able to pay off the loan, didn't you?" Brandon ground out. Arnold unsuccessfully tried to pry Brandon's hands loose. "It's true. I paid Begley to keep the looms from working." Arnold spat. "Your father had been an easy mark, my lord,
but Begley assured me you weren't as foolish. I couldn't allow the textile mill to be productive or for you to pay off the loans." He glared at Amelia. "We would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for the bitch." Brandon's expression turned murderous. Tightening his grip on Arnold's collar, he lifted the man from the ground. "I'd let the constable deal with you, but you threatened Amelia. You threatened my fiancée, and for that reason I have no mercy." Arnold's eyes bulged as his air supply was restricted, and he clawed at Brandon's fist. "Brandon, no!" Amelia shouted. Brandon pulled back his fist and punched Arnold square in his nose. Blood splattered across Arnold's cravat and jacket. He howled in pain as he cradled his broken nose with both hands. "Despite wanting to kill him, I won't." Brandon's narrowed gaze then turned to Begley. The manager's eyes were wide at the sight of Edward Arnold bleeding and sobbing, but he visibly flinched when Brandon turned his attention to him. "Why?" Brandon asked tersely. "I'm so sorry, my lord. My mother's ill, and Mr. Arnold promised he'd pay for the surgeon with the money from the coal," Begley blabbered. "You could have come to me," Brandon said. Begley hung his head. "Mr. Arnold said no one would be hurt. All I had to do was tamper with the looms." "Get out of my sight," Brandon snapped. "The constable will deal with both of you."
An hour later, Amelia was in Rose Hill's drawing room. She sat on a velvet settee with her wrapped ankle resting on a padded footstool. Brandon knelt at her side, a look of concern etched on his features. He lifted the hem of her dress and cradled her foot in his hands. "Does it still hurt?" The sharp pain was now a dull ache. "It's much better now." He studied her face unhurriedly, feature by feature.
"Amelia, my heart stopped when you hobbled around the corner of the factory with Begley and Arnold in hot pursuit. And when I learned of their intent to harm you and how close I came to losing you, I was terrified. You are precious to me. I need you, and I can't imagine life at Rose Hill, London, or anywhere without you at my side." He rested his head in her lap. Her heart leaped in her chest, and her fingers threaded through his thick hair. "I was afraid, but even more than fear, I was furious at the betrayal." He raised his head and met her eyes. "You mean at Begley?" "No. He acted horribly by sabotaging the power looms even after you promoted him to factory manager, but he was under duress from his mother's illness. He should have come to you, of course, but it wasn't his betrayal that angered me." "If you're speaking of Edward Arnold, I never knew the man before he arrived at Rose Hill with my father's IOU.
"I didn't mean Mr. Arnold. I meant your father's betrayal. He knew there was coal on Rose Hill, and he never told you. Why?"
A cold expression settled on Brandon's features. "Nothing surprises me about my parent. My father never bothered to mine the coal. He kept the knowledge secret because he knew he would need the money to satisfy gambling debts. It worked just as he wanted. Edward Arnold increased the amount of the loan after learning about the coal. Arnold knew the old Earl couldn't pay off the loan, and he wanted the land and the coal. My father's death caused concern, of course. If Arnold was to get his hands on the coal, he needed to ensure that I wouldn't be able to pay off the loan, so he sabotaged the power looms."
"What about your grandfather? Surely he knew."
"My grandfather knew when he purchased the land, but he died when I was young. The only person he told was my father."
"The Dowager had no idea about the coal?"
"Just like my own parents, my grandparents couldn't stand to be in each other's presence for more than an hour. My grandfather wouldn't have shared the information with my grandmother."
She shook her head regretfully. "Oh, Brandon, I'm sorry for everything." He was worthy of affection and deep love, and she vowed to show him just that every day of their marriage.
"Don't be sorry. I'm not going to repeat either of their marital mistakes."
His look was purposeful and tugged at her heart. "What will happen to Mr. Begley and Mr. Arnold?" she asked.
The constable arrested both men for their crimes. They will be dealt with by the law." She was afraid to ask the question, but she needed to know the truth. What about the IOU and the money owed to Mr. Arnold? The document conveniently disappeared. She took a deep breath. "What do you mean?" A mischievous gleam lit his eyes. "There are no copies, and the constable couldn't find it." "You picked Edward Arnold's pocket?" she asked incredulously. She recalled Brandon throwing Arnold against the factory wall and twisting his cravat until the man had trouble breathing. Had Brandon managed to steal papers from his jacket pocket? He flashed a smile. "Not all skills are learned in the rookeries." "Lord Vale, you are a devil!" "The land, the coal, and the factory will remain part of the earldom. I predict a school will open for the children of the textile mill as early as this summer," he said. Joy bubbled in her laugh. "That's wonderful!" "I'll need someone to help oversee the school, of course." "Do you have someone in mind?" She gave him a sly look. His lips twitched. "I do, but the person in question must be part of the family." A warm glow flowed through her, and she gloried in the shared moment. "Then it's good I've already accepted your marriage proposal, my lord." His expression turned serious, and he took her slender hand in his. "I sent for a special license days ago, but the wedding will have to wait at least a week. The physician gave strict orders for you to keep off your feet," he said. She looked at him beneath lowered lashes. "Whatever shall I do until then?" A smouldering invitation lit the depth of his eyes. "I can think of many pleasurable ways to occupy your time." Leaning forward, he brushed his mouth against hers with exquisite tenderness. She returned his kiss and sighed against his lips. "Thank goodness I chose a man who takes his duties very seriously." Epilogue. "Come see, Mamma. It's your paintings." Amelia smiled at her 3-year-old son Nicholas and let him take her hand and lead her into the gallery where her paintings hung on the walls. Brandon followed behind Nicholas, and a little girl clung to his leg. "Papa promised me a puppy." Amelia held her arms open, and her 2-year-old daughter Isabella ran from her papa's leg into her embrace. "A puppy?" Amelia kissed Isabella's forehead. Isabella had the same colouring as Amelia, with auburn curls and blue eyes. "He did," Isabella insisted. Nicholas joined his mother's side. His green eyes sparkled with excitement. "He said he would buy us one if we behaved well for your exhibition. What do you think, Mamma?" Goodness, young Nicholas was quite a charmer, just like his father. Amelia had her hands full with him already. "Did he now?" she asked, trying to appear serious and consider their request. Both Nicholas and Isabella enthusiastically nodded. The children were dressed in their finest clothes, and their faces beamed with excitement. They were perfect, and Amelia adored them. Brandon came close and grinned. "I did promise them a puppy. Do you mind?" Amelia's cheeks coloured under the heat of her husband's gaze. "How can I say no? Rose Hill needs a dog. Springtime is perfect." Rose Hill was lovely in the springtime, and they planned a trip after the exhibition. There had been a huge vein of coal on the property, and the money from its sale had paid off all the former Earl's creditors, and then some. It seemed a long while since her frightful ordeal at the textile mill. Amelia had learned that both Begley and Arnold had been tried and convicted for their crimes. At Brandon's request, the magistrate had shown mercy toward Begley, and he would soon be released to care for his ill mother. Edward Arnold was not as fortunate and would serve a long jail sentence. Brandon had sold off all his father's business ventures except for the textile mill and the dress shop. Amelia's powers of persuasion were strong, and Brandon had taken her advice and asked Caroline to help him oversee the dress shop. She was thrilled,
and was able to design gowns for the seamstresses to sew. She'd adopted an anonymous French name for her designs, Madame Fleur, and the ladies of the Beaumont flocked to her dress shop to order gowns from the famous French dressmaker. The textile mill had become more profitable than either of them had predicted. Together they had built a school for the children and hired a teacher. The factory had become so successful that Brandon had invested in more power looms. He never had to worry about money again.
"Are you ready for your first art exhibition, darling?" Brandon asked.
"I can't believe it's finally happening." She still had butterflies every time she glanced at her paintings hanging on the walls. Each work showed the everyday conditions and harsh realities of the labouring poor and paupers of London. Deep down, she knew they would make a difference. After she'd had lessons from Samuel Sterling, the master painter at the Royal Academy, she had improved her technique and caught the attention of several critics. She'd been offered a chance to have her own art exhibition. Huntingdon, as an influential art critic himself, was to make an appearance. A newspaper man from the Times was expected to attend as well. Amelia was thrilled not only to be able to display the paintings of her own choice, but she had signed all of the works as Lady Vale. It was everything she had ever wished and hoped for. But her biggest accomplishments were before her. Her children, her husband. She sighed as Brandon gathered her into his arms. "Thank you. My dreams have finally come true." He placed a sweet kiss on her lips.
"So have mine, my love."
This concludes Real Earls Break the Rules by Tina Gabrielle. Narrated by Anne Flosnick. Copyright 2016 by Tina Sickler. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.